Greetings, family. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And I know I was supposed to do these lives last night, but something came up yesterday that was rather urgent and I had to deal with it. So I just changed the times. So I will do this live now. I'm going to try to keep it at an hour. And then I'm going to do another live at 9 p.m. Greetings, Veoni. So what I decided today, well, yesterday when I intended to do this, was to do a little read today from the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. And the reason I'm doing that is because as you all know, and I'll be talking a little bit more about that later at 9 o'clock. Greetings, Michael Johnson. The reason that I'm doing the read today from this book is because, as you all know, next week on Wednesday is the Chinese New Year, which is the year of the snake. Okay. And so for the last couple of days, I've been doing, kind of a deep dive into the significance of the Chinese astrology of the snake and what it may mean for us in this year and how to prepare and all of that stuff. So I was going to do, like an astrology-esque thing later tonight. Greetings, Golden Amethyst 999. And in studying about the astrological significance of the year of the snake, and it's significant because we're transitioning out of the year of the dragon. Greetings, Shyboy Shades. I decided to, do a little reading out of the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets on something else. And yesterday, my intention was to do a whole long deep dive into a bunch of other stuff. But I was like, damn, I really got to start reading this book again. There's so much incredible, dope ass shit in this book. And so, but instead of doing the multiplicity of things that I had intended to do yesterday with this book, I don't even remember what the last, what was the last live I did? What was the last time I did Shopboy Shades? What was it? I don't even remember. Greetings, everybody coming into the room. Southern French Astrology, Goddess Y, greetings. I don't even remember what it was. But anyway, so today, there's so much. I've referenced this book a lot, but I've had this book, unlike the others, I haven't read through like a novel because it's an encyclopedia. And so every day I'm turning to some shit that I just was not on my radar to look in this book for. So today, in preparation for next Wednesday. So next Wednesday, okay, I'm gonna have to go back to it because I don't even remember what the hell I said in it, Shyboy Shade. So what I'm gonna do is so next week is our entry into the Chinese New Year, the year of the snake, and that happens on the new moon because the Chinese calendar is a lunar calendar. So and it's also, if I'm not mistaken, it's the first new moon of because the last new moon was on the end of, because it was a black moon. So it was the last day. It was like December 30th. So it was a black moon. So this new moon coming, which is the first new moon of the year, is the Chinese New Year. It's a lunar calendar. Okay. Yeah. You said, let's say you said Juno, which led me to Hera. You would love the entry. Okay, cool. So I'll check that out. Okay, so today, in preparation, or to help you prepare for the Chinese New Year, and I would recommend, like I did for myself, for whatever your Chinese zodiacal sign is, to just, do a YouTube search for a short. Don't get caught up in the semantics. Do a YouTube short for do a search for like your Chinese zodiacal sign and what to expect in the year of the serpent, because there are several signs that are extremely well positioned to do radical shit this year. My sign, fortunately, is one of those. I'm a Chinese rabbit. I'm a rabbit. I'm a wood rabbit, right? You always on point with me. I just started getting into Chinese astrology because I got on Red Note. So I'm a wood rabbit, and so and then this year and last year, which I can't remember. I think it's like, I took notes, but I don't have my notes in front of me because I'm gonna talk to y'all about that later. But I think it said that the last time we were in a wood snake year was 333 years ago. I want to say that's what it was. Don't quote me on that because I'll be talking to y'all about that later on tonight. But so it takes a long time because you've got the elements, and you have and so you have the signs itself, but it has to move. Each sign has to move through each element. So it might have been 3,000 years. I'm thinking that was more. But again, I won't go that deep because that's what I'm gonna talk to y'all about tonight when I get my notes. But I would suggest that you go and just do a quick, don't watch anything too long because ain't no point in overwhelming yourself. Get the basics about what this year may mean for you, what this year in general may mean. And then I really want to call on us because I keep telling y'all this, and I hope that I am communicating it well, that nothing, no matter how seemingly, nothing that I teach on here, nothing that I say on here, nothing that I say anywhere, I don't say anything frivolous. I'll be honest. Nothing that I say out of my mouth these days is just for the sake of conversation. It's not. It's not for the sake. It's not. I'm always teaching. And the reason that I'm always teaching is because I'm always plotting. And the reason I'm always plotting is because this is the requirement of the period. So when I tell you to go search out your Chinese astrological or your Chinese zodiacal sign, what it may mean for you in this year of the snake, which is monumentally paramount this year, and then keep that in mind. Take yourself some notes. Do you have a grimoire? I'm always talking to you about your grimoire. In your grimoire, you should have as your first page who you are. What I mean by who you are, this is a diatribe. Who you are. In that first page of your grimoire is different than your journal. Your journal, you can journal in every day, right? Your grimoire is the ongoing magical workings of who you are in your life on that journey. It's your study guide. It's the breakthroughs that you have through actionable discernment. Actionable discernment, actionable discernment that is acquired through the process of trial and error. You don't just listen to some shit. You say, damn, that sounds good. I think I believe that. Damn, that sounds dope. I think I believe that. I believe, you hear me? I believe, I have hope, I have faith should be phrases that you permanently erase from your lexicon. Let me write that down. Y'all heard what I just said? I believe, I have faith, I have hope should be completely erased from your human lexicon. You should never use those phrases again. Okay? What you should replace them with is I am certain of. I know because. Not I know, but you still ain't did shit. I know because trial and error, tested ideas in the real world have informed me of, have made me certain that what I am saying, I know because I have tried, I have tested, I have evidence of. You feel me? That's why when we did that ceremony on top of that damn mountain, the last thing I said before we parted ways is make sure we all did a prayer together. We all did a conspiracy together. And in that conspiracy, we said, Mother, now show us the evidence that what we have conspired to create was successful. What we have conspired to create was successful. What did I say? It is as we say because it is the mother's will. We can say that. We can say that. We can have the audacity to say, I can confidently say what the fuck I say because I talk to my mother. I listen to my mother. I obey her call and I am the executioner of her will. If I am confidently the executor of my mother's will and I know that my behavior in the world, everything that I do as an executioner of my mother's will is her will. Everything that I do is her will. Yeah. Everything that I do is her will, made real. So I don't have to believe. I know. I don't have to have faith. I am convinced. I am certain. I don't have to quote believe or have faith or none of that shit. That keeps you fucking tied up in a cycle of powerlessness. All you can do is hope and believe and have faith. Because you have yielded all power to some invisible force the fuck out there somewhere that don't have your best interest at heart, ever. 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 Never. You can say, each and every one of you, male, female, gender fluid, all the genders in between, black, white, brown, red, yellow, I am certain. That's what you can say. I am convinced. How do you become convinced of something? Not just because you hear something that you think sound nice and it resonates with what you believe, so you convinced. No, something that convinces you is because evidence has been presented to you that convinces you that what you said, that what somebody said, or what you read, or what you heard that resonates with you is now applicable. The evidence is what makes it applicable. You feel me? You don't have to say, I hope, I believe, and shit. What I say? I hope, I believe, I got faith. You ain't got to say none of that shit. Because your mother, in her divine knowing, made sure that you understood. How did you understand it? Because you came into contact with me. You came into contact with me. And every last one of you have said at one stage or another, I don't know how I found you, but I'm so glad. I don't know how I found your page, but I'm so glad. Child, I've been up on this motherfucker for 4 years. I'm just now maybe about to, in a day or two, hit 3,000 followers. How you find me when the algorithm is my enemy? How you found me when the algorithm is my enemy? You understand? Y'all all say the same thing. Y'all all have said it to me at one juncture or another. Girl, I'm so glad I found you. Why is that? Because like myself and yourself, we are the mother's will made a material force. We are our mother's will made a material force. We are our mother's wildest dreams made real. You feel me? You feel me? Greetings, everyone. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, everyone. You understand? So wipe that shit out your lexicon. Wipe the shit out your lexicon. You feel me? Now, the reason I'm saying all of that is because I'm telling you today, this year is ours to take. And that is why, since January fucking the 1st, these motherfuckers have been going overtime, working overtime, kneading you. You understand? Molding you through a goddamn unending, consistent, unabated terror campaign to attempt to rescue itself at your expense. Because when you are in a perpetual state of fight or flight, too many studies have shown that when you are in a perpetual state of fight or flight, your reasoning, your discernment, your logic and all of that is weakened. That's not a stretch, because the biochemical feedback loop of fight or flight diverts necessary energy from those areas of your body that are not seen as necessary for your survival in an immediate threat. So oxygen, nutrients, blood, immunochemicals are diverted from those organs that are considered non-essential for the preservation of your life in the moment. Your brain is included. Your reasoning, logical brain is included. Now it's about back here, reptilian, if you will, basic survival. How are we going to survive this threat? How are we going to survive this threat? You don't have to be deep and philosophical. There's no need for you to be deep and philosophical and thoughtful and analytical when you in a goddamn sword fight. You don't need none of that. And so oxygen, blood, nutrients, and other vital substances are diverted to those parts of your body that are necessary for the immediate, imminent preservation of your life. That is your muscles. Oxygen is diverted from your fucking eyes. From your eyes. Because you don't need your peripheral vision. When you in a sword fight, you need to focus all your vision on this threat that's right in front of you. And what are we focusing our vision on as the threat? These motherfucking social medias. All things wrong in the world. Look at what Trump done did. You feel me? This shit that has been happening unending since January 1st has been a deliberate, well-planned and thought out terror campaign to what's the word I'm looking for? To subdue what has been thoroughly recognized as the greatest potential threat to power of the last age. That's us. That's us. That's us. That's the time. That's the necessary transition from the age of the dragon to the age of the serpent in the wood era. In the wood. The wood being the general, the wood being the visionary who sees the protocol, sees the plan, creates the strategy to execute the vision. That's the wood. You understand? I've been saying this for 4 years. This transition into America's first Pluto return that began on February 20th of 2022 to 2022 represents the most epic period in human history for us to seize, to lay claim to completely, simultaneously destroy the old as we give birth to the new. That's what it's for. And every single solitary year until 2024 offers us the opportunity to do just that. But if we are consuming through our eyes, or if we are consuming through our ears, if we are drinking down like poison everything our owners, our masters, our bosses are feeding us, and we just laying up on this shit, and we just engaging, and we laying up in it, and oh my God, Trump, and oh my God, the oligarchy, and oh my God. then we ain't spending no time plotting and scheming. We ain't spending no time plotting and scheming. All we doing is debating and venting our frustrations about Trump, child. Trump is not the issue. Trump is not the goddamn issue. He ain't. Trump ain't the issue. He is a distraction. Trump, all these, the 7 billionaires that was at his little inaugural speech, they are not the issue. They are the distraction. Because the more you sit up in here, your feelings literally responding to this terror campaign orchestrated to do exactly what it's doing, the less time you spend in plotting and scheming. The less time you spend plotting and scheming. So when I tell you to get up on this shit after I end this live, to do a thorough research and place in your grimoire who you are. This is a universal number 9 year. What's your personal year? What's your personal year? What does your personal year number mean for you this year? How do you plot and scheme around the potential benefits and drawbacks of your personal year in this number 9 year? Who are you as a serpent? I'm talking about as one living in this period of the serpent this year. What does it mean for your peculiar zodiacal sign? What peculiar role has your mother called on you to play in the execution of what the potential is in this year? That's what this shit is for. Yes, it's for you to meet your own personal goals and some things you want to do, but what peculiar role in the whole are you intended to play? What is your mother's will made? What is your mother's will made real mean as you within the context of the group who is consciously trying to shape the new world? What's your role? You feel me? That's what this shit is for. So when I'm telling you that I don't teach you nothing just because it's entertaining. I tell you that all the time, but I motherfucking mean it. I don't give you anything that is not purposeful. I don't give you anything that is not purposeful. I don't do any studying in here that is not purposeful. And I got a lot to talk to y'all about later. A lot. So, because this week has been crazy. And I can go ahead and just give it to you blood raw. I'm going to be asking you for money this week. I'm going to be planning events. I'm going to be asking people for money. I have not done that. Not only the last 2 weeks, the last literal month. I was sick. I had walking pneumonia for the last whole 2 weeks of December. I had walking pneumonia, right? Came into the new year like, okay, now I got to try to make up this money because I can't afford to take 2 weeks off work. Started working. And then 6 days into the new year, we get a fire that ravages the damn city. And no, my shit did not burn down. And so I had been in here. People have been talking about survival's guilt and shit. And at first I was like, but that's a real goddamn thing. I had been in here fucking traumatized, waking up and seeing the goddamn sky at 8 o'clock in the morning, pitch black with a brilliant red and orange hue in the black background. In here fucking traumatized. And all I could think about, I was like, I ain't leaving. All I could be in here thinking about was, what the fuck is this going to mean for my money? What is this going to mean for my money? You feel me? And so I, having not been directly impacted with the fire, had felt guilty about, the idea of going to these places and getting support. You feel me? Like, I can do it. I can manage it. I can do it. I can do it. I have put my hands through the app that I work for. I have put my hands on 3 people in the last 2 weeks. It's still like, what the fuck am I going to do? What does this mean that I need to create a new job? Like, what? In here plotting and scheming. You feel me? And so I'm going to be asking y'all for money. I'm just letting you know now. That can be through readings. That can be through donations. That can be through, your like, I can help you plan your year based on your astrology and the reading and all of that shit. Cool. But I'm going to be asking you for money. I'm going to keep it blood raw. This is the last straw. I've been in here plotting and scheming for 2 whole weeks, every single moment for 24 4 hours a day on how I was going to solve this issue. And it's been happening all over the city. It's not just me, where there has been no relief. That those of us who have not been directly impacted by the fire, there's been no relief for us. So I got a notice. My rent's a month late, and I got a notice that I have less than a week to get out of my place or to pay this back rent after having not worked for almost a month. So I'm going to be asking y'all for money. Okay. And I, again, whether it was my pride or whatever, I was like, this is what it means. Like we have to circle around each other. I've been thinking, really meditating on this idea that I think can be a really good idea to address shit like this, right? So I'm talking to this brother about throwing a party for Oya's feast day. So y'all be hearing about that too. He has a club called the Juju Social Club. And so I talked to him last week about the possibility of doing a ceremony / party at his spot in honor of Oya's feast day, which is next Saturday and Sunday. It's on the 2nd, but we would be throwing the party on Friday and rocking it into the 2nd. And while I was plotting on that idea, because I wanted to be a fundraiser, so I don't get put out of my apartment while I'm not working, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, I was like, so while I was like writing down the plan for this thing, I was like, damn, this is a really good idea. If we can do this as maybe a monthly fundraiser where we throw a party, you feel me, that is purposeful. It's not just we go out to the club and turn up, you feel me? Like a purposeful party and that has ritual attached to it. It is Juju Social Club, you feel me? And so I started thinking about, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the term susu, but a susu in African culture is like, it's like a, what do you call it? It's like a club, if you will. There's a word I wanted to use, that ain't it, but there's a club. It's like a club, right? And a susu is like, so this is a very base level understanding of a susu. So say you want to organize, a money susu for a year, okay? You get 10 people to join the susu or 20 people to join the susu. And everybody makes a commitment that every month, so say it's $10. Every month there's 10 people putting in $10 every month into the susu, okay? Once a month, all the money put into the susu will go to one person. All the people's names that are a part of the susu will go into a hat. If once your name get pulled and you get all the money, your name gets taken out of the hat until everybody in the susu has gotten the entire pot. The point is that you have to make the commitment to pay, even after you done got your turn, you still have to pay the $10 a month into the susu so that everybody gets the opportunity to take the pot until it recycles. Now I'm saying $10, but usually it was a way for people to get some economic relief, you know what I'm saying, by knowing that they gonna win this pot, you feel me, at some point at some point in the year. So I was like, damn, I had this idea that I'm still working on to send to the brother called, because it's the Juju Social Club. I was like, ooh, we should do a Juju Susu. You feel me? And so what I was thinking, because there was another sister who was telling me, I had never heard of this, and she told it to me. She was from New York. And she was like, have you ever heard of rent parties? I was like, nah, what's a rent party? She's like, in New York, it was a thing where, we would identify somebody who needed help with their rent that month. And we would throw a whole ass party and everybody would donate their skills. We would have people reading tarot. The DJ would donate his skills. Everybody would donate their skills, right? And then all the money that people would pay at the door. People would pay for each of the services, massage therapy, this, that, and the other. Everybody would pay because that's the way that you raise the money. And then all of the proceeds for that party would go to this person that the organizers had identified needed help with their rent for that month. So thinking about that, and then thinking about, because that's exactly what it sounded like, was an old school African susu. So the proposition that I'm going to make to the brother is to do a monthly Juju susu, where I'll be the first one because it's my idea. But every month, people in my situation can come and say, look, I heard about this thing. I would like for one to happen for me. Can you help me? And then we throw the party and raise the funds and turn over the funds to the person. Especially now with this thing happening in this city and how many Black people have been adversely impacted by this fire, whether directly impacted or indirectly impacted. It's widespread. And unfortunately, still, even now, I'm reading articles all day talking about the like one article I read today was talking about how the LA fires have revealed the obvious. What is it? It was an article on Google today. The LA fires have revealed an obvious bias against towards Black people using GoFundMe. You hear me? So what it was saying is everybody is creating these GoFundMes to help them get some relief from what is happening with the fires in the city. And this article on Google said what the statistics have revealed is an obvious bias against Black people on GoFundMe. I don't know why we surprised. I don't know why we surprised. This is our problem to fix. It's our problem to fix. So that's coming down the pike. I know we all in the same situation, but this shit is pressing for me. I'm talking to y'all all the time. I put my shit on blast. I'm talking to y'all all the time about my rent and my, what it took to even get this place, right? How fucking extremely racist the renting process is in the city. I had to send my daughter to find us a place because every time I showed up, we were automatically told no. I was like, look, you take your white looking self, your white adjacent self, and your white babies and go secure the place. You feel me? And then once you secure the place and all that's left to do is sign the lease, then I will come. I never experienced anything like that in the South. Never. Not once, not ever. You feel me? And so I cannot lose my place because there ain't nowhere else for me to go in LA. That's real. It didn't matter how much money I had. I had 25 grand in the bank. We were offering to pay 6 months rent in advance and nobody would rent to us. Even people that looked hopeful that Morgan had met before me, as soon as I came, we were told no. You feel me? So I can't lose my place. I cannot do that. And so I'm going to be asking you to show up in whatever way that you can. I'm going to be organizing this event. So if it is that you can just, and so these parties, I will be broadcasting just like I did the ceremony, just like I did the ritual. I'll be live streaming the parties and the rituals through my YouTube channel. And I will be sending out, I'll be sending out like Eventbrites and shit like that for you to make donations or whatever. But that article that I read today was like, okay, it's not my imagination. Like all of these 43% of the Black people that lost of the people, but mostly Black. Did you know that Altadena is Altadena has the greatest concentration of Black home ownership of any city in the country? The biggest concentration of Black home ownership in the whole United States of America. And I'm going to tell you something else. I didn't intend to talk about this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I'm going to tell you something else that occurred to me yesterday because I have a friend that lives in Altadena. And we were talking yesterday. I'm going to tell you, I know white people, Black people, and Mexican people that live in Altadena. And when I tell you, they have all said, almost like they have a script, the exact same thing about the day they lost their house. They said that literally from block to block, street to street, the fire department was going and knocking on people's doors and telling them that they need to evacuate. 1, 2, they don't need to take anything. They aren't in a high risk area. They just want to evacuate people because of the concentration of smoke and the risk of the smoke. Don't worry about packing a bag or nothing. You'll be back in a day. And those were the main 2 things is, just go ahead and leave now. And your area ain't a high risk area. Our concern is about smoke. So many people to come back literally hours later to their house being leveled to ash. Now, you have me tell it that shit was deliberate, because even when the fires started in Pacific Palisades, the day of, there were people who their immediate response was, I don't want to lose my house. So they was going out with water hoses, trying to like water hose their house down. And most of those folks' houses were saved, right? Over the next couple of days, people were getting a warning. Okay, this thing is approaching your area. Grab what you need, this and that and this and that. This is in Pacific Palisades. Grab what you need, grab a bag, da-da-da-da-da. In Altadena, the fire department, I've heard white people say this, I've heard Mexican people say this, I've heard black people say this. They told us we were going to be okay. They told us we were going to be all right, that we didn't need to take anything, that we'd be back in less than a day, to come home to their homes leveled to ash, to rubble. As a matter of fact, I saw an article about that today. Why were people in Altadena, and the fire didn't reach Altadena until 4 or 5 days later, why people in Altadena were not given adequate evacuation time? Because it's black. Because 43% of the people who lost their homes were black, geriatric, meaning over the age of 65, whose homes had been paid for decades, already bought and paid for, no mortgage. And they lost everything. And the fire department, strategically, going from door to door. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize it was actually knocking on people's door, going from door to door, community to community. Just go ahead and leave. Don't take nothing. Just go ahead and leave. And everybody I've talked to said that if we knew that there was a real threat, we would have stayed and at least taken the time to wet our homes, wet the property, wet the land to try to save our shit. Or I would have taken more. I would have taken more with me. I'm trying to tell you. And something else I saw an article about is this local organization. This local organization, a bunch of activists now, are going into Altadena where they're still got the the support centers opened up where people can get food and clothes and all this stuff. And I saw a whole kind of advertisement that this organization did saying, be mindful, be aware, because there are people dressing up in plain clothes going into these lines where people are waiting for food and support and shit because they done lost everything. And white people in plain clothes who are actually real estate investors striking up conversation. Oh my God, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about your land? Are you going to sell your land? Like, what you going to do? Trying to, like vultures, it ain't even been 2 weeks, like vultures circling dead flesh, trying to through terror. People are still in shock, and trying to convince people to sell their property for pennies on the dollar. And so this organization did this whole long advertisement saying, do not sell your shit to anybody. Do not sell your shit to anybody. Do not sign anything. Why they got to do that? And it ain't even been 2 weeks. Why they got to do that? Is that happening over in Pacific Palisades? Are real estate investors approaching white people who lost their houses about selling their property, about selling their land? Is that happening over there? Yes, they're doing just like Maui. And so there was one woman who was like, she was like, this is our shit to solve. She said, so all you black people, all you black celebrities that we done supported and made rich, all you black people who got something, this y'all shit to solve. Should no black person in Altadena lose their shit? Shouldn't lose nothing. Because white people over in Pacific Palisades, they gonna get rallied around. Meghan Markle and her ugly ass husband that already been down there promising how they gonna help the poor people of Pacific Palisades who are stationing at home in their second house here in LA. Meghan didn't bring her ass down to Altadena crying and hugging with everybody. She didn't do that. And then GoFundMe gets outed for being obviously biased towards against black people who are trying to use the platform to raise money. So I'm just telling you what's going to be happening over the next 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. What's today? The 25th. Yeah, 7 days. You understand? Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, and then if you have ideas, like I can't think of everything. I've been wrecking my brain and, exhausting myself. And I am not apart from the group. This shit, I teach, I put my hands on people. And so when I tell you about the impact of acute shock, you know how it is. They tell you, like, if you're in a car accident, even if you don't feel right away like you hurt, because of the shock, because of the acute response, which is your fight or flight response that is pumping adrenaline through your blood so that you can blunt pain. That's what it's for. Adrenaline is if you in a sword fight, you can keep going even though your ass been stabbed so you can preserve your life. It is to blunt pain. And so they'll tell you, don't make a decision, don't make a judgment about how injured you are until at least a week to 2 weeks after you have experienced an accident, because that's when you'll start feeling the pain. Until the adrenaline clears, that's when you'll start feeling the pain. That shit is real. And so I told y'all about the car accident I was in and I almost died. And the woman walked over to me, the woman that I hit. She walked over to me for them to tell me a few hours later that she had multiple broken bones. Both her femurs were broken. Both her femurs were broken. She had a broken rib. I mean, she had 2 broken bones, vertebrae in her fucking back. And she had 3 ribs that were broken. And that girl got right out that car and walked over to me like it wasn't nothing. So what I'm telling you, shock and fear, adrenaline, fight or flight response is real. And so when this shit started happening, especially the first 3 or 4 days, man, watching the sky and how ominous it was, this shit was fucking, it was crazy. It was crazy. And I'm still, I'm in my doctor mind, you feel me? Got my little air purifier on and shit. The cats were freaking out. They were up in here freaking out the first 3 days. And the next, let's see. So the fire started on a Tuesday by, Tuesday by, and then the Altadena fires were on, started on like Friday or Saturday. So by that next Monday, now I'm going to overshare, but we grown folks up in here. So I figured that I was already in full transition into my crone years. I haven't had a period in 6 months. No warning of a period, no threat of a period. I hadn't had a period in 6 months. I was like, and it'd been playing for some time. So I was like, okay, I'm transitioning into my crone years. So I hadn't had any kind of like evidence that a period was trying to come on in like 6 months, right? And and so it hadn't even been on my radar. I hadn't even been thinking about it. And the thing about my period, though, since I was a child, no cramps, no pain, no breast tenderness, no low back pain. I would just bleed and stop bleeding. That was it. I always had a pretty easy cycle. And so Monday, I woke up and I was awakened by what felt like having been stabbed in my low back. It literally felt like somebody had taken a dagger and stuck it in between the vertebrae of my low back. I woke up, shot up, screaming, "Oh my God." I was like, what the fuck did I do? I'm sitting here trying to scan back over the last 24 hours. What did I do? Oh my God. So I get up and I hobble to the bathroom. And I go use the bathroom, still screaming, like in agony. And I sat on the commode and I thought I was peeing. That's what it felt like. And I look in the commode and blood is pouring out of me like I had been stabbed in my uterus, literally falling out of me like I was urinating. I was like, what the fuck? And I knew right away, because what did I tell y'all? What organ is most impacted by shock, fright, and fear? Anybody remember? Anybody remember? The organ most damaged and impacted by shock, fright, and fear are the kidneys. For women, the kidneys govern, for women and men, your kidneys govern reproduction in general, but in women, it governs your menstrual cycle. Your liver dictates how you bleed. Your kidneys govern your menstrual cycle. And so that's how my period came on. Not only did it come on like I had been assaulted, but it stayed on for 7 days, which never happens. And so I was like, okay, now me going back into, my left brain, okay, I really need to be preparing for what I'm going to be seeing in others as a response, as a physical response to shock and fear. And I have been seeing it, and I haven't been treating a lot of people because I haven't been getting any patients and I haven't been getting any clients. But in talking to people, because of course everybody want to tell me what's wrong with them. In talking to people, I'm already like, oh my God, there it is. There's the evidence. I'm going to tell you within the next 3 months to 6 months, people are going to start losing their hair, just like they did in those first 3 to 6 months after COVID, after the stationing at home started. I think the first 5 or 6 people I was treating right after we started stationing at home to about 6 months, the first 5 or 6 people I was treating were being treated for alopecia. They're like, what the fuck is happening to my head? People coming to me literally holding bags of their hair. And everybody said the same thing. Has this been something that's ongoing, or when did it start? Oh, about 2 months ago. Oh, about 4 months ago. Yeah. So people's hair is going to start falling out. I'll tell you what else will be happening. Depending upon how strong or weak their kidneys were before this thing happened, they may lose teeth. They may start losing teeth. Is that fucking real? So, yeah. So, but for me, it wasn't just my period. It was the fact that there were other signs. There were other kidney signs. And I was like, and that's affliction. That's an affliction that people who are in the healing arts, if you will, that's an affliction that we have, is that we're so eager to help others that we are not sitting in real time and assessing the impact of this trauma on ourselves. And that Monday when I woke up that way, that was one, spirit's intervention. Like, bitch, you a part of the whole. Your ass is sick too. Your ass got problems too. Your ass got shit you need to solve too. Just because your shit didn't burn down does not mean that this is not going to have a radical impact on your life if you are not present and aware and planning. And here we are, me getting a goddamn notice. Even though they've passed a moratorium in the city. They passed a moratorium in the city saying that if a person was not more than a month late on their rent, that they could not be evicted. And now a week after they passed that moratorium, I get a goddamn notice. A notice to evacuate the premises or pay rent. So let's see. So let me go back to some of y'all. Have you heard this mythology story saying that every time it rains, Uranus is missing Gaius and crying for her love? As we here in at SoCal are getting rain Sunday, tomorrow, and Monday, and maybe next Saturday. Yeah, I haven't heard that story, but I did wake up today to this beautiful cloud cover over the city of Los Angeles. And I told you there's never clouds in this city. So that was really beautiful. I was all in awe all day, thanking the mother. Yeah, and there's supposed to be, I think, an 80% chance of rain tomorrow. I'm in my crone years as a 46, almost 47-year-old. Like, I have lousy incontinence when it comes to peeing. That is kidney issues, and it may not be, quote, your physical kidneys. It may be your energetic kidney. So if you're here in Southern California and this issue is not something that has been, long-standing, it can still be the residual impact of COVID. Nobody's even talking about the fact that so much of what is happening in people's health is still the residual emotional impact of COVID. So that is very, very likely. And to just, quote, get kidney herbs and go to the doctor and get, some prescription for incontinence and you're going to be frustrated because you're not going to get any relief or you're not going to see any results, is because you are still not treating the energetic, the emotional, energetic, and spiritual impact that trauma had on your kidneys. Your kidneys haven't been restored. So I'll say that. And I'm talking to you, Jen. And so if you want to consult with me, you can do that. You can email me at EvoEmeTemp EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Okay. So that's why I'm always trying to teach you guys like yin yang theory and 5 elements theory, because it is the most amazing and immediately applicable system of medicine, meaning that you, as the person afflicted, once you understand through the lens of the 5 elements, through the lens of the 8 principles, through the lens of yin yang theory, you have now the language to tap into your own body, to say to your heart, to say to your livers, to say to your kidneys, what is it that you need? What is it that you're trying to tell me? And I'm telling you, they will respond. It empowers you to restore this relationship with your own body, with your own organs, that then will intuitively lead you where you need to go to get the resolution that you need to receive. That's why I teach this shit. It's not because I think it's cool and it's awesome and I like to hear myself talk. It's not. I know some people think that. It's not. Every time I open my mouth, I am teaching to empower. That's it. I'm teaching to embolden. That's all. I'm teaching to put you the fuck on game. That's it. So even when I quote consult with you, even when I quote, do readings for you, that's what it's for. That's what it's for. It's to put you on game. It's to embolden you. It's to empower you. Why? Is it just cause? I just want to embolden you, empower you, encourage you just cause? Nope. Because emboldening you and encouraging you and informing you and putting you on game is going to make it easier for me to accomplish my mother's will, which is to change the fucking world. I'm telling you everything. Everything I do, everything I say is for that. When I want to embolden you, when I want to encourage you, when I want to empower you, is to put you on game, right? Not just cause. It's because I see a peculiar role that you must play in the restoration of humanity. Every single person. And I may not know that peculiar will that the mother has for you, but it's my responsibility to assist you in the fulfillment of her will through you. That's my responsibility, because I have information you don't, because I have skills you don't. That's my role. That's one of my roles. I want you to hear me, everything I teach, everything I say, even when I'm doing damn movie reviews, it is to embolden you. It is to empower you so that you can fulfill the peculiar task that your mother allowed you to come here with, because she saw how important you are in the grand scheme and the grand tapestry that we are trying to weave in real time. She saw that you, as a thread in this tapestry, was going to be paramountly important in the execution of the new world. That's why I want to help you. That's why I be putting my hands on people even when I'm exhausted. That's why I be teaching people even though they be getting on my nerves sometimes. You feel me? So if you need a consultation, or if you need, if you need a wellness consultation, like an overall wellness consultation, if you need a reading, if you want me to help you based on everything that you are in the moment, plan your year, then hit me up at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. And let's go ahead and schedule something so I can help you with that. All right. Now, I'm going to read, which is what my intention was. But I still didn't say anything to you that I intend to say to you this evening when I come back on here. So the section, those of you who have the book, my cover is off my book, so I can't even show you that way. But for any of you who have the book, the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, pull out your book. If you have it, if you don't, that's fine. But the section of the book that we're going to read today. Oh, I didn't know that, Claudia Ankara. I did not know that. I didn't know YouTube takes a cut of the super chats. I did not know that. Thank you for putting me on, because I won't call on y'all to do that no more. I'll just tell y'all to send me shit straight through my Venmo, PayPal, or Zelle. Yeah, I did not know that. Yeah, so yeah, thanks for that. Okay. So what was I saying? Oh, so we're gonna go to the page. It's on page 903. It is the section called Serpent. And because I spent an hour doing an intro, I may not read the whole thing because it's a little lengthy. I may not, whatever. But I wanted to read this particular thing on the serpent today in preparation for this. God dang, I love this book, y'all. Even me flipping through looking for something else, I just landed on the section called clitoris or clitoris. And do you know, I'm just going to tell y'all this really quick. This is the first thing I saw. Do you know, I didn't, the etymology of the word clitoris is divine, famous, and goddess-like. The Greek etymology of clitoris, divine, famous, and goddess-like. That might be the next thing we got to read. Okay. Oh, shit. Anyway. Let's see. Okay. Serpent. This is on page 903. You know what? Let me look up one more thing just in case. Okay. Okay. All right. Serpent. It was a general belief in the ancient world that snakes don't die of old age like other animals, but periodically shed their skins and emerge renewed or reborn into another life. Greeks called the snake's cast skin geras, or old age. The Chinese envisioned resurrection of the dead. Listen, the Chinese envisioned the resurrection of the dead as a man splitting his old skin and coming out of it as a youth again, like a snake. The Melanesians say to slough one's skin means eternal life. A basic serpent myth said the dual moon goddess of life and death made the first man. Her bright aspect suggested making him immortal like a snake, able to shed his skin. But her dark aspect insisted that he should die and be buried in the earth. Eternal life and serpenthood are still equated in the Italian expression aver più anni di un serpente, being older than a serpent. The ageless serpent was originally identified with the great goddess herself. Hinduism's Ananta, the infinite, was the serpent mother who embraced Vishnu and other gods during her dead phase. She was also Kundalini, the inner female soul of man in serpent shape, coiled in the pelvis, induced through proper practice of yoga to uncoil and mount through the spinal chakras towards the head, bringing infinite wisdom. The serpent goddess accompanied the famous Khmer temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia, where she embraced the king every night. If one night the goddess did not appear, it was a sign that the king must be killed and a new king chosen. You heard? Shit. The Negritos said the divine people called Chinoi Chinese, were descended from a mighty serpent goddess named Mat Chinoi, mother of the Chinese. In her belly lived beautiful angels who received the souls of the dead. Since her womb was paradise, shamans underwent their death and rebirth initiations by entering the serpent's belly. God damn. The ancient Aegean world worshipped primarily women and serpents. Men didn't participate in religious ceremonies until the late Bronze Age, when Cretan kings were allowed to become priests of the bull god. Even then, the priest's role was subordinate to that of the priestess, until the priest himself took the title of the serpent. You heard? Until he bum rushed the temple. The word for priest among ancient Akkadian peoples literally meant snake charmer. The word for priest in ancient Akkadian peoples literally meant snake charmer. The Indian serpent goddess Kadru gave birth to all the Nagas, or cobra people, and made them immortal by feeding them her divine lunar blood. There it is again. There it is again. She had a Babylonian counterpart, the goddess Kadi of Deer, worshipped as a serpent with a woman's head and breasts. Her children, like the Nagas, were depicted as water serpents, human from the waist up, like mermaids or mermen. The Nagas guarded great treasures of wealth and precious stones, and sometimes books of secret teachings in underwater palaces. A similar serpent guarded the wonderful Book of Thought, which was hidden in an underwater palace. Like his Greek twins Hermes, like his Greek twin Hermes, who is Hermes? Anybody remember in Ephod tradition who is Hermes? And anybody in Ephod tradition, does anybody remember who Hermes is? A leg by a shoe. A leg by a shoe. That's Hermes. Okay. So it says, like his Greek twins Hermes, thought was often incarnate in a snake, signifying his magical wisdom. Egypt agreed with India in depicting the first serpent as a totemic form of the Great Mother herself. Egypt's archaic mother of creation was a serpent called Uachet or Buto. The Egyptian Uraeus snake was a hieroglyphic sign for the goddess. Incongruously, Uraeus later became one of the most popular secret names of God listed in magic papyri and medieval texts of sorcery. Egypt's serpent goddess also had the title of Mehen, the enveloper, Mehen, the enveloper, similar to Kundalini or Ananta. Each night, Mehen enfolded the ram-headed god Afu-Ra, phallus of Ra, during his sojourn in the uterine underworld. Y'all, god damn. Ah! Listen. Yo. Do y'all hear what I'm talking about in this little section right here? But because we don't know how to read, because we don't know how to interpret shit, you feel me? Because we've been taught to read the mythology of the ancients as literal, it confuses us. This section that I just read to you here, I'm about to read it again. Egypt's serpent goddess also had the title of Mehen the Enveloper, similar to Kundalini and Ananta. Each night, Mehen enfolded the ram-headed god Af Ra, or phallus of Ra, during his sojourn in the uterine world, in the uterine underworld. Okay? This was a mythic image of the king's sexual union with the goddess, reminiscent of the custom of Angkor Wat in Cambodia. At Philae, the serpent goddess received the title of Anket from Ankh, to surround or to embrace. To surround or to embrace, right? Serpent. Hold on. Yo. Yeah. Serpent of the Nile was the title not only of Cleopatra, but of all Egyptian queens who represented the nation and the goddess embracing the king. What did she just say there? And she should have been more clear. What did she just say there? S is one of the oldest symbols of the female powers. Why should hope, belief, and faith be removed, knowing can change even in trial and error? Some evidence is only conducive until error is evident in any moment in time. What does that have to do with the previous statement, though? Knowing is always evolving. Knowing is always being revealed. So I don't agree with your second statement. Yes, you know something different. You learn something, you know it, and then it's helpful in the moment. And then guess what? You learn something else that changes or evolves the knowing that you already have. What does that have to do with faith, hope, and belief? If you don't want to remove it from your lexicon, don't. But don't tell me don't tell me that. Don't do that. Why should hope, belief, and faith be removed? Don't do that. If that ain't something that resonates with you, ignore it. You don't have to take that into you because I say so. But if you're trying to do what we're trying to do, this is what I'm telling you. But at any juncture that I say something on here, because I had too many people completely ghost the channel because one thing I said don't resonate with them. And so, bitch, bye. Okay, fine. Bitch, bye. But like, damn, we're talking about becoming fully evolved sovereign human beings. Sovereignty means you can make whatever decision for yourself that you want to. So I'm not trying to make a decision for you in a declaration that my understanding, that what I am certain of is that faith, belief, and hope have not produced anything for us, but action, discernible action, backed by evidence of our impact on the world through action has. That's what it has done. That's what it has done. Whether it's marches in the civil rights movement, that's action. That's not belief. That's not hope. That's not faith. That's action that produces a result in the material world, because action, the material world requires action to be impacted upon. That's science. So if it doesn't resonate with you, dear, leave it be. Say, yeah, I like what she's saying in this other place, but this shit right here, that don't really resonate with me. Okay, then. Move on. Move on. But don't do that. Don't do that. Everybody is too comfortable doing that to Black women. Don't do that. Don't do that. Not here. Don't do it. I ain't trying to hurt your feelings, but what I am trying to tell you is you are going to respect my power just the way I'm going to respect yours. This isn't a place for debate. This is not a place for debate. You can debate somewhere the fuck else. That you can do. If it doesn't resonate with you, you don't have to receive it. I say that to y'all all the time. You don't have to receive it. I'm not a totalitarian. If it doesn't resonate with you, leave it where it is and keep it pushing. Can you receive the mother's message even if it doesn't resonate with you? If you can't, that's okay too. Don't do that though. That's hella disrespectful. Don't do that. Don't do that. Go somewhere else with that. I am giving y'all what y'all are not seeing anywhere else. If you are seeing it somewhere else, I would like to know. I would like for you to put those links to those YouTube channels that are saying the exact same thing that I'm saying. Put it in my messages, put it in my chats, and I will check them out and go and like and follow their stuff too. Because I'm with that. I'm about it. I follow a lot of channels. But I am giving y'all a peculiar put down. And if you're getting it somewhere else and my delivery doesn't suit you or makes you uncomfortable, that's cool, boo. Protect yourself, protect your sanity from that which makes you uncomfortable in me. But don't come over here doing that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Go do that to some man. Go do that to some man. Anyway, what I was saying before I got sidetracked by that rude ass comment is this little section that I just read. I had a moment because all this time, and it's been deliberate. That's what she's saying here. It's all this time, the serpent has been associated with the male principle, with the phallus. As a matter of fact, we always heard it. Even Erykah Badu, I think she said it in a song. You see this ankh on here, this red, black, and green ankh with the two serpents going up it. You feel me? I got this when I was in medical school as like my peculiar interpretation of the caduceus, right? Because I was in a Black militant revolutionary organization at the time, hence the red, black, and green. You feel me? And instead of having just the staff of the caduceus, I was like, I'll make it an ankh instead, which means eternal life. You feel me? And then I'll have the serpents wrapped around it. And we always heard, at least early in our consciousness, that the ankh meant eternal life because the top of the ankh here, right, the cross part and the cross part and the circle at the top was, quote, the uterus and the fallopian tubes. And we was always told, even when we heard it in the Erykah Badu song back in the 90s, that the staff down here represents the male principle. You feel me? And that when the male and the female come together, you feel me, that represents eternal life because we create babies. You feel me? And then later on, I learned that was not accurate. That this, yes, is the fallopian tubes and the uterus, but that this part of the ankh is actually the birth canal. It's the birth canal. You feel me? It's the birth canal. And so again, it was a usurpation of the mother symbol by the takeover of patriarchal society. Because I've told y'all the dynastic period, which we love so much, because it's beautiful and there's so much in it. But the dynastic period, the beginning of the dynastic period, started with the complete suppression and final overcoming of what we call the pre-dynastic period, which was the matriarchal age, the last matriarchal age of ancient Egypt. You feel me? And so usurping all of the images of the mother, not just in Egypt, but everywhere on earth, and assuming her powerful attributes, we say this the male principle, this the penis, you feel me? And this is the fallopian tubes, and this is the uterus, you feel me? And that together creates universe or eternal life. And then we find out all later in the game that this actually is the birth canal. This the birth canal, this here, you feel me? Now what she's saying here is the same thing. She's saying that all these monuments, these obelisks, or we always say is about males trying to put their phallic symbols on display or whatever. But the phallic symbols are a usurpation of the mother, right? What she's saying here, the reason that females have always been associated with the serpent is because you think about your birth canal, right? It is, according to this, your birth canal is the serpent. Your birth canal is the serpent, and the phallus going into the mouth of the serpent. The penis isn't the serpent. The birth canal is the serpent opening her mouth to envelop. What does it say? To envelop the God. To envelop the God. That this was the only way for him to acquire power. Boy, what you want? Come on. Because you're doing too much. Come on. Come on. Oh. This was the only way for him to acquire power. Was to go back. What? What did it say? Hold on. Where did it say that at? The great enveloper, right? And his necessary sojourn into the uterine underworld through the serpent, to be enveloped by, boy, what is you doing? Stop now. You either coming up here or you ain't, but you ain't gonna be wiggling in my lap. Here. To be enveloped by the serpent. So you think about when people see snakes, wrap around their food and then envelop their food, right? He says the only way that he was able to make his nightly sojourn into the uterine underworld was to be enveloped by the serpent. Go into the birth canal. So all this time, we thought that the penis was emblematic of the power of the serpent. And no, it ain't. That the serpent, that the snake, and all these different cultures that she just mentioned is the birth canal. You feel me? That's what she just said. And the other thing that I wrote is, we read this and it sounds all beautiful. The mythic image of the king's sexual union with the goddess, who is the serpent. They just say it right here. The goddess is the serpent. His sexual union with the serpent goddess, reminiscent of the custom of Angkor Wat in Cambodia. At Philae, the serpent goddess received the title of Anket from Ankh, to surround and embrace with her mouth, her other mouth. What's her other mouth? We say it. What does the labia mean? Labia means lips. The etymology for labia means lips. What's that song by Arrested Development? I need some time to ease my mind. What's the first lyric in that song? Thrusted in the world under my own businesses. I pick up the treble tone. No, damn. From a mama's lip, from my mama. He's talking about when he was born. I'm thrusted into the world from my mama's lips, between my mama's hips. That's what he said. Thrusted into the world from my mama's lips, between my mama's hips. You feel me? I just told y'all last week what else is similar between this mouth and this mouth down here. It's the cervix. It's the cervix. That when you look at the cervix, when you look at an image of the cervix under one of them little, them little things that they have to put in your vagina to look at the health of your cervix, like a little magnifier, it looks exactly like and functions like the larynx that produces, or your throat gives birth to your words, gives birth to your truth through the larynx. They look exactly the same. Okay. So she said here, let's see, that every queen, her title was called Serpent, every queen of Egypt. Her title was called Serpent of the Nile. And Serpent of the Nile because the queen represented the nation and the goddess embracing the king. The birth and death. So what I was saying about this little cute story right here, right? Boy, oh, you doing the most. What do you want, child? You like a little baby. What do you want, child? What do you want? Let's see. It says, during his sojourn, like when he go to sleep at night, before you go to sleep, you want to get a little of a JJ so you can sleep good. You want to, you want to get a little of a JJ so you can sleep good. You feel me? You want to get a little of a JJ so you can sleep good. You can sleep deep. You feel me? And so he's saying here, the title is about him being enveloped, stimulating his kundalini every night before he go to bed. So he need to get himself some vajayjay so he can sleep good as he makes his sojourn. Because what did they say about Ra? What did they say about, remember when I was talking to you about the whores? I did that whole section on the whores and how the temple whores in Egypt were called what? The guardians of the night hours. Why were they called the guardians of the night hours? Because in the spiritual tradition, the night needed to be guarded by females because they were keeping him safe, Ra. They were keeping the sun safe during his sojourn through the underworld at night until he emerged or, quote, was reborn in the morning. And then the priest, the male priest of the day, would keep the hours of the day. Isn't that what they said? So the females had to protect Ra in his sojourn through each of the night hours until he was reborn in the morning, right? And so his sojourn, as they say, to the underworld wasn't inside the earth or something. What do they say here? The underworld was the uterus. The underworld was the uterus. You feel me? Right? And so he has his little sexual union. He get his little booty. You feel me? He stimulates that kundalini, gets his little release, if you will, his little breakthrough, if you will, and then he sleep like a baby. He sleep like a baby. Don't he? Sleep like a baby. So the reason I got caught up on this is because I was like, damn, this is the most beautiful pornographic story I ever read. This is porn. I just read to y'all. But because you read everything literally, because the imagery in your head is of an actual sky god, sojourning through this mythological underworld in the depth nether regions of some ancient place, you feel me? Because you see Ra riding on a boat. This is in your mind's eye when you read shit like this. You see Ra, the sun god, riding through the underworld in a solar boat, you feel me? That you cannot see in plain English. Because you read everything that way. You read the Bible that way. You read the mythological stories that way. This porn that I just read to y'all. This porn. This is a cute little story about the needs of the king at that period. I'm just saying. Understand? Anyway, the birth and death goddess Isis, the birth and death goddesses Isis and Nefertari or Nefertis, Nephthys, I think that's right, become identified with the dual serpent mother of life and the afterlife. Only they could help the soul through this section of the underworld inhabited by serpent deities, Egypt's version of the Nagas. In the Mahabharata, the Mahabharata depicts a hero. Boy, what is you doing? You're doing too much. I know you cute, but you're doing too much. What is the matter with you? Why you acting like that? What's up? What's up, little baby? Why you acting like that? What's wrong? Where your sister is? What's she doing? She's asleep. What's wrong? Boy, you so cute. Here's my little boo. Let's see. It says, only they could help the soul through the section of the underworld inhabited. Okay, you got to get down because you're doing too much, boo. I'm sorry. You got to get down. Let's see. The Mahabharata depicts a hero seeking immortality in a similar underworld called the City of Serpents, where the dual mother Okay. You can't come back up here because you're doing too much. No, I'm sorry, but you can't. No, you're doing too much. Get off me. Get off me. Let's see. The Mahabharata depicts a hero seeking immortality in a similar underworld called the City of Serpents, where the dual mother of life and death wove the web of nights and days with black and white thread, binding them with the red thread of life. Binding them with the red thread of life. Now, let me just tell you another thought that I had. We're gonna be up on here all night. I might do the other one tomorrow. Actually, I might change the time on that because it's already almost 7. So let me tell you something else that I just thought about. I had thought about it before, but the red thread of life is the menstrual blood. The red thread of life is the menstrual blood. Because back in the ancient period, they believed that, you remember, I was telling you, in cultures all around the world, they didn't believe that males played a role in conception. A defining role. They believed that the role of the male in conception was to, quote, open the womb so that spirit could enter the womb and create life. They believed that the human being was literally condensed menstrual blood given life through spirit entering the womb. You feel me? So the red thread of life is menstrual blood. Anyway, what I was thinking about is remember the movies? Now, so this is going, listen, let me tell you what we're gonna have to have. Let me break this down so I don't forget. What we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to create a committee in the temple that does nothing but that. Take old movies and do the research to break down all of the mythological symbolism that we miss in movies. All of the mythological symbolism that we miss in movies. That whole committee, all they gonna do is the shit that I be doing in here, is sitting here watching movies and just breaking that shit down, breaking that shit down, drawing that shit out, right? We need a whole committee to do that, because I just had a thought reading this about these movies that, if you're my age, you grow up watching and loving and like taking them for the way that they were presented. Okay. And what that means is, remember, what's his name? Harrison Ford and all them movies, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Remember that? Raiders of the Lost Ark. Isn't that what it's called? Raiders of the Lost Ark. Isn't that what it's called? Am I tripping? That's what I did after that last live. So you feel me, Shy Boy Shades? That shit is dope and it's necessary, but that shit can send you into a wormhole of gargantuan proportion. You feel me? So you might need to be on the committee to do the research for the movie breakdowns. You feel me? But anyway, anybody remember the movies I think it's called Raiders of the Lost Ark, Harrison Ford, right? Where he's the great white archaeological researcher going to these different places trying to find these ancient long lost treasures and shit. Anybody remember what he hated? And they strategically placed it in every single movie. You remember what he hated? He's strong. He's swinging off shit and going into caves and doing all the things. Yes, Tajali, snakes. Every time you turn around, he either falling into a temple of snakes where there ain't number snakes all over the floor, right? Or he in a tree and a long snake will come out the tree. Everywhere a long snake will come out the tree. You feel me? All the symbolism that goes completely I never even thought about it until I started reading about the snake, learning about the snake. Here is the quote: hero and his arch nemesis is always a serpent. What does that sound like? Sounds like King Arthur slaying the dragon, the hero versus his arch nemesis, the dragon. It sounds like, what's that movie? The Seventh Son, with what's her name, Julianne Moore, and remember what was the guy's name that played in I can't remember. But yes, he is a drunkard. He has been a failure, and he can still be a hero if his enemy is a dragoness. You feel me? What you say? The movie Anaconda with J-Lo and Ice Cube keeps popping up in my mind during this live. I never saw it because it looked corny to me, but maybe I should revisit it because it's probably something there. You feel me? Hold on. And the funny thing is, on Big Bang Theory had an episode when Amy told the guys that the story would have been the same without Indiana Jones. Okay? Right? Symbolism that in every last one of the Indiana Jones movies, they strategically place him in a situation with his arch nemesis, the Serpent. And he didn't, quote, he didn't like have a rage towards snakes. That wasn't it. It wasn't like rage. He hated snakes. But where did his hate here? Where did his hate come from? Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, woo. Yo. Woo. Woo. Mm-mm. Oh, I just had a moment. Mm. Yo, he's scared of these snakes, and the snakes are just existing. Did you ever hear of the movie Hiss? It came out in 2010. No, I never heard of that. Let me write it down. God damn. Let's see. Jeff Bridges. Thanks, Tajli. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. I keep dreaming of snakes. I have to remind myself not to be afraid. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. I never seen it, but it screams colonizer to me. Just going around disturbing things that were there long before you existed. But you have to remember, you know what I'm saying? I was a kid when the first Raiders of the Lost Ark movie came out. I remember watching it as a kid, and it was like the snake goddess was being lured by this white man. So there's a lot. That's what I'm saying. That's why I just had this thought that we got to go back and revisit these movies, because the snake is the obvious symbolism that we miss because we too, quote, are scared of snakes when we're growing up. So the obvious symbolism is missed. It didn't even register until I started really going into like snake research. But now I got to go back into the movies themselves, right? Let's see. Should check out Dune and the Bene Gesserit lore. Which Dune? Because I saw the original Dune. I saw the first one that came out at the movies. I haven't seen the second one, but the first one that came out at the movies, I was unimpressed, first of all. But I was in the theater taking a gang of notes. The guy that I went with saw me like turn my phone on every now and again and write shit down. But yes, I was still in there taking notes. I don't care what movie it is. These days, I don't ever go anywhere without a notebook where movies are concerned without taking notes. Is this why Megan Thee Stallion chose her incarceration as Cobra? I love that video, by the way. I love that video. And So the thing that I want to say before we finish doing this is in popular culture, and especially now in Hollywood, the incarnation in Hollywood in particular, in Hollywood in general, and in music, in the music industry in particular right now, how every time you turn around, there's like serious snake or quote evil symbolism in these videos. The first thing I want y'all to continue to understand is that these are just singers. These are just singers, that the videos are always from the imagination and the brainchild of those who came up with the theme for the song. So a lot of times y'all give all the heat and the smoke to the singer of the song, but the singer of the song is being approached, and sometimes not even approached, being told, this is what you're going to do in this video to your song. Being approached about an idea or a theme for a song that they do, and they don't have any social, political, historical, or mythological context for what the video means. So I guarantee you, especially these young Black people who are always in these videos where then they become the focal point for all these videos that are the evidence of Black people being, in witchcraft and being involved in Satanism and all of that shit. Y'all give all the smoke to the brother or sister who is just performing what they were told to perform to their song. You feel me? It is the brainchild of still these same people who run on and control Hollywood. It is these certain community of people who own all the propagandistic cinema productions in Hollywood. You feel me? So that's the first thing I want to say. And even if she see the video, she like, damn, that idea is dope. Do you think she asked, what does that mean? What's that symbolize? You feel me? You think so? Probably not. You feel me? So yeah, so we know now what the symbolism means, because everything has a purpose. Every video, every movie, it has a purpose. Whether we know the purpose or not is it is irrelevant. Everything that we look at our eyes with that comes through a screen is purposeful. There is an objective tied to it. You feel me? And so this is where understanding symbolism in movies and videos and all of that stuff becomes really important. The actors in these videos and in these movies are just they're like high-paid pawns doing just carrying out directives, playing roles as pawns in this game of chess. You feel me? They, as pawns, are the unconscious agents of the state. They're like, this is a good role. I like this. I don't know what the fuck it means, but I like this. I'll do that. Yeah. You feel me? Right? What's another one? That came out recently. The one that y'all was all having a fit about. The boy, what's his name? He used to be, quote, his niche was he was a Western, a country music rapper or a Western rapper or some shit like that. And then, God, what's his boy name? And then he like, quote, came out and got all like extra in his presentation in the world. Lil Nas, right? And in the video, I forget the name of the video, where he dancing on the devil lap. You feel me? There's a scene where he is a serpent in hell. You feel me? So the imagery is everywhere. We have to understand what the imagery means. We can't accept what we're being told the imagery means. This is Satanism. See all these people in the Illuminati, all these people. We can't accept. That's the narrative we are being told, because again, this shit is functioning as the creation of enemy consciousness to justify the coming aggressions against certain populations in this goddamn country. That's why you only see these kind of crazy ass videos for Black people. Why that is? Why Lil Nas X doing a lap dance on the devil lap? You feel me? Why what's her name? What's her name? The other little girl, the little light-skinned girl from South Africa. She did the song Paint the Town Red. Bitch, I said what I said. What is it? Bitch, I said what I said. I'd rather be famous instead. Doja, right? Doja Cat. And in that video, I think it's called Paint the City Red, she kicking it with her homie, the Grim Reaper. You feel me? She kicking it with her homie, the Grim Reaper. She dressed like a demon with red eyes. You feel me? What else she doing? She all up in there, right? And everybody's so offended. Oh my God, they ain't even being subtle about the devil worship no more. They ain't even being subtle about the witchcraft no more. All these videos, and everybody in these videos black. Why Taylor Smith ain't never been put in a video where she dancing with a serpent, or what's the other one with Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion? Wet ass pussy, right? Why? They got serpent, they got all kinds of symbolism, and they got snakes in there and all kinds of symbolism in there, heavy ass symbolism in there. Why Taylor Smith ain't doing no shit like that, even though she be constantly biting black women shit? Well, why don't you bite that? Why don't you bite that? Why? Because she America's sweetheart. You see, no matter what she do, she still represents the pinnacle of imperial femininity. And she has to maintain, even as every now and again, she'll try to get a little edgy. She'll put a little hip hop artist in the shit, you feel me? She'll try to, swag her shit out a little bit. She can only go so far because she has to remain the pinnacle representation of imperial femininity. You feel me? Why they ain't got other white artists, even white, quote, hip hop artists, rap artists, in videos where they doing this and that and this and that and this and that? What about the other dude that was in the relationship with the Kardashian chick, and he did that concert where them people died? What's that boy name? A couple of years ago, and he was in a relationship with one of the Kardashian chicks, and he did that big ass weird ass concert, and all them people died. And after all them people died, there was 10 million Travis Scott, thank you. There was 10 million conspiracy theories about the evidence that what Travis Scott did with that concert, you feel me, was a satanic ritual, and that all them people that died was the necessary ritual blood sacrifices to consecrate the ritual that was conducted. And so the opening, like when you coming in after you done paid to get into the concert, everybody is walking into a giant cardboard image of one of the demons from Dante's Inferno, with his mouth open like they literally walking into the gates of hell. You feel me? Right? Hold on. I hated that he got away with that, or his team got away with it. Back when we were kids, even the Pope had an issue with the Madonna's Like a Prayer, which was also a Pepsi commercial during the Super Bowl. Yeah, okay. So, but even with Madonna, now Madonna is different in that, first of all, she was in a period where people were taking risks. Like a Prayer came out in the 80s. The whole video production, the whole video thing was still very new, and people were taking pretty calculated risks about what they were doing artistically, and they could. I would even venture to say that the movie/music industry did not have the time yet to fully put their claws into this new thing that was emerging. So that was why she was able to get away with a lot that she was able to get away with, right? Like the Justify My Love period and all of that little risque, BDSM type shit she was trying to do. So that's because if Madonna was doing the same thing she was doing in the 80s that she's doing now, everybody would be saying she is emblematic of, the Freemasons and the Illuminati and Hollywood and the music industry and whatever. She can't do that now because she too, no matter how risque she too was the pinnacle of imperial femininity, but an empowered imperial femininity. See, it's sexy when white women are empowered. It's sexy, you feel me, when white women learn how to fire a gun like Angelina Jolie and Mr. and Mrs. Smith. See, that's sexy when she can beat her husband behind and then they can still go and make love. You feel that's sexy when a white woman, when Lauren Craft, what's her name? Laura Craft in Tomb Raider could, don some little booty shorts and have her little what you call it, her little thing on a leg where you mount your little pistol. You feel me? That shit cute when they do it. You feel me? Because they become willing agents of the maintenance of white imperial power. You feel me? It's sexy when they defend the state. It's sexy when they defend white power militantly. You feel me? But Aaliyah's "We Need a Revolution" video had snakes. Yes, I love that video. It's still my jam. That song is still my jam. That video is still my jam. Let's see. So anyway, what was I saying? There's a reason. And the problem is that we too, not knowing no better, will get caught up with the presentation that has been given to us. This presentation that has been given to us, particularly with the music industry, the using of high-paid pawns, musicians, to project a certain idea that will take hold. Listen, to the perception of a certain idea that will take hold during a period of perpetual terror campaigns. When you are constantly being given, presented with in the news, in the quote, real world, all day, every day, all day, every day, all day. Something terrible happened. Something terrible happened. Look at what Trump did. Look at all day, every day. You are bombarded with a fear-mongering terror campaign, and you looking for, because you think it's supernatural. It's got to be something supernatural because it's happening all the time. It's got to be the end of the world. It's got to be the Antichrist. He gonna show his face any day. You feel me? Because for us to just live in this world, you're like, this shit don't make no sense. That every day something bad happen. And so in a world where you are constantly being fed this goddamn terror campaign, beating the hell out of your adrenals, beating the hell out of your kidneys through shock and fear, and then you are at the same time presented all day, every day, all day in cultural spaces with images that offer you an explanation for the terror in your daily life. You looking for it to be something fantastic. You're looking for it to be something spiritual. You're looking for it to be the evidence of spiritual warfare. And in looking for the evidence of spiritual warfare, you need a spiritual enemy. And there you go, all these niggas. There you go, all these black-skinned people unknowingly and unwittingly participating in the creation of an enemy consciousness that now gives the whole country the enemy they was looking for. And the enemy ain't white power. The enemy is not billionaires. The enemy is not the oligarchy. The enemy is the Illuminati, child. The enemy is always some great invisible force, child. The enemy is always witches and devil worshipers. You feel me? The enemy is always the devil. And who is the devil if it ain't black ass people doing that juju ass shit? And so you see all these videos with all these dynamic and talented young people wanting inherently in their spirit to stage a rebellion, to do something that represents rebellious resistance against what is. And here you got these you know who directors and producers and movie and music industry owners and movie industry owners giving them an opportunity to do something that's edgy and that's against the norm. And they're like, yeah, I like that. They think they own some fuck the system shit, playing the serpent, playing the devil, doing all this cutting ass shit to create controversy. You feel me? Meanwhile, they are unwittingly and unknowingly doing the bidding of the state. They are simultaneously vilifying the image of the emerging mother. At the same time that they are vilifying the image of the mother in every last one of these videos, they are simultaneously vilifying her children. They are vilifying black women. They are vilifying black people. They are vilifying people who would dare buck the system, people who would dare stage a contest, people who would dare stage a revolution, those who are leaning into this rebellious cry, creeping up from within. Now they become public enemy number one through use of culture. You got this young black boy lap dancing in Satan's lap and shit, and people are out here crying crocodile tears and everything else. You understand? Crying crocodile tears and all of this shit, right? He the evidence of the Illuminati takeover of hip hop, child. He the evidence of the gay agenda, child. He the evidence of everything inherently wrong with blackness. That's what these videos are trying to tell you. And so we easily, and why is that important and why is it necessary? Because we just watched a radicalized evangelical country elect Donald Trump to office. And so if the majority of people who voted for Trump identify as evangelical Christians, the majority of people who voted for Trump consider themselves evangelical Christians or Catholics, then naturally, who would these videos be targeting? For these people who are looking for a mystical, mythological enemy consciousness. And if that's the case, and that's what's being produced specifically for this this extreme right, racist, evangelical electorate that just put this dude in office, and the enemy consciousness that's been coming out of goddamn Hollywood for the last 12 years or so, strategically. And I just told you that Hollywood is run and controlled by 3 institutions. Orthodox Jewish producers, directors, owners, bosses, all that shit, right? Christians in cahoots, evangelical Christians in cahoots with them, and everything that they produce has to pass through what? The propaganda office of the CIA. Everything that's produced has an objective that benefits all 3 of them. And who becomes the target? Us. Why? Because historically, Black people have been the most revolutionary people in this country. Black people under pressure have always been the most revolutionary and the most audacious in kicking off revolutionary movement in this country. So that's why these images of the devil and serpents and red-eyed demons and shit, always with Black folks, always these hardcore breakdowns by Muslims, motherfuckers in the Nation of Islam, and the Christian right, all sounding exactly the same. Black ass Muslims and Christian right sounding exactly the same. And the target of their aggression is Black ass people in general and Black ass women in particular, as the face of, quote, the Illuminati takeover of hip hop, aka Satanism and witchcraft in Hollywood and music. I'm gonna just tell you what it is. Here we are in the year of the serpent. Here we are in the year of the snake, leaving the year of the dragon, the year of the wood dragon, the year of the entering into the year of the wood snake. After having watched, I told you, that damn ceremony happened on top of Griffith Observatory during that eclipse, where they were literally, quote, chanting down the dragon. Dragon be gone, dragon be gone, dragon be gone. You bet. That's how you have to see. That's how you have to see. Is the connection, the correlation, the relationship between everything being forced in your face these days. Because otherwise you'll just take what's been given to you, exactly how it's been given to you, and never be able to come to a conclusion about what this means and what it's going to take to end our suffering. Here we are entering into a militarily strategic wood serpent year. That's what the wood is. That's what the wood is. What I tell y'all, the wood is the general. In 5 elements theory, the wood is the general. The wood is the military strategist for the emperor's kingdom, the heart. And we see it symbolism everywhere. So it's not my imagination, and I'm not reaching. We see it everywhere. As a matter of fact, what was that movie I was telling y'all about? That goofy ass movie. I cannot remember the name of it. It was a superhero movie where the kid had been given this power he was a kid, like a teenager. And then he went and gave some of the power to all his friends. They were all foster children, right? And it was 3 women. It was the maiden, the mother, and the crone coming to take their power back because their power had been stolen by a black man. Shazam! Thank you. Oh my God, I'm so glad. I like this. I like it when I have people, filling in the blanks for me. Yes, right. And so here, the black wise man then stole the goddess's powers, right? Because that wasn't his shit to steal. You feel me? He steal their powers, hold on to their powers, and then give it to a little white boy. You feel me? And then he disseminates some of the power, some of the juice to some of his homies. You feel me? And when the rightful owners, the rightful heirs to the power, the females who had a right to lay claim to that which has been stolen from them, come back to get their shit, he want to stage a contest, right? And then but what was the thing? So it was Lucy Liu who played the maiden. I mean, the mother. She was the middle-aged woman. Then there was a young girl who played the maiden, and then there was an old white lady who played the crone, right? And when Lucy Liu got a golden apple, you feel me? And the golden apple had power in it, right? And the golden apple was supposed to like bridge worlds or something. I forget. I have to rewatch it, but the golden apple was supposed to bridge worlds or something. You feel me? So, and what did she say? She said, let me find a place to plant this apple. Let me find somewhere to plant this apple. And so she goes into like whatever the big football or baseball stadium is in Chicago. And she said, oh, this look nice. Right. And she said, what did she say? She said, let me put this apple in the ground so that we can create a new Eden. That's what she said. She said, let us place this apple in the ground so that we can create a new Eden. That's what she said. That's what she said. When these magical, mystical, crazy ass trees start growing all over the city, listen, destroying buildings, destroying everything the man had built, every last one of his phallic symbols in the forms of these buildings, the trees just springing up out the ground and destroying them in an instant. You feel me? The Mother Earth taking over her terrain, regaining control over her earth. You feel me? And then the middle-aged one, Lucy Liu, played by Lucy Liu, also does something, right, that basically generates this dragon. So this dragon, this mighty, mighty, mighty dragon, comes up out the ground. Okay. And the dragon, once you get close to the dragon, because even one of the regular people, one of the kids, says, oh my God, the dragon is made out of wood. That's right there in the movie. That's right there in the movie. When I tell you this shit is hidden in plain sight, right there in the movie. The look in the dragon, once you got up close on the dragon, like them little wood chips that you use to plant your gardens, to like keep your gardens warm in the winter. What's it called? Sod or something? I don't know. But the little wood chips, they look like little wood chips, right? The whole dragon was made out of wood chips. The whole dragon was made out of wood chips. And the dragon didn't breathe red flames. The dragon breathed blue flames. Blue flames. What mulch? Thank you. Blue flames. Now, I don't remember what year this movie was produced, but was this movie produced as a foreshadowing of the coming of the wood dragon that we just left out of, that we about to leave out of come next Wednesday? Was it a foreshadowing of what to expect in the year of the wood dragon that has not been here in some 3,000 years? Was that what happened? You feel me? So, and then these last few years, every time you turn around, some black ass person in some video that's striking controversy all over the world. Why they being so outright in their disdain for God? Why they being so outright in their hatred of the Lord? Why they dressing up like Satan? Why they dressing up like the devil? For years, just a few years, this been happening. Every time you turn around, some black ass person dressed up, quote, as an obvious idolater, worshiper of Satan, pawn of the great, bad, all elusive Illuminati. And you believe the hype. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? So you have to be excited. We might need to go back to all these snake movies and see if there's some hidden prophecy in there for us. Now that we understand the serpent, now that we understand the dragon, now that we understand the what you call it, the strategy of our opposition by using these images in our ignorance. Now maybe we need to review all of them and see if there's some hidden prophecy in there for us who know some hidden message and strategy about how to surmount and overcome for us. You feel me? So anyway, y'all want me to keep reading? Because that's what I'm gonna do. It's 7:31 now. I had created a live to do at 9 o'clock, which I'm not going to do. So I can either stay on here a little longer and keep reading, or I can come back tomorrow and do another read or something the thing that I intended to do tonight at 9 o'clock. Okay, so if y'all want me to, I can keep reading for a little while. You feel me? Yeah, we talked about that last time, that Damsel movie. And that's probably one we should do a breakdown of too, because that movie probably more eloquently than most really highlights something that y'all don't want to talk about. Really highlights the strategic leading role, the strategic, and if you have me tell it, coming role of white women as the figurehead representatives of the state. Because in that movie, the prince, he really didn't want to do it. He really didn't want to do it. You feel me? He actually even probably liked her a little bit. You feel me? But his diabolical, wicked ass mama, you feel me, made him do it, like guilted him into doing it. You feel me? Gaslit him into doing it, but he had to do it because he didn't have. He couldn't just. It wasn't just for himself. It was for the whole kingdom. He had the pressure of the whole kingdom, the future of the whole kingdom on him. His mother was the face of imperial white power in that movie. And what did she do? She did everything she needed to do to maintain the illusion. She had the whole village on board with this ritual sacrifice of innocent women. She had the whole village on board. You understand? Why? How? Through lying, through deception, through aggression, and murder. That's what she did. That's what she did. Because we come to find out that the dragon, of course, is not some evil, diabolical, monstrous bitch just taking out her aggressions on the poor, innocent humans. She's like, bitch, I got a grudge. I got a grudge, and I hate that it's you, but I got a grudge. This bitch killed my babies, and I ain't do shit to her. I ain't do shit to her. I'm over here minding my business in my cave, minding my business. And she's sending niggas up into my domain, into my home to massacre my babies. And I want revenge. I want revenge. And so in response to justifiable cause of revenge, the white woman say, we ain't giving her our bloodline. We're going to protect ours. You feel me? So we will lie, deceive, cheat, and steal young unsuspecting princesses, you feel me, through the use and allure of our young, handsome Prince Charming to woo them and make them feel special and loved, you feel me? We're going to use our young Prince Charming to ensnare and entrap them so they go willingly to sacrifice. They go willingly to sacrifice. Because we ain't giving up none of ours. You feel me? Yeah, that movie, it might need a breakdown. It might need a good breakdown. I've been saying that too, Shy Boy Shades, that I need to, because I think I was 10 years old when I saw the The Serpent and the Rainbow. And it's funny because it just came through like my For You or something just a few days ago. So maybe, yeah, that's probably something I need. It's something I know I need to rewatch just because of the history of the Serpent and the Rainbow. But yeah, thanks for the reminder because it did just come through my For You not too long ago. Yeah, so that damsel, that might be one that we do need to revisit. Even if I had the stomach to watch it all over again, this damn what you call it? Damn. Game of Thrones. I've been considering for some time with these new and fresh eyes, because my eyes are constantly growing and evolving. Constantly, just through doing this kind of shit, just doing deep dives and taking notes out of movies. I'm like, oh my God, how did I not see that before? Oh my God, how did I not see that before? Because it wasn't time for you to see that. Rewatch it now because it's time for you to see it, right? And so Game of Thrones, I loved the show. I watched the entire shit from beginning to end. And I attempted maybe 4 or 5 months ago to start from the beginning again and rewatch it. And the thing that I remembered was how traumatizing that shit was. That show was so over the top gruesome in so many ways. It was like, that shit was so gruesome. But its presentation in the world, to me, I feel like it's so timely. I really do. I feel like it's so timely. And there's something in it that we're supposed to be receiving that we have not received because our eyes weren't able to receive it yet. So I've been thinking about this a lot. I tried about 4 months ago to start watching again. I was like, I ain't got the heart for this shit. But it keeps coming up because we're in this year of the dragon, entering into this year of the serpent. And I keep thinking, oh my God, there's something in Game of Thrones that we suppose, because I haven't even been on the House of Dragons shit. Like, I know a lot of y'all are really enthusiastic about it. But the same reason I was hesitant about rewatching Game of Thrones is the same reason I have not opted yet to get into the House of Dragons. But between the both of them, I know there's something here for us. I loved Daenerys, and they did her story so wrong. It felt like they did that to curb our excitement for the rise of the divine feminine. Well, let me just tell you, Vayoni, that story of Daenerys is a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag because what you've described all evening reminds me a lot of Medusa's mythology. She's been coming up a lot for me lately. A lot. She's been coming up a lot for me lately. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh, the story of Daenerys, which is why I'm pretty sure I got to do a breakdown. You remember the guy, the comedian, Kev on Stage? Anybody know Kev on Stage? He funny. Black guy, he funny. Well, he was doing, I think it was the last season of Game of Thrones. He did what was he calling it? It's like what y'all do is what y'all do. I forget what you call it, but like you sports addicts. It's like a little condensed breakdown of who was in the number 1 position, who was in the number 2 position, right? Or whatever. Anyway, he was doing that week by week for the Game of Thrones, right? It was hilarious. It was, if you haven't seen it, it was great. And I was like, that dude need to go all the way back to the first Game of Thrones and do them little breakdowns. You know, it's a commentary, but they call it something specific when it's about sports, right? It's something specific when it's about sports. But anyway, so I was like, he need to go back all the way to the beginning of Game of Thrones and do a week by week play, just like he did for that last season, because it was epic. It was hilarious. It was short. It was funny. Y'all need to go back and watch that. Draft picks. That's what it is. Thank you. Draft picks. Something like that, right? Every week he was doing a play by play, right? Anyway, I feel like I got to do something similar with Game of Thrones. because it's just, even when I'm talking to you about Daenerys, we all love Daenerys. We all hated her descent into madness. We all hated how her story ended. The problem was they were very extraordinarily, extremely methodically strategic about how we came to love Daenerys. That's the problem that I always had. Even then, watching the Game of Thrones, I was questioning, like, what they playing at, what they trying to do, what they doing with her. You understand? Because Daenerys Targaryen is not only a white woman, she is a completely imperial white woman in competition for what is considered among all the tribes and all the kingdoms the apex personification of power. The Game of Thrones, the throne, what do they call it? The Iron Throne. The Iron Throne. Here she is, this white woman with white hair and damn near white eyes, and the damsel in distress. She begins in the movie as the damsel in distress, the victim of, I was going to mention Cersei too. I was going to mention Cersei, AR. I was going to mention Cersei because she came up in some of my astrological studies. I was like, damn, I forgot about Cersei. Like, maybe I need to reevaluate Cersei's story too, based on the mythological story of Cersei. Anyway, so back to Daenerys Targaryen. We first, what do? They hook us, they win us through empathy. We empathize with her because here she is, just a victim of the patriarchal world. Here she is, just a pawn. Here she is, just a chess piece in this patriarchal world where she has no power and no voice and no say. And then we empathize with her even more because her brother's play for power was to marry his sister off to, quote, a savage who could give him some power in this takeover, this hostile takeover that he plotting and scheming. You feel me? And then, played by Jason Momoa, he, gets the girl, you feel me? And he does what he has a right to do, which is to sexually assault her as his new chess piece bride. That is, quote, emblematic of this arrangement between him and the white face of patriarchal power. And so here, all this while, because why? Because the whole time we are so heart torn. We women, we are so heart torn. We are being plucked the fuck to death, empathizing with this white haired white girl because she is just a woman in a patriarchal world being handled for patriarchal bidding. You feel me? She's just a white woman, poor innocent, poor white woman. She gets married off to a nigga, and this nigga represents the face of brute force. See, listen, between these two men, Jason Momoa character and her brother represents the classy, the articulate, the intelligent, the what's the word I'm looking for? The more calculating, you understand? Thank you. The more civilized personification of patriarchal power. See, patriarchy is more palatable when it speaks well, and it is more beautiful in its personification and presentation. You see what I'm saying? It's difficult to be angry at civilized patriarchy. At least he's a gentleman. At least congenial. I love that word. At least, you see, he opens the doors for women. You understand? At least his hair is combed. You feel me? Look at all these servants that he has that love and adore him. He must be a good slave master, or else he would not be able to maintain the level of obedience from his servants that he is able to maintain. It's because he is gentle in his patriarchal oppression, you see. So here he is, and we know he a dog, you feel me? But he is the civilized presentation. He is the articulate and intelligent presentation of patriarchy. He is white with white hair. He has, quote, swag in his personification and presentation, you see? And he can actually, because he is so gentle and civilized and artistic and intellectual in his patriarchal presentation, he may even become the object of many women's desires. Their hopes of acquiring some type of proximity to this patriarchal, diabolical bastard, so they too can feel empowered. If he chooses me, I must be special. If he chooses me, I must be. I would like, in a world where I don't have any power, yes, I too would like to be aligned with the more civilized, beautiful, articulate, intelligent presentation of patriarchal domination. At least in a world where I have no power, right? And then on the other side, you got the niggified personification of patriarchal domination, of patriarchal imperial control, right? You got that. You got this whole tribe of people who submit unquestioningly to the will of a singular one, Jason Momoa's character. I like that, Vayoni. I like that. I like that girl. She say the horseman. What was the name of the tribe? The Targaryen, were they the Targaryens? No, who was the Dothraki? The Dothraki. Yeah. So and it was not lost on me that in that last episode, when they go on to fight the ultimate evil in the world, how this became the opportunity. Goddamn. Goddamn. I'm on sidetrack for a second. But it was not lost on me that because of, quote, a simple mistake, a misjudgment in her reasoning, because she was angry at the time, that because of her simple error, she didn't really mean it, right? Because of her simple error, an entire race of non-white people what's the word I'm looking for? Fuck. I'm looking for a specific word, but anyway, they was wiped off the face of the planet. Why? Because of a simple misjudgment of this white girl. The Dothraki were no more. A whole race of niggas wiped off the face of the planet. Everybody gone. Now let me go back to her husband. You feel me? Because at least that everybody was mad about the last season, and I understand why. But there's some lessons in that last season. You feel me? Because here the whole world was rooting for Daenerys Targaryen as the unlikely hero of the many. What? Of the oppressed, freer of the enslaved. But before she recognized her power, right? Before she recognized her power, she is this chess piece in these two equally opposing presentations of power. The civilized, articulate, intelligent, quote, good-looking, debonair presentation of power, patriarchal power, and the black-ass, cocky, militant, brute, out living on the land, up atop a horse, you feel me? Presentation of patriarchal power. Two equally opposing presentations of the same thing, patriarchal power. You feel me? And here's poor little innocent Daenerys Targaryen, just going from the hand of one brute to the next hand of brute. You feel me? And once she recognizes that her lot in life is set, that this is her destiny, is to be the high-paid concubine of this niggified presentation of patriarchal power, she submits. And in her submission, aka her Stockholm syndrome, she begins to see the soft side of this presentation of patriarchal power. She begins to learn more of the humanity of this patriarchal presentation of power. And what started out as a simple submission to her destiny from which she could not fight out of, into Stockholm syndrome, where she begins to now empathize with her oppressor, now develops into love and commitment to this presentation of patriarchal power. Not only a love and a commitment to this presentation of patriarchal power, but now a valiant defense of this presentation of patriarchal power in her relationship with this black ass man. I hope y'all hear me giving y'all a motherfucking word right now. So once she becomes a Dothraki, not just the exchange of hands that I'm talking about here, y'all. It's not just that. It is the way that the damsel can always be fluid in her loyalties and never outright be held accountable. She's always just the victim in this chessboard of patriarchal presentation. No matter what she does, no matter what dirt she does, no matter what side she plays, no matter what role she plays, she is still just the damsel for whom was moving how she needed to within this game that is the presentations of patriarchal domination. She is all, no matter what crime she commits, no matter what grimy thing she does, she is always innocent. As the damsel, she is always innocent. What does that sound like? What does that sound like? It sounds like what I'm always talking to y'all about. White absolutionism. And typically it's only granted to the state. But white women have a peculiar role in this. White absolutionism is typically reserved for men. I didn't mean to say the state. It's reserved for men. Absolution is reserved for men. And historically reserved for men. And the evidence of that is the Inquisition. In the absence of others, there were black people and others in Europe, but they were not in mass. So in the absence of others to levy their aggressions on, women became the primary target of the Inquisition. So they weren't granted absolution when they was being hung and burnt and dropped in the water and all. They weren't being granted absolution. But in this new age that we live in, white women, especially having been able to experience power as the wives of slave owners, once they got a taste of power after having never had it, what did slavery do? Slavery gave white women access to power that they did not have before. Slavery gave white women access to power that they never had before. And once they tasted patriarchal power, they became willing participants in the execution of power. They became enthusiastic upholders, cheerleaders, and participators in the facilitation of power and domination over others, but still maintained their damsel status. They still maintained their absolution as white women, now only in this contest where they are no longer the other. White women are no longer the other in the white world. See, in Europe, white women were the other. In the Inquisition, in 900 years of Inquisition, white women were the perpetual evil other. And so the aggression of men was levied upon that one other that existed among them, which was white women. It was slavery that liberated white women from other status. Oh my God, I'm giving y'all a goddamn word. It was genocide against the indigenous population that liberated white women from other status. Yes, it did. Because now those bloodthirsty, bloodlusty aggressions of white men had a different they had another outlet. And this outlet was bountiful. Come over here, and all these Indians over here, you feel me? And all these, all these black people we brought over here. And so the things that we want to do to white women, now we have all these others to do that stuff to. We can maintain our debonair, intellectual, superior, face of goodness status as the civilized patriarchal presentation of patriarchal power. We can get our aggressions out, whether that's bloody aggressions, whether that's rapist aggressions, whether that's our inner demons needing a healthy outlet. Because you remember what Barbara Walker talked about in this book about Europe and how prostitution was necessary to give good men a healthy outlet for their inner demons. That was why the church took so long to ban prostitution, was because what did the Pope say? Prostitution was a necessary evil. A necessary evil to give otherwise good men a healthy outlet for their demons. That was white women he was talking about as prostitutes, as necessary prostitutes for good men, you feel me, to exercise their demons. And so in this transition called the entry into the new age, because that's what it was for Europe, this entry into the new age, now white men needing to reproduce themselves rapidly can prop their women up to a status to begin to woo them and sing them sonnets and write them poetry, right? They prop their women up to a certain status as they make this trek to the new world, to the new unknown. And here they are presented with this smorgasbord of bodies for which they can do whatever they want. They're serial killers? Great. Look at all these Indians we can kill. They cannibals? Oh my God, it's like a buffet of Indians. They can't do certain behavior because their Christianity now has taught them that their whiteness is the emblem of their goodness. And so certain things they cannot do to their white wives. But guess what? We have a whole field of indigenous women and children that we can take out our wildest aggression on. that we can exercise our most vicious demons upon. And guess what? We are granted absolution because the Pope just made the decree in the papal bull that these are heathens outside of the sight of God, and there is no crime that you can commit against them. That's absolution. There is no crime that you can commit against them. Any crime that you commit against them is a necessary act. It's a necessary aggression that will keep them in control, that will allow you to keep them in control. Any violence that you commit against them is a necessary act to maintain your position and your power, your dominance. There is no crime that you can commit against others. That's what their Christianity taught them. That's what their Catholicism taught them. There is no crime that you can commit against others for which there is no absolution. You are granted absolution. Because your acts of aggression against the other will maintain our position of power in the world. That's what God wants. There is no crime that you can commit that you are not guaranteed absolution. You feel me? And so Daenerys, right? We empathize with her. We liked her, especially when she became one of the crew. Why was this important? The Dothraki. Even as they were roguish and brutish and they fought and they had sex in the open, we identified with them because we identified with their freedom. He was like, we like the Dothraki. They out here riding on horses, living with the earth and the land, just going from wilderness to wilderness like great nomads. They ain't own no houses. They ain't possess no wealth. They just great brutish nomads roaming the land, taking what they need, fighting to get their aggression on, and fucking out in public. And because this was the face of freedom, we like the Dothraki. And when the white girl decided that she got feelings for what was Jason Momoa's character, I don't remember. But when she finally decides she is no longer the victim, that now she really his wife and she about to step into this power that this position as his wife has afforded her. Do you hear what I'm telling you? Drogo, thank you. You remember what I'm telling you? You hear what I'm telling you? Once she decides that she is no longer victim, once she begins to embrace her position as wife to the one, she starts to feel the growth of power in that position that her title as wife has afforded her. You feel me? There's a message in that. How white women who become, quote, conscious, or who become, quote, leftist, or who become, quote, progressive, their default is to automatically align themselves with some colored man, align themselves with some colored body, align themselves with some colored woman, align themselves sexually with some other one, because it provides her protection. It provides her a shield from the accusations of being a racist or being something else like that, right? Plus her proximity to others, right? Also gains her an access to this unspoken power that she desires, that she cannot access as a simple white woman, that she needs to be in proximity to some other to gain that hidden power, that's something that people can't articulate, that you can only get in proximity to some colored person. And then we, the colored people, absolve her from any responsibility. You see? Oh, well, she down. She one of us. She the one we invite to the barbecue. Feel me? She ain't got to pay no dues. She ain't got to prove her loyalty. She ain't got to do shit. She just got to be in a relationship with a Negro or a Negress. She just got to be in a relationship with some other kind of colored person. And she is instantly absolved. Instantly absolved. No questions asked. She one of us because she got a vagina. She is just oppressed enough to be in the clique without having to pay dues without having to show any demonstrations of loyalty, without taking any kind of sacred oath. She's just one of us. You feel me? This becomes important in the story. This becomes important in the Game of Thrones because she, still maintaining a proximity to whiteness and its presentation of patriarchal power, still has a tie to the afflictions of power as it is personified in whiteness and in maleness. Right? You know, the saying, beware the madness of the king. That if you do not have an anchor, if you do not have some kind of anchor, that the acquisition of power will literally drive you insane. That's why they wrote her going crazy in the end. I'm telling you, I'm giving you a word. This is based on Chinese medicine. Everything I just said, I can prove just by holding up my little image of 5 elements theory. They wrote her character who was inevitably going to go insane and be the worst kind of personification of unbridled, unancoured, unaccountable acquisition of power, that it was inevitable for her to go crazy. Even as you may think that she started out as a good guy, defender of the poor, freer of the slaves, that her thirst for power, based on her proximity to whiteness and maleness, they made it out like it was just a history of her blood. But based on her proximity to whiteness and maleness, as 5 elements theory teaches us, as yin yang theory teaches us, that if your acquisition of power is not bridled, if it is not anchored in a force that can maintain a balance, then it will always lead to madness. It's the Europeans that said, beware the madness of the king. Here is a whole history. Here's a whole list of kings that once their power became something that was unchallengeable, that it drove them to madness. You understand? So that was inevitable for Daenerys. But once she became, quote, one of the clique, once she embodied now this new relationship via marriage with the Dothraki, and she started smelling herself. You feel me? She started smelling. She's like, shit, this might be all right. Like, I got power, bitch. What does her brute Negro personification of patriarchal domination do for her? He's still her owner. He still has power over her. But when her brother, the white boy, come to the clique, come to their place, you feel me? And he's like, look, he getting into an argument with what's his name? Khal Drogo, right? He get into an argument with him. And she done already told him what he did to her, you feel me? And he's like, look, you feel me? He trying to show force. He trying to show force, her brother. And Khal Drogo killed his ass. Gave him a throne. What, didn't he give him a throne or something and like melted it on his head or some shit? Isn't that what he did? And that's when she was won. She was like, this nigga, you know, he might be my owner, but he just killed my brother. He just killed. I respect that. I appreciate that. You feel me? But in that moment that her brother was killed, now I haven't read the book, so I might be way off base. But for me, understanding the world the way that it is, in that moment, when her brother was killed, she recognized that she was now the rightful heir to the throne. Don't you think that she started plotting and scheming? Don't you think that? Or was she just an innocent, mindless woman who's a damsel and she's really not thinking about anything but her own survival? You don't think she started calculating? You don't think that she started thinking like, oh shit, like I'm the last heir, like I'm the rightful heir to the throne. Like maybe I need to play my cards right with this Dothraki shit, because I might be able to win some shit. You don't think that? Why? Because she's white. Why? Because she got white hair. Why? Because she too had been oppressed. Why? Because she's a damsel. And why? Because we never think anything wrong with white people, white women. You feel me? We always assume the best. We always assume the best intentions with white women. We default that she good until she proves she ain't good. And so we all like Daenerys. I did too. Before I started thinking about the insidiousness of this character. She is the epitome of a white woman's strategy, whether she's a conscious agent of the state or unconscious agent of the state. To be an unconscious agent of the state is to just move based on your conditioning. So in order, you understand, because once Kyle, whatever her husband name is, die, and now she becomes the one, you feel me? And then I forget the story of how she came into the possession of the eggs and she becomes the mother of the dragons, which is fascinating. This identification of this white woman the implications, y'all, of this white-haired white woman who becomes heir to the Iron Throne. Who is Iron? What is the age of Iron? Listen, y'all, I'm trying to give y'all a word. I'm trying to teach y'all how to see. Who is Iron? Somebody tell me. Y'all don't know? Who is Iron? Mars is Iron. Aries is Iron. Ogun in Ifa tradition is Iron. Who is Iron? Rome is Iron. What did I tell you? The name Rome means we are the children of Mars. The age of Iron. We are the children of Mars. And what does the great race call themselves? Aryans. Who just staged this coup in the White House, and consecrated the ceremony with a Heil Hitler twice, the Aryans. It may be a reach. It may be a reach. It may be a reach. But to me, it's not. Daenerys is a white woman with white hair. What is it that Hitler was trying to create? What is it that Hitler was trying to create? What is it that Hitler was trying to create? A race of blonde hair and blue-eyed, perfect people. Remember the group ABBA? I think they were from Australia. Take a chance on me. Take a chance on me. I'ma do my very. You remember ABBA? The little white people disco group from Australia? Do you know that their dark secret history was that they were the offspring of this project that was happening in Germany in an attempt to produce a perfect race? Google it. Google it. They were actually a part of a project executed by the Germans to produce a white race. And they have this whole documentary about all these kids that were the product of this project. ABBA was. ABBA was. And so here I am watching this shit. And why is it not a stretch? Daenerys and all the ones before her were all what? They had these distinguishing characteristics. White skin, white hair, right? They are the personification of this perfect, pure race. Through the divine to sit on the Iron Throne. To sit on the Iron Throne. You feel me? And then what has to happen is that her power and her rise into power is embraced by who? Her rise to power, her claim to the throne is embraced by who? It is embraced by the Unsullied, and it is embraced by the Dothraki. Two massive, mighty armies of colored people that embolden. They are the source of her power. Because she wouldn't have no power. Otherwise, she still couldn't go back to her homeland and be like, look, I'm the rightful heir to the throne because my brother dead, and y'all gonna need to follow me. There would have eventually been some civilized coup staged against her for some other man to take her place on the throne. Now, she needed them colored people. She needed the brute force. She needed the unquestioning loyalty. The unquestioning loyalty. Of all these colored people, the Unsullied and the Dothraki. She needed to be placed not only politically on the throne as the heir, but they needed to pledge their undying, unquestioned loyalty to her because of who she was as the, quote, mother of the dragons, freed them from slavery, rescued them from oppression. Imagine. Here this white woman is in her now claim to the Iron Throne that I just told you may very well be a personification of the Iron Age and the gods of the Iron Age, which is Aries, which is Mars, which is Rome. This is the Iron Throne. And she, as the personification of the perfectly pure race in the Iron Age, whose power is thrusted up by the others of the world, by the formerly enslaved, by the wild and uncivilized. She uses this power. I love who was it that said the horse? She uses this power to be the white rider on the horse of destiny. Yes, she did that. Yes, she did that. Here she is, the white woman, who she alone gives birth to 3 dragons. Who through a ceremony, she emerges from the fire unscathed. She emerges from the fire unscathed. When they tried to kill her, when the Dothraki tried to kill her, you feel me? Because this is how she became the one. It wasn't just because of her relationship with Kyle. Because after Kyle died, they was like, "Look, we about to kill this bitch." You feel me? We ain't no man gonna have no white woman with some power over him. So they put her in there. And they set her on fire, and then she emerged from the fire, reborn. Reborn from fire, reborn from the flames of destruction. And she ain't come out the flames by herself. She and her 3 babies, she and her 3 children emerge with her as the personification of her unchallenged power. No one can challenge her, this white woman. Why is this significant? If I opened up this conversation telling you that next week we will formally be transitioning from the year of the wood dragon into the year of the wood serpent, and that is always and has always, since even in the Bible, been the personification of the Black primordial creative abyss, the dragon, the Leviathan, the serpent, is always, has always, will always remain the personification of the entire Black cosmic universe that holds everything in creation within it. And now this woman is given dominion over the great primordial she, this white woman, as the face, as the figurehead, as the female personification of patriarchal power. That's what she was. And because of her proximity to oppression, she got a vagina. Because of her proximity to oppression, all the colored and all the oppressed and even the mothers, the Black primordial cosmic mothers in the form of 3 dragons, yield to her every command. Yes, they did that. They support her claim to be the pure, white, raceted female personification of patriarchal power. That's what they did. We got to rewatch the Game of Thrones. Goddamn. That's what they did. And it didn't help any of us that everybody was saying, like, damn, why the Targaryens got nigga names? Why the Targaryens got black ass names? You understand? It's like, damn, Daenerys don't sound like no white name. That sound like a name you find some hood mama give her baby, trying to give her baby a unique name. Isn't that what we were saying when the Game of Thrones first came out? Like, wow, they the whitest people in the crew. Why they got black ass names? Why they got hood names? It was strategic. It was strategic. Why they got hood names? Now I get it. I haven't seen any episode of the House of Dragons, but I know now, conveniently, they done tossed some black-skinned ass Targaryens into the mix, and they too got white hair and shit. Don't get caught up in the okie doke, because they told you everything you needed to know in the Game of Thrones. The Game of Thrones is a retelling of an old tale. Yes, it is. It's a retelling of an old tale. And so, here we are doing these deep philosophical dives on how was it that Daenerys could go so insane? Because she still is a patriarch. She treated, even as she is surrounded on all sides in unquestioning devotion by colored folks and others, eunuchs and short people. She's surrounded on all sides by all faces and all manners of the oppressed. And even as she is surrounded on all sides by these people committed, not only committed, but they really believe, almost spiritually because of the dragons, that this is her destiny, is to sit on the Iron Throne, and that the world can only be made well when she alone sits on the Iron Throne. They deified her in their commitment to her. In their political commitment to her, they deified her. And what gave her the power to become deity is the fucking three dragons always behind her. It's the three dragons always behind her, partnered with all these colored people that represented all of the wishes and ambitions and wishes of the oppressed of the world. And they see in her lone self the ability for the world to change, the ability for the world to be free. They look at her as the face and personification of the new world and change that is required for it, not the three dragons that are the personification of all the power that she has. They aren't the focus. They don't represent the hope. They don't represent the future that is certain. No, they don't. She do. She do. You feel me? And so, even as she is acquiring more and more power, it's the dude, I forget his name, the short man, I forget the actor's name, but he is her counsel. You feel me? Because he knows all the ins and outs of Cersei's behavior and what she gonna do. And even as she has this council, she's got a eunuch on her council. She's got a short person on her council. She's gotten 2 unsullied on her council. She has everybody represented to ensure that she has a balanced sense of power. She's got a black woman. She's got a black eunuch, the unsullied. She's got a white, feminine presenting eunuch who is also a spiritual man. And she's got the short man. She's got every possible oppressed person represented in her council to make sure that her power is balanced. Her power is just. And even being surrounded by this dynamic council, the more power she acquires, the more malignant she becomes. The more malignant she becomes, the less free her council feel to speak freely, to counsel her, to guide her. Now they begin to fear her, where they respected her. Because every time she acquires some more power, every time she makes a new conquest, she becomes the personification that is expected of the age of the Iron Throne. She becomes the personification of the presentation of power expected in the age of the Iron Throne. She becomes more malignant. She becomes more dominating. She becomes more suspicious. She becomes more rage-filled. She becomes a tyrant. And in that tyrancy and the corresponding fear of her counsel. Now her counsel, like, we can't tell that bitch nothing. She crazy. We used to respect her, but now she going off the deep end. In the corresponding bourgeoning madness of power, partnered with the fear that makes it so they refuse to challenge her power and keep her balanced, keep her in her right mind. These two dynamics are what give rise to the presentation of unbridled, unanchored power and its personification in the Iron Age that will inevitably lead to madness and then ultimate destruction. And that's what we saw in the last season. Those who had bolstered and facilitated her rise to power, the Dothraki, gone in an instant. Many of the Unsullied, gone in an instant. And it was just a side note. That was the first season. That was the first episode of the last season. I was like, okay, well, the Dothraki are gone. That's too bad. And you won't hear nothing else about them for the rest of the season. They were cannon fodder. She wasn't invested in the Dothraki. She wasn't moved by the loss of her devoted followers. They were cannon fodder. And they were treated as cannon fodder, as evidenced by the fact that for the rest of the season, you didn't hear anything else about them, about a whole nation of people who were betrayed by her. They were betrayed by her. Why do I say that? Because they had all come together. Everybody that was going to fight the, what was the bad guys called? The ice people. What was they called? The undead or whatever the fuck they was called, right? the Army of the Dead, or whatever the fuck they was called. All the people who done formed these unions, you know what I'm saying? Everybody done squash their own personal beef. Because now that Daenerys has said she gonna bring the dragons and she gonna bring her massive army, and this may give us the opportunity to defeat what's coming. Winter is coming. This may give us the real edge that we need if we all come together as the clans and stop beefing. You feel me? She bringing the dragon. She bringing the heat. We might win this shit, but we have to have a unified will. We have to have a singular strategy and a unified will that will allow us to emerge victorious and save the world from what's coming. We have to have, and so they plotting, they scheming, they developing strategies, they got plans. Okay, y'all gonna be over here, y'all gonna be over here. We gonna do X, Y, and Z. We got And what did she do? When the heat came down, she was like, "Well, I'm the one. I'm the greatest of you all because I'm the heir. I'm the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. You feel me? I'm the one. You feel me? And so I'm gonna do what I want to do. And in doing what she want to do, instead of defying the collective unified will of the many, defying the unified collectivized will of the group, staging this contest against a bigger enemy than all of them, she gonna say, I'm the one. I'm the one with the dragons. I'm gonna do what I want to do. She gonna park Drogon on the battlefield. Drogon gets killed by the army of the dead, and now his ass done changed teams. He done switched sides. Why? Because I'm gonna do what I want to do. I'm the one. I run this shit, really. You feel me? I was just entertaining y'all, with the little meeting and the strategy and shit. Is what I want to do. And in her defying the collective unified will of the whole, she is responsible for the eradication of an entire race of people, an entire nation of people for whom her introduction to power came. Her introduction to power came through the Dothraki. And that's why they strategically had to be the first to go. They had to go because it communicates something to us. That no matter how much allegiance we show, no matter how much support we provide, no matter how much we shield and protect and invite to the barbecue, there will always be those who represent the personification of patriarchal power in the age who will betray you, no matter how much you do for them, no matter how much you show them love, no matter how much you defend them, no matter how much you bring them into space and say, no, she the one good one. The potential is to betray because there haven't been any debts paid. There hasn't been any responsibility taken. There hasn't been any accountability called for. There hasn't been any executions of initiations and oaths that one must take in order to gain proximity to the power that you perceive in Black body proximity, in Native body proximity, in Mexican body proximity. You don't have to pay no dues. You don't have to demonstrate evidence. I'll take this all the way back to the beginning. But that girl got up on my shit talking about why we can't have belief, faith, and hope, because you see what it's gotten us. See, all you got to do is believe they're one of the good ones. You don't ask for any evidence. You don't use actionable discernment. You don't create checks and balances and protocols that show tried and true that this motherfucker done went through this initiation, done took this sacred oath, done made these contributions, done took these actions. So now I know I can invite them to the barbecue because they really about that life because I put their ass through the ringer. And they met all the benchmarks. We don't do that. So in our relationships, in a world like this, every relationship that we have, not even just white with the white world, every relationship that we have, every romantic relationship that we have is based on belief and hope and faith. I hope this nigga don't do me dirty like the last one did. I believe he a good guy. I pray, you know what I'm saying? I have hope and faith that he the one. Without no initiation, without no dues to pay, without no offerings to make, I just hope, believe, and have faith based on what somebody say. That's all I need, because I have belief and hope and faith. That's all I need. I don't need evidence. I don't need actionable discernment. I don't need real world material demonstrations of loyalty to commitment, faith, and love. I mean, loyalty, commitment, love, and allyship. I don't need that. I just believe you based on what you say out your mouth. I believe you based on what's in your head. And you see what it got the Dothraki. Because in their mind, they still believe that she was what? The great liberator. In their mind and in their heartstrings, they still believe that she was what? The freer of the slaves, the liberator of the poor, the mother of the dragons. Here she is, draped on all sides by the power, the primordial power of the Black ancient cosmic mother. And instead of using it to change the world, this power that was handed to her, instead of using this power to radically transform what was her one foot in the fucking age of iron, which is defined by oppression, instead of using her baptism in fire to purge her of her allegiance to her past, to purge her of her allegiance to patriarchal power in the world, to purge her of her relationship to the legacy of malignancy of white, civilized, patriarchal presentation in the world. She was born from the fire, emboldened to carry out the same old shit. To become the female version of old ass patriarchal power personified. That's what she did. And she used the colored, she used the oppressed, she used the othered, and she used the power of our great cosmic primordial mother to embolden her ambitions, which were completely antagonistic to everybody around her. To resurrect her dead ass pappy. That's what she did. She used the power of the oppressed. She used the support of the oppressed. She used the belief, hope, and faith of the oppressed. She used the fire of the mother's mouth. She used the presentation of the great primordial serpent to resurrect her dead ass pappy, who was notorious for his scourge on the earth, his madness gone amok and laying waste to everyone in his path, men, women, children, animals, the like. She used the power gifted to her through belief, gifted to her through faith, gifted to her through hope, that if we just support her, she gonna do the right thing. If we yield our power to her, she gonna do the right thing. She got all our interests represented in her claim to the throne. And that if we just support her, because she too is oppressed. She was raped. Her brother was a tyrant. She didn't have no power. You feel me? That if we just support her because she like us, that she'll do the right thing. All we got to do is love her enough. All we got to do is support her enough. All we got to do is bring her to the cookout. And she will do the right thing. We just got to throw all that support behind her. That's what we got to do. You feel me? And in the end, this force corralled by her, this force of power never seen in the kingdoms. Even Cersei was sweating. She was like, this girl just amassed the most radical military force ever known. This is gonna be a problem. This girl corralled power from all four corners of the lands to betray them all in the end, in this act of fiery damnation. And that fire ritual that she pursued was an act. It was an act. It was a resurrection of her dead ass pappy and his Iron Age, pure race, unchallenged power claim to the Iron Throne and the Iron Age. That's what she did. She resurrected her father. She resurrected. She became the possessed embodiment of the Mad King, sitting her back, possessed with his spirit, possessed with patriarchy, possessed with patriarchy, possessed with patriarchy, possessed with patriarchy, sitting atop the mother's back, bridled and controlled by patriarchy to destroy everything in her path. To destroy everything in her path. I could go on. This is just coming to me because I didn't even intend to talk about this, but it came through. I'm gonna tell you, there's another reason it came through. Because I can talk about white women. I can talk about the issues I have with white women. I can talk about how conflicted I be because there are white women whose lives I care about, but I still am so hesitant in spaces with white women. There's a basis for that. There's a historically accurate, identifiable basis for why I would be hesitant. You understand? But there's another story in the story. There's another story in the story. There's another story in the story. You changed my whole view of her. She was abused by her brother. Imagine what the other men would have done to her. And that's what she wanted to keep alive. Being honest is also caring. I don't understand that last. I don't understand the context of that last statement. Shy Boy Shades. I know I missed something, but oh, you said being honest is caring. I'm clear. Okay, I'm clear. I'm clear. There's another thing that I have really been gentle and tiptoeish about, and I've only articulated it once or twice maybe, but still very short and tiptoeish because I know how y'all are. Y'all heartstrings are being plucked the fuck out of simultaneously where your fight or flight is being manipulated and beat the hell up. You feel me? And so you don't have the ability to reason the way you're supposed to. I get it. But this story, particularly about Daenerys and her legacy, Daenerys and her familial legacy and her inevitable inheritance. Fuck. This story about Daenerys and her inevitable legacy and inheritance, her claim, her rightful claim to the Iron Throne. There's another story. There's another story in it. And that because her claim was not enough. Her birthright was not enough. She was still born a woman. And I just told you that prior to white women for the first time having a relationship with others, black and red people in particular, for the first time. You feel me? That relationship through proximity, I had a point. Okay, so she didn't just have the legacy and the inheritance. That would not, her birthright would not be enough. Her being born a female in this period, right, where patriarchy was overt in its domination in the hands of white males, right, she still would have had no power. What did I tell you? That in the absence of others, yes, y'all are watching Bridgerton and all of this bullshit, and y'all see that there was a few black people strategically placed all over the European world. Okay, cute. And y'all feel some kind of nostalgic way about that, whatever. And every now and again, there was even a black person who had a position of power. Okay, cool, fine. But Europe, it was still greatly predominantly white. And in this greatly predominantly white Europe, the object of all of these aggressions generated by patriarchy, these ideas generated by patriarchy, this attack against the image of the mother generated by patriarchy, this hatred of women's bodies and their inherent witchy ways generated by patriarchy, the sole primary target of those patriarchal aggressions, facilitated through the Roman Catholic Church and disseminated through the nobility throughout Rome. The primary patriarchal target for 500 to 900 years of Inquisition was white women with no power, with no proximity to others, with no saviors, with no support. The target was white women. And the target was white women for a very, 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 very long time. All the monstrous aggressions that we others have been the recipients of at the hands of their males, then they were the target. Then they were the target. We rarely, as Black, brown, and red people in this country, when we talk about the history and the legacy of lynching in the United States, I don't think I've ever heard, except me, I don't think I've ever heard a single historian, analyst, or anything like that. I don't think I've ever heard anyone draw a direct correlation, a direct relationship to the lynchings happening against Black and brown people in the United States and the 500 years to 900 years of lynchings of white women as the primary target of patriarchal domination. I don't think I've ever heard anybody make a direct correlation to that. We see that the legacy of lynchings in America as something peculiar to us and not the continuation of the expression of power through this peculiar style of murder as a long continuation. Only the target has changed. The target changed from white female bodies to now others, Black women, Black children, Black men, Native people, and Mexican people. The target has changed. The facilitator of the aggression is the same. The facilitator of the aggression is the same. You feel me? And so that's why I be doing this fickle dance. But the problem is just like poor white people and oppressed white people in Europe were able to rescue themselves as a group in this project of the New World that afforded them more proximity to whiteness. So the aggressions against white people were able to ebb in this project of coming to the New World. These nobility in Europe, these kings and rulers and popes and empires that were wreaking havoc on the lives of white people in Europe, now that they have an other to focus their aggressions on, to make the great grand evil other of the biblical Bible, you feel me? They can now end their aggressions against the general white population, woo through political religious strategy, those same oppressed white people to now take their side and function as the arm of the church when going into the New World to fight the real heathens, to fight the real infidels, to fight the real personification of evil on earth. And they did that. To rescue themselves, they did that. I always talk about that. To do that, they did that to rescue themselves, right? But we always focus our attention on white men as if white women coming to the new world with white men were always the faceless, nameless, powerless damsels just moving to and fro based on the whims and movements of the men that they were in proximity to. That's how we treat them. That's how we treat them. That's how we treat them to this day. That they had no responsibility whatsoever for the colonial period, for the age of discovery, for the colonization of the Americas and Africa. They were just the invisible, nameless, faceless, powerless rag dolls that just moved to and fro based on the whims of the men that they were in proximity to, squeezing out a baby every now and again. That's all they did. That's all they did. That's why the image of the damsel is still etched in the consciousness of everybody on earth. Everybody feel like they need to come to the defense of white women. The image of damsel is based on the removal of their history from our conscious mind and the role that they played, the active participatory role that they played in the creation of the new world. That just like, quote, white men, poor white men, were able to sell their labor. Just like white serfs who had essentially been slaves and indentured servants for the first time, if they got on board with slavery and colonization, could sell their labor to the highest bidder. And we always say it's just men. You understand? But just like white men who were poor, who were serfs, who had no power, who were the victims of imperial aggressions, victims of the nobility, victims of the papacy, were able to rescue themselves in the discovery of the new world, in the establishment of the new world. And for a long time, for a long little period of time in this introduction to the new world, white women still had no power. White women still were seen as the primary target, just for a little time, of these tyrannical aggressions that followed the Europeans over here from Europe. And it didn't take long, though, because once the Puritans, the Pilgrims, and all these other white people started to see that, especially with the edict passed by the Pope, passed by the church, that there's no empathy that you need to show them. They're not humans. There's no crime that you can commit against their bodies that is not automatically absolved, automatically forgiven. And once this became a part of the doctrine of manifest destiny, do with them what you will, white women, for all intents and purposes, were freed from their identification as the primary target of patriarchal aggression. White women, too, were rescued. White women were elevated. White women were freed from this label as the primary, powerless target of patriarchal aggression, exploitation, and oppression. And the only thing that allowed them to do that, to gain freedom, to gain rescue, to free themselves from the label that had bound them for 900 years, to save them from the peering eyes of the males of their kind. The only thing that rescued white women was their introduction to the other world, was their introduction to the native, was their introduction to the Aboriginal, was their introduction to the Maori, was their introduction to the Aztec, was their introduction to the Maya, was their introduction to the Inca, was their introduction to the African, was their introduction, their proximity to the bodies of others that could do what? That could shield them from the eyes of their aggressor, and at the same time gain them at the same time that the eyes of their aggressor was now diverted to the attention of the other. It also gave them more space to do and move and acquire, to do and move and gain power. They needed their men even as they had been the primary target of the aggressions of their men. They still needed proximity to the power of the papacy. They still needed proximity to the power of the nobility. They still needed proximity to the power of regular, everyday white-skinned men to make them distinct from the other. They still needed that to make them distinct from the other. And in their introduction to the world of the other, the Asian, the indigenous, the African, and in that proximity, not even proximity, in her rescue, in her introduction to the world of the other, was her rescue, was her freedom, was the ability for her to move about a little bit more, to plot, scheme, and strategize a little bit more, to preserve her life, to live longer. Her introduction to the world of the other increased her life expectancy. Y'all hear what I'm telling you? The general everyday white woman's life expectancy increased in her introduction to the world of the other. Y'all ain't here. Her life expectancy. How was her life expectancy increased? Because she was no longer the primary target of patriarchal aggression, patriarchal murder, papal torture, papal theft. She was no longer the primary target. So now she's able to live to ripe old age, even become a crone and not be accused just because she's old of being a witch. And in her introduction to the world of color, and then because she was rescued in her introduction to the world of color. Because now these same men who still had the same bloodlust, who still had the same rage, who still had the same tendency towards sexual aggression, who still had tendencies towards cannibalism, now they had a wide open civilization deemed by their great power, the face of God on earth, known as the Pope, that has told them an edict that it is your manifest destiny to be here, that these people who are currently here are outside outside of the salvation of God, outside the sight of God. Therefore, what you would not do to the white people in your proximity, you are free to do what you will to them to secure this manifest destiny. And so all this pent up rage, all this pent up aggression, all this shit that these white people coming out of Europe, having been oppressed for 900 years, have an open, divinely ordained population to execute their wildest imagination upon. And now they don't have to feel guilty about it. They become the target, rescuing white women from these peering aggressions. And what do white women do in response to this newfound freedom? To this newfound ability to at least have a little bit more wiggle room? This newfound longevity that they have acquired just by introduction to the colored world? What do? That when a few years later, these same boats that brought her ass over start bringing over the bodies of thousands and 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 thousands of black-skinned people from another unknown world to her. And these thousands of people being brought over are being brought over bound, chained, voiceless, and powerless. And what does she do? She enthusiastically sees an opportunity for her too to gain even more freedom, to gain even more wealth, and to gain the opportunity that until that moment she had never had, not even with the indigenous population. She had not had. Until black-skinned people were brought over here, bound and chained and powerless, that up until that moment, those same white women had finally achieved, had finally gained the opportunity to execute their rage, to execute their aggression, to execute their wildest imagining, to execute their demonstrations of power and dominion over someone else. To become the beater, to become the rapist, to become the killer of women and children, to become the owner, the purchaser, to become the pimp in brothels where all these white women could come and have their way with the bodies of black enslaved men. White women as pimps, and all of their subjects were black men, and all of their clients were white women looking to execute their wildest imagination in acts of bondage, in acts of brutality, in acts of mutilation. This is not my imagination. There's story after story after story after story after story of white female-owned brothels going around buying enslaved men for the wild exploration of pent-up female rage, of pent-up white female rage. Because in their mind too, that's what power is supposed to be, is the power to harm, the power to kill, the power to imprison, the power to dominate, the power to exploit, the power to reduce others. And having been the object of that aggression for 900 years, she's like, it's about damn time I get to do it too. I'm white too. I should be able to do it too. I'm white too. So instead of these previous targets, long, centuries-long standing targets of the personification of white male patriarchal domination coming to America and seeing that they too are half the white population. And if we too are half the white population, maybe we too should be siding with these others to destabilize what is an actual minority, white male human beings. Maybe we should use our proximity to these white males to stage a contest in solidarity with these others. We got closest proximity, so we strategically have the ability to do more. No, that ain't the conclusion that they came to. They said I need to maintain my proximity to the face of white patriarchal power. I don't care what my historic beef with him is. I don't care how many times he beat my ass or raped me or my daughter. I don't care. I need my proximity to remain with this white male presentation of patriarchal power and dominion. She is history's most hidden opportunist. I'm giving y'all a word. She is history's most hidden opportunist, provided from every side, provided from every side. Permanent protection, permanent image protection, permanent protection, but especially of her image as the world's greatest damsel. As the princess, as the queen, benevolent. There was a propaganda piece that was on the wall of my stepdaughter's history class. It was a poster that this white man had in his history class, big, of an old World War I propaganda poster from World War I. And it had an image, not World War I, from the pioneer age. That's what it was, from the age of the pioneers, when everybody was finally leaving the East and going out to become pioneers during the gold rush, right? And in this image, you see all these people leaving, the colonies and going out to try their hand at the gold rush, and they all on the ground going out west, and above them is what appears to be a ghost. She looks like a ghost. She's huge, she's giant, with a crown, with like the crown, like a traditional crown with like the things on it, in this long flowing white dress, leading the hordes of white people going out west to discover gold. And do you know what the image says of this white woman leading these pioneers into the gold rush, into the new, wild, undiscovered West? The world's greatest mother. That's what the poster said in my stepdaughter's class. The world's greatest mother, leading the multitudes of white men into the wild, dark, scary unknown to fulfill manifest destiny. And we know it's manifest because this great giant white woman in a white crown with white robes is leading the way, like we following the star of the north into the goddamn promised land. And the poster says, the world's greatest mother, this poster. You understand? That poster, I don't even know why it came to my brain, because Delana graduated high school an age ago, child. That was in 2008, 2009. This poster, I was so hot. Why this white boy got this goddamn poster on the classroom, and the majority of the kids that's in his classroom is black and brown? The fuck? I was mad. And I had to go to the school because Delana refused to say the Pledge of Allegiance. And this white boy thought he was going to have me on his side. I was like, we don't do that at our house. We don't do that. And she ain't required by law to do that. So now what? And I look over, and that's the poster. But isn't it so interesting how this comes back, this bubbles back from all of my memories as significant in this moment? Because that poster that I saw in 2009 in my 5th grade child's history classroom is no different than the image in movies that we had been fed hog-tied to the TV for the entire project called The Game of Thrones. And who is she? Daenerys, the world's greatest mother, the mother of dragons, destined to sit atop the Iron Throne. We watched this white woman. I'm giving y'all a word, y'all goddamn. We watched this white woman be the literal personification in film and entertainment of what I just told you about white women in the world. We literally watched Daenerys go from being the target of the unending aggressions of civilized white male patriarchal personification in the world. We literally watched her go from faceless, voiceless, powerless, insignificant female, still being abused, but gaining a little proximity, gaining a little bit more freedom. What? In her introduction to the wild, boundless, nomadic, Negroid community of others. Her demonstration of power through surviving the attempted murder of her, aka the church decimating all these women, and her emergence from the fire, one, as new, two, as mysterious and godlike, and three, the owner and birth giver, life giver of three primordial dragons. This is what the white woman acquired in her introduction to the world of others. In her introduction to the world of others, everywhere on earth, even as those white women may be getting their ass kicked behind closed doors by white men, even if those white women may be abused and gaslit and all that shit behind closed doors in their relationship with white men, right? Even as they too may be the victims of patriarchal oppression. Even in these oppressive relationships, they are still no longer the target of patriarchal aggression. And in recognizing that even if she got to take an ass kicking every now and then, even if she got to take getting beat upside her head every now and again, even if she got to do X, Y, and Z, that she still, what they say, no matter how bad off I get, no matter how poor I get, even if I'm homeless, at least I'm not a nigga. It could be worse. I could be a nigga. At least I ain't a Mexican. At least I ain't no native. I'll take these hits because at least I'm still tied to this white boy's proximity to wealth, advantage, and power. At least my proximity absolves me from being one of the others. White women are not an other. I want to tell you a word today. White women are not an other. They are not. They are not. They are not. It does not mean that I co-sign on the abuse and the aggressions and shit that happen at the hands of others against white women. But that's been our failure. That has been our weakness. That has been the thing unarticulated in Black women's frustration with the fucking feminist movement, whether it's the first wave or the second wave, is because we have always identified white women as others too. White women are not others. And just like this story, Game of Thrones told you that yes, being a female will get you fucked up in the game in a myriad of ways by even the people closest to you and that claim to love you. Being a female, being perceived as weak, because that's what it means to be female in this world, is to be perceived as weak will get you fucked up in the game. But these are hits that a lot of white women are willing to take in unconscious gratitude to at least I ain't a nigga. At least I ain't a Black woman. At least I ain't one of them others. At least I ain't no Maori. At least I ain't no goddamn Aboriginal. And I'm going to tell you, until we create together, I'm talking about we others, until we create a protocol, until we create a system, until we create a process, until we create the a transitional process that white people who say they about that life, white people who say they one of us, white people who say they progressive, white people who say they care about that life, white people who got all this progressive shit out their mouth, but nothing in their goddamn daily life is indicative of that. Them white people who say they about that life, Now, white person who wants to gain proximity to us, we have a process through which you must go through and complete in order to be brought into the fold. It ain't just what you say. Now you have an initiation. Now you have a white people rites of passage. That's what we need. That's what we need. If y'all intend to be over here with us, whether it's because you found a black boo that you like, whether it's because you found a Mexican boo that you into, nigga, you got to go through rites of passage before you can even gain proximity to us. Before you can take the black, brown, red, or yellow boo, you have to prove that you are a true and genuine ally and not a potential enemy. You have to go through rites of passage. And in this rites of passage, then you must complete, once you go through the educational portion, the ideological portion of the rites of passage, then you go through the physical and mental rites of passage. Then, just like you graduate high school, which is a ritual, you feel me? You have to prove that you earned this diploma, which will signify your completion of the entire process. Yeah, that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. Because if I am telling you what Tajali called me, I don't even know if I told y'all this, but Tajali called me maybe a week ago. I don't even remember what the basis for the call was, but somehow we got on this thing that we always talking about. And I was talking about some, I forget, but she said something that has not left me since. When I tell you it, I have thought about this thing that she said every single solitary, what you apologizing for, girl? Don't do that. Don't be doing that. I told you about that on the phone. Do not be apologizing unless you hit me in the face and I ain't do nothing to you. If you hit me in the face and I ain't do nothing to you, then you can say, oops, my bad, I apologize. Outside of that, don't do that. Don't do that. Black women, stop if you ain't popped nobody for no good reason, stop apologizing for everything. Anyway, this woman called me because I'm bigging you up right now is what I'm doing. I don't know why you apologizing, why you felt compelled to apologize. I'm bigging you up right now. This woman told me something that in all this research I've been doing, all these wormholes I've been in for the last 4 years with y'all, all this shit I've been doing, had never heard once. But it is her peculiar experience. It is her peculiar relationships. It is her peculiar life walk that gave her access to this information that she gave me that blew my fucking mind and has not left my conscious mind since then. That was almost a week ago, maybe over a week ago that we had this conversation. And it was so simple and so profound. I remember what we were talking about. I was talking about, I'm always talking about movies. And I was talking about how I feel like movies are predictive programming. I was telling y'all about, why there's so many end of the world scenario movies, apocalyptic movies, and all of that shit. 2,788 movies about all the ways the world can potentially end. And how this is predictive programming that always has you tied to the future is uncertain. The future is scary. The future must be feared, right? So I'm talking about this thing that I'm calling predictive programming in modern movies, right? And you know what she said? She said that she, growing up a hardcore Christian, had been like their church, I guess, had a relationship, which was big at the time, this relationship with this organization called Jews for Jesus. Jews for Jesus. These were people who had probably been Orthodox or grew up in the Judaistic religion, but had, quote, switched sides, had given their life to the Lord, and was putting the Christians up on game. This is what she said. And she said that there is one of the Jews in this organization, Jews for Jesus, told her or told them that there is a passage in the Talmud. There is a passage in the Talmud that says something to the effect of, as long as you tell someone what you intend to do to them, that you cannot be held accountable for you will not be held accountable for anything that you do to them. If you tell them, I'm going to kill you, now it's not a crime as far as the Talmud is concerned. If you tell them, I'm going to fuck you up, I'm going whatever, as long as you tell them first, it is no longer considered a crime. Get down, girl, get down. Make me get up. I know that's right. As long as you tell them what you intend to do, you are removed from the guilt of having committed a sin. It's no longer a sin as long as you tell them what your intentions are. Is this one simple passage the basis for all predictive programming, so-called predictive programming? And in this conversation, she specifically mentions Tajali, who's on the line with us right now. She specifically references how everybody now, for the last 10 or 12 years, that's all everybody talk about. It's all everybody talk about is what is going on with the Simpsons that 10, 12, 20 years ago, every episode, they seem to predict something that happens almost exactly like they wrote it in the cartoon. How they do that? The reason that statement that Tajali told me that came from the mouth of a previously practicing Judaistic Jew is because for 4 years, I have been telling you that for 4 years, I have been telling you that this book here is not a book of predictions, that this book here is not a book of prophecy, that this book here is a blueprint. What did I tell y'all? That the Bible is a blueprint for the establishment and maintenance of empire. Didn't I tell y'all that? That all these Christians read with their heart that the revelation, there'll be wars and rumors of wars and false prophets and that the currency will change into this, into this, into this, into this, into this, into this, into this. But the book has remained unchanged. So why, if you recognize the ability to just read the revelation and say, oh, well, we need to do this now. See, it say it right here in the Bible, so we need to plan to make this happen. Okay, the currency gonna change. We need to do that right now too. If you maintain a stranglehold on information, ideas, and power. This book is not a book of prediction and prophecy. It is a blueprint. There is timely that I picked that book up because it is a blueprint whose origin, whose birth is being celebrated this year by the Pope on May 25th during the Day of Jubilee as the 1700th anniversary of the very first Council of Nicaea as initiated by Constantine I. This book that he began the draft on as a manual, as a political strategic manual for the implementation of his new political religion called Christianity and the maintenance of his empire. That's what I told you. And so, what does that mean for Jews? Right? Because they got a manual just like this. As a matter of fact, it shares the first part. The first part of the Torah is the same as the Old Testament. The first part of the Quran is the same as the Old Testament. Why? Because they all are the descendant sons of the singular war god Yahweh. That's what they got in common. They are the, quote, offspring of Yahweh's chosen and most beloved, Abraham. That's what they got in common. So if they got, quote, blood and destiny and a singular God in common, Wouldn't their ambitions and objectives, they too would have in common? Isn't that what would the logical conclusion be? So you've got an industry predominantly governed by Judaistic practicing Orthodox Jews, but they are producing movies that primarily speak to the overly represented evangelical Christians in this country, but both serve the interest of the violent arm of the state, which is the CIA. And so, it was later revealed that there's I think two primary writers of the Bart Simpson series, and one of the writers is not only a Jew, but from what I understand, he's a Zionist. He's a Jewish Zionist who, because of the success of The Simpsons, which we all thought was so cutting edge, it was so progressive, how they make these strong political statements against capitalism and all of this stuff. Is that really what they did? Or was it sleight of hands type shit? The same thing I was talking to you about, the dude that I saw the other day who was talking about why are there so many movies that we're seeing in Hollywood that are like, about, fuck billionaires and fuck the wealthy class and up with the the people's movement and shit like that. He's like, why is there so many movies being presented to us today in this way that supposes like some opposition to the ruling class, some opposition to the wealthy, some opposition to the rich, right? And like we really resonate with it, like, you know what I'm saying? He said, why is that? He said, because what it does is it taps into your rage, taps into the rage that's already there, taps into the frustration that's already there, and gives you a conclusion that pacifies you for the moment and sends you back in the world ready to do nothing. It gives you just enough pacification, like you've been seen. That's what these movies do. They make you feel like you've been seen, and your frustration and your rage is not yours alone. Because see, look at this awesome, progressive, dynamic, cutting edge movie that's saying the same thing I be saying to myself, or the same thing I be saying to my friends, and still ain't got out here and do a damn thing about it. It is this kind of tapping into the biochemistry of rage, the biochemistry of frustration, the biochemistry of grief, to be seen, and in response to being seen, to be pacified, and in that pacification, be disempowered to bust a move in the world. That's what he said. That's what this white boy said, talking about all these movies, and he pointed out all the movies. He said they make you just enough outraged, give you just enough hope, you know what I'm saying? Just enough, they fill all the markers. And then leave you high and dry, knowing you ain't gonna go in the world and do nothing about it. Because now you've got your vindication through the movie. You've got your vindication. I feel seen. That I ain't crazy, that this shit is fucked up. But at least there's some movie that's gonna show, the bad guy getting his, the poor guy getting his day. The rich bad guy getting justice. That's what he said. It's smoke and mirrors. It is strategically researched. Strategically researched. I'm talking about the manipulation of your hormones, the manipulation of your emotions. Strategically researched. Stimulation and pacification. Stimulation and pacification. And so we think that The Simpsons was progressive. They was putting us on game about the griminess of the rich man and the things that he would do to secure his wealth and power of position. Huh? Meanwhile, thank you, Java Watson. It absolutely is cinematic rage baiting. Cinematic rage baiting. It's rage baiting, right? And when you see, and then, guerrilla theater. I like that. I like that. And then if they want to add an extra shot of oomph to how invested you are in the movie, they may even allow the good guy, allow the powerless to get a shot off on one of the rich. They may even allow the good guy to kill one of the rich or to kill one of the powerful. And you're like, I know that's right, kid. You in there hype. You feel me? You in there hype. Okay? You in there hype. Meanwhile, they are manipulating your emotions, pacifying your will to lash out. Because now you get pacified right in your living room. You get vindicated right in your living room. You get vindicated right in your living room. You feel me? And I want to go back just for a second, and then I'm gonna probably close this shit down. I want to go back to this question of the insidious to stop seeing white women, because that's the problem, is in the role of the damsel. Another thing that Europe did in creating the image of the damsel is not only to make the female physically powerless, keeping her thin, keeping her frail, keeping her weak. Not only did and I'm telling you, I think that is the reason why. I won't go into that. Maybe I'll talk about it later. But the elevation in the presentation of the white woman as the damsel, it has to incorporate one, thinness. It has to incorporate extreme whiteness, right? Like, you remember that time in like the 80s where all the female models were stick figures and pale white, told to avoid the sun. Okay? So they have to be frail and defenseless, young, white, extra white, white, right? They have to have a soft voice. They have to be really articulate and have a soft voice. And it has to sound almost like a little girl. Just enough like a little girl. Right? And inherent in that youth, that childlike youth, hence why, one of the most popular kinks, and one of the most popular kinks is to have a woman in pigtails with little barrettes or the little ball bows, to have her in ankle socks, to have her in a little Catholic schoolgirl outfit, to have her eyes big, and to have her talk just enough like a little girl to stimulate the fantasy, and just enough like an adult to make them feel less guilty about fantasizing about children. They fantasize about children because children are the personification of powerlessness. And that is what is attractive, is powerlessness. That's why the damsel is always right on the brink of adulthood, very thin, very frail, no boobies, no ass, right? I'm talking about the old image of the damsel. All right? And everything she does, every behavior, every way of her being is to make the male counterpart secure in his presentation as the pinnacle of power. Everything she does is to prop that up, is to solidify it, is to justify her man's presentation of power. Right? And so, but the problem, and I think it might have been a plan. It might have been a planned problem. This introduction of white women to the global others and the space that it gave her, the freedom that it gave her, the release from terror that it gave her, the freeing of the label of the primary target of patriarchal oppression that it gave her, in freedom, in the acquisition of freedom, in the acquisition of time, in the acquisition of space, in the acquisition of a removal of imposed labels, now power can be acquired for yourself, right? And that's not a problem. Power can be acquired for yourself now that you freed up from the ever-looming eye of the white male patriarch, because now his aggressions can be taken out on the livestock, aka black women. His aggressions can be taken out on the livestock, aka black men. So once you are freed up, you got a black woman nursing your baby, so you ain't got to do that no more. You got some black woman cooking for you and combing your hair, so you ain't got to do that no more. You are freed up. And freedom gives you time to think. And freedom gives you time to plot. And freedom gives you time to strategize. And so in this freedom that was provided to the wives of slave owners, not only to the wives of slave owners, but even to the wives of regular everyday white men who may not own slaves, but could still, by virtue and proximity to whiteness, still go out and commit these aggressions against black, brown, and red people without consequence. So he didn't have to take his frustrations out all the time on his white wife or his white children. Now he was given free reign through ideology, through spiritual ideology, to have his way with this plethora of others that he is now in proximity to. You understand? And so white women, in the freeing up, it was little by little, but in this freeing up of space, in this freeing up of time, in this freeing from aggression, right? These little things that we think are small and inconsequential had them thinking more, had them learning more, because another inherent requirement of the damsel is to be ignorant, is to feign ignorance if you aren't ignorant. It is to play dumb and airheaded. Isn't that what they say? That the perfect woman is what? Blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and airheaded. Dumb as a box of rocks. This is the desire of those that are in positions of power who want the company of a female body, but not of an embodied human being that is an equal. That's not the desire. Because you still hate women even as you have sex with women if you're a patriarch. You still hate women even if you like fucking on the bodies of women. You still hate women. And so of course you would not want an equal. Of course you would not want someone who has a brain. Of course it is more attractive for you. You shouldn't go to college. Trad wife shit. You shouldn't go to college. Your only ambition should be to get married and have kids and be the perfect housewife. Of course, you shouldn't want to own your own business. That's going to take away from the family. Because if you are a patriarch of any kind or any color, by the way, you want the pinnacle presentation that the great white God in the sky and his soul lone voice on the earth, the great white Pope in the white dress in the white Vatican, has said is the pinnacle presentation of the perfect female, which is white and thin and close in age, very, very close in age to child. So close in age to child is about the fact that what? Not well educated, not experienced yet, ignorant, not learned, and willing to comply to all the whims and demands of my powerful, strong husband. And so if this is the presentation put forward by the presentation of the war god, the white war god, Yahweh, in the world and ordained in that presentation or disseminating through that presentation is the white male father in the White Castle known as the Vatican. And this is the accepted image of the pinnacle of white femininity, what it means to be feminine, then it would begin to explain why the object of every woman of color to acquire femininity is white female standards. It is skin lightening creams and skin vagina lightening creams. That's a real thing. You feel me? In the straightening of hair, in the widening out of your eyes if you're Asian, so your eyes look more European than Asian. It is the basis for Asian men getting their leg bones broken to give themselves 2 or 3 inches more height so they present more European in their height and stature. You feel me? A whole plethora. Us getting our big ass, black ass noses tint, our lips tint, while white women are getting their lips bigged. You feel me? A more sharp definition and presentation to our cheekbones. You think it's a preference. It is an ideology ingrained in your DNA, no different than manifest destiny, right? And at the same time that we women are unconsciously, unknowingly, unwittingly manipulated into trying to achieve that which is unachievable, to become white, to become the damsel, because damselness is synonymous with whiteness. Damselness is synonymous with whiteness. And so we try, but we will never become the damsel. One, because our life experiences make us more inherently like what we would call hood intelligent, street smart. So we're too smart for one who is looking for somebody frail, weak, not only in their presentation, but in their mentality. Frail, weak, dependent, hopeless, helpless, and ready to please and accommodate. None of the women of color on earth can meet that mark, because just our basic life experiences as a consequence and products of patriarchal domination on the planet, that ain't no shit we can do. It's not some shit we can do. We too smart, even if we only got a 3rd or 8th grade education. We too smart because our life experiences is where we get our smarts from, our intellect from, our reasoning, our ability to see and fix and address and strategize. So we will never meet the mark, no matter how many plastic surgeries we get, no matter how blonde our hair is, we will never meet that mark. But on the other side of that, while we are chasing and aspiring to the old and almost dead image of the damsel in distress put forward as the pinnacle of femininity by the white patriarchal world, at the same time that is happening and we are chasing that as colonized women, as the global other of women, the other thing that is happening is because manhood is defined by that same institution that defines femininity. Manhood and femininity are defined by Yahweh. Manhood and femininity are defined by his divine representative on earth, the white ass Pope and the white ass dress and the white ass Vatican. And he is defining manhood in proximity to his white self and his white divine intervention that comes down from on high by the great God, Yahweh. You feel me? And manhood says the same thing that it does about femininity. That no matter what you do, black men, brown men, red men, no matter how many jobs you have, no matter whether you rich or poor and have the ability to buy the white woman a castle and treat her like a princess, you will never be a man. That's what your Pope tells you. That's what Yahweh tells you. You people in the Nation of Islam, you people in that are, you know, what you call it, Jews, you people who are black, brown, red, and yellow, adopting all of these religions that are one, all these religions that are one. The reason you're constantly frustrated is because no matter what you do, this Yahweh, this God of war, has told you that you will never be fully a man, but we'll still extract your effort. All these efforts that you take to prove your manhood. That's why you be spreading seed all over the place. You got 15, 20 children all over the place, and you take pride. I got 13 kids, even though you ain't seen now one of them. Because that's not the manhood. The manhood is what? Going forth and multiplying. That's what the Bible say represents manhood. So you do that. You just abuse women all over the place, planting and laying seed that you have no intention of taking care of. You feel me? That's why you do that. You think you being a man, but you ain't. You feel me? What else y'all do? Toxic masculinity is the cornerstone definition of manhood as handed down by the God of war. Violence is a chief requirement and pinnacle. It's one of the primary tenets to be identified as man. Is how violent can you be? How willing to commit violence can you be? Can you remove your soft ass emotions out of the way enough to be violent towards your wife, towards your children? Because what does the Bible say? If you love your children, you will beat your children. He who spares the rod, spoils the child. He who does not punish violently his children hates him. Is that what it says? That those who spare the rod of their children hate the children. And so, because you know in your spirit you will never be quite man, it becomes your chief ambition. Colonized man, it becomes your chief ambition. Colored man, it becomes your chief ambition to seek out the woman that lies in closest proximity to what that same dude told you femininity is. What you were told femininity is, and you can't be a man. And so you know if you can't be a man and your actual counterpart can never be fully woman, you, in order to gain proximity to what you have been told manhood is, you go to seek those that are either a representative of the race, the damsel, the white woman, or you seek those who rest in closest proximity to her image. So out here, you may find that there are just as many black men who say, I would never date a white woman, but they still actively engage exclusively in relationships with women who are not even dark-skinned Mexicans. They are light-skinned Mexicans, light-skinned natives. So it absolves them from the community criticism that you just one of them dudes who just like white women because you hate black women. See, he's safe from that because now he is with another other. But that inherent thing that still is in him, handed down by the Father God up on high, that makes him feel more like a man, you feel me, is his chase, the chase that he gives to those that most closely represents the damsel. The damsel. Within the context of this discussion, colored people, male and female, in their relationship to the damsel image, another thing has happened that we do not address ever. I haven't heard a single person talk about it. There's another thing that's happening as we spin our wheels on this shit over here, right? Why? People up in their panties and up in arms about interracial relationships and always miss the boat or whatever, right? The other thing that has been happening quietly and slowly and insidiously is the radical shift, the radical growth, the radical acquisition, almost equivalent acquisition of power concentrated in the hands of white women as a race. Manhood, womanhood never included any black people, yet we are so tied to these ideologies. Yes. Did you hear what I just said? That while we beefing out loud about all the things, you feel me? Why women be getting wigs? Why women be dyeing their hair blonde? Why this and this and this and this and this? All of this little distractive, unimportant, frivolous bullshit. All the contradictions created to keep us beefing and worrying about unimportant, frivolous bullshit, doing whole dissertations and shit about frivolous bullshit. White women have been very strategic, consistent, and quiet about their slow but methodical acquisition of power. And that acquisition of power, the reason that it's different now is because in no way is it tied to their relationship to white men. Now, it is not, they are not dependent because, see, white masculinity, white patriarchal presentation has seen the historic willingness of women to be just as violent, just as enthusiastic, just as willing to facilitate violence against the class, against the others, the world of others. And they're like, well, damn, they actually will, they can be quite ruthless. They willing to be agents of the state. They willing to preserve white power too. You feel me? That's why the Laura Crofts become sexy. She's perpetually single, right? That's why the Angelina Jolies become popular. Her proximity to these colored kids, she go around gathering up to give herself some validity, but she still has proximity to the face, at that time, the face of Hollywood's most eligible bachelor, whose blonde hair and blue eyes and chiseled jawline makes him the sexiest man alive. The presentation of white male patriarchal domination on earth. She becomes the greatest mother because she strategically goes throughout the world where these colored women don't want their babies. And she gathers them up like her new exotic pets. And we all say, Angelina Jolie, she's so wonderful. Look at her giving a life to these babies and shit. You understand? And so there has been a shift in this dynamic that used to have men solely lust after, solely seek, solely focus their attention on the stereotypical old medieval damsel, the weak, frail, skinny, has an opposition to, no, I'm not hungry. I could just survive off your love, right? This completely emotionally, spiritually, physically dependent human being, much like a mother to her child. Much like a mother to her child, this relationship between the damsel and her husband. Much like the switching of the roles of power from the mother to the father, because the father becomes the husband. The father becomes the male mother to his hopeless, helpless, frail bride, ignorant bride, that she relies on him for everything. And she does it gleefully and joyfully and willingly and enthusiastically. This transformation in the image of power. Now, while the damsel, for a great part, and still we see it now a lot with this the trad wife and the incel shit, we still see this kind of trope where there are still a few who seek the damsel as the ideal woman. But that is being tried and has been for some time for white women anyway. Because since the second wave of feminism in particular, because the second wave of feminism presented a peculiar problem. Because so many of the women that were the figureheads and the leaders of the second wave of feminism were so militant in their opposition to, quote, the patriarchy, that they were like, politically we opposed to the patriarchy, but bitch, all the facilitators of patriarchy are men, and so we ain't having sex with men no more. As a matter of fact, the only sex we having with women, and the sex that we're having with women, is a political statement that we're making. Not only the political statement that we're making that we're not having sex with men, we're not having babies with men, but also in our relationships with women, we will be androgynous. And, quote, aka androgyny meant to look like men, to cut our hair off, to do anything that makes us unattractive to men, which is, in their mind, to be men, to look like men, to dress like men, whatever. That presented a peculiar problem because it made people who may ideologically support feminism, it made it so that they became isolated, politically isolated as the weirdos, right? Politically and socially isolated. Since the beginning of the second wave of feminism, and what that allowed for both white women and white gays to acquire, to achieve, and to accomplish as the others who were the primary beneficiaries of civil rights legislation, white women and white gays were the primary beneficiaries of civil rights legislation. So the blood, sweat, and tears, the fight, and all of that shit that we did, we weren't the primary beneficiaries, even though we were the ones that jumped the shit off. The primary beneficiaries, the wealth acquisition of white women, of white gays, came at our expense, came as a consequence of their inherent tendency to betrayal of others. Their inherent tendency to betrayal of others. To be in proximity with others long enough to gain what they need for themselves and betray us in the end. Feel me? So here you are presented with a new phenomenon. Because I believe Hillary Clinton was the last kind of obvious presentation of the, quote, unattractive, butchy-esque, borderline lesbian presentation of the second wave of feminism. I believe that. I believe that Bill Clinton's open infidelity with or against his wife, the infidelity towards his wife, which was open. She was young. She was he was a dominant over her in terms of her position. And at the end, she was the villain. He wasn't the villain as the person in position of power. She was the villain, Monica Lewinsky. And she was the actual opposite presentation to this woman of power, Hillary Clinton, who wore a suit and a skirt and her hair very sterile and very little makeup. And so power for women at that time was presenting physically as masculine, right? It had to. To be powerful is to be synonymous with men. And in order for you as a woman to have access to power, you have to present like a man. And I feel like that shit came as a direct response or result of the second wave of feminism, that many women had internalized that in order to be the embodiment of power, that they had to present masculine or androgynous. And to be androgynous is to naturally lean towards masculinity. When's the last time you saw a woman who was, quote, androgynous and the androgyny was more a female presentation? That don't ever happen. Even female people who call themselves gender fluid or non-binary, do they tend to present in their clothing, their dress, as still leaning more towards the female presentation of gender fluidity, or is it always leaning towards the masculine expression of gender fluidity? That's not the same for males who identify as gender fluid or non-binary. They are, by virtue of their proximity to maleness, still able to wear dresses, able to have a full beard and wear a dress and have your hair in an updo, because that beard alerts everyone around you that at the end of the day, I may put on a dress, bitch. At the end of the day, I may wear earrings and paint my fingernails, but at the end of the day, bitch, I still got a penis. At the end of the day, bitch, I will still grow a full-on beard, even as I call myself gender non-fluid. I mean, gender non-binary or gender fluid. There is a proximity of, we don't have to be conscious of it. We do it. We default do it. In a male, in a person born male that is gender fluid or gender non-binary, that are always outspoken in their dress and their femininity and all of that stuff, and they just happen to sport a beard with a mini skirt on or whatever, they want their maleness to be very ever present. You feel me? Even as they got on all pink or whatever, there is a messaging, whether they're conscious of it or not, whether we're conscious of it or not, that their proximity to maleness still gives them advantage. That's a word. It still gives them advantage. People born female who identify as gender nonconforming or gender fluid, the reason that their presentation tends towards masculine, their dress and their presentation tends towards masculine, is because we too recognize that our proximity to masculinity in our presentation and dress provides us some level of safety that we wouldn't have if we leaned more towards the feminine expression of gender nonconformity, gender fluidity, and all the other things. There is a protection that is provided when we mush our boobs against our chest so that we appear to not have no titties. There is, and that's not my imagination. I know lesbians that do it. They ain't even gender non-binary or gender fluid, who, because they are always trying to protect their body against the sight and aggressions of males, will wear bras that are 3, 4, 5 times too small to mush their boobs as flat as they can. Will even do like binding and shit, wrapping like, what you call it, the shit you put around your wrist or whatever when you get an ankle injury, a wrist injury, ankle injury. Wrap that shit real tight around your boobs before you put your bra on. So while you dressing in your gender fluid way out in the world with your baseball cap and the this and the that, and you might paint your fingernails, but that's as feminine as you're going to get, calling yourself androgynous or gender nonconforming. But you recognize that there is an ever-present threat against your uterus, against your vagina, if you are revealed to be feminine, if you are revealed to be female. I'm just telling you what it is. You feel me? And so I feel like that period from like the beginning of the second wave of feminism up to about Hillary Clinton, that's the last real time that you see. And there was a few of them. Margaret Thatcher, Hillary Clinton, these were all the kind of butchy, unattractive, and old. It was synonymous with aging too. Old, unattractive, butchy-faced presentations. And this is the only way that as a female, you can possess this kind of power, is you have to be sexually unattractive. You have to be physically old. Because because the damsel can't have power. That is a complete contradiction to what the image is. So you can't be young. That's why Monica Lewinsky. That's why Monica Lewinsky, because she was young, she was powerless, she was in a position where even if she said no, can you really say no to the president? Was it just attraction? She was the seductive, she was the evil seductress who made Bill Clinton stumble against his better judgment. She was the villain and he was the innocent who fell victim to the witchy wiles of this young, powerless maiden. And why wouldn't he succumb to the wiles of this poor sexually wilding maiden when his wife is this masculine, butchy, undynamic, bull-faced, always looking mean, old ass wife? All the men was like, I'd have did it too. Monica Lewinsky, she cute. She young, she fresh. She won't say no. But here you got your wife, and she ain't like the typical quiet presidential wife. She out here making shit happen. She was a senator before she met you. You feel me? She out here making moves, brokering deals, acquiring wealth. I would be emasculated too. Here I am, the face of the goddamn United States government, the face of democracy in the world, and I'm emasculated by my butchy, old, power-hungry wife. Isn't that something? And so everybody felt empathy for Bill Clinton when he got found out. You had me tell it, it was strategic. It was strategic. It was planned. It was scripted. The affair, the finding out of the affair, it wasn't no scandal. It was strategic. It was strategic. You feel me? Hillary Clinton becomes the end of this second wave of feminine age, defined and shaped and crafted by white women who were emboldened through civil rights legislation that allowed them for the first time to have free access to the acquisition of wealth. For the first time ever, they're able to get checking accounts. For the first time they're able to buy a home without men. They buy a home without men. For the first time their access to education shot through the roof. Their access to PhD programs and to become doctors and all the things was unleashed by civil rights legislation. You feel me? And in this acquisition of wealth and this contest that was being staged and presented by radical feminists of the second wave of feminism, they had internalized that the same thing that the Pope has said is that if you are female and you have power, you cannot be feminine. You cannot be desirable. You cannot be attractive. You cannot be sexy. In fact, power is still the sole domain of men. And if you as a woman want to have access to power, which is the sole domain of men, you have to be as close in proximity to male likeness as possible. Because if you are a female with sexual desire, if you are a female who likes to be sexy, this is not the presentation that's acceptable. You're weak if you want to be sexy. You're weak if you want to wear makeup. You're weak if you want to wear pink. So if you are going to go out here and try to acquire power, you better look as close to men as you can. This is what made, I'm convinced, this is what made women beginning to wear suits and ties to their offices. Women beginning to try to feminize masculine presenting outfits. Yes, I'm going to wear a pinstripe suit, but I'm going to make the pants a skirt. And I will wear short, undistracting heels so that I, as the masculine presentation of feminine acquisition of wealth, do not distract my male counterparts with my wilding, witchy ways, aka makeup, aka a bustier, aka a mini skirt or whatever. Because I know that my male counterparts will not respect my power and my acquisition of power if they cannot relate to me as one of the boys. And we totally embodied that, totally jumped both feet first in that, wearing our hair back in really, really tight buns and glasses and a scowl on our face to climb the corporate ladder, to become the CEOs, to be like our male counterparts. Because to be any other way is to be perceived as weak, is to be perceived as willing to be dominated, willing to be overcome. And so Hillary Clinton as the face of power, Margaret Thatcher as the face of power, old, you know what I'm saying? Stereotypically unattractive, you understand? Past your childbearing age, that is a telltale sign, right? But now these young people, Generation X, who were born during the second wave of feminism. We were born at the beginning of the second wave of feminism, transitioning into this rebellious age, showing itself in a myriad of ways in the 80s, off the back end of, these extreme dualities of the 1960s and 70s. Now we aren't living in an era in the 80s that is completely defined by war. The Vietnam War is over. All these major things that were defining movements in the 60s and the 70s, that shit has ebbed. Now people just want to party. People want to shake off 2 decades, 3 decades of fucking war. And so disco, the culture changed radically. You feel me? It was no more freedom songs. It was like, whoo, that's over. Let's turn the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Feminism is happening. So women are talking more about sexual liberty and sexual agency. You feel me? All of this thing is happening. Yes, hip hop emerging around the same time. All this dynamic, rebellious, culturally rebellious energy is emerging in response to being able to just shake off the intensity of the last, the last age, the last period, right? And so you see something else beginning to happen in the 80s, right? So even though we're still in what is considered the period of the second wave of feminism, there is, and even the culture was responding to that. I mean, all you have to do is look at like Annie Lennox, right? She was the personification of the empowered feminist who always sees that power is synonymous with masculinity. Therefore, she has to, quote, be masculine presenting. And because males are always handed power regardless, at the same time that you're seeing Annie Lennox is wearing a suit and tie and very short hair, being very, even in her gesturing, very masculine in her gesturing and her posturing, on the opposite side of that, you see the emergence of heavy metal off the back end of punk rock, heavy metal in particular, heavy metal and certain presentations of rock and roll. Prince is another personification of that, where men, because they don't have to worry about power, they have access to power just by virtue of being born men. Yes, even black men have some access to power, right? And so because they are confident in their power. They're confident into the fact that power is always going to be yielded to them and afforded to them. They can be as rebellious as they want. And so what happened? As you have these ideologies and political things that are happening in the world having an impact on the culture, heavy metal, they cut it out. Heavy metal, they come out, they're like, we'll just go all the way in. Full makeup, lipstick, eyeliner, eyeshadow, big hair, long hair, ruffles, Prince, ruffles, ass cheeks showing, high heels, didn't matter. What did you see? Every time you see these men dressed full on as women in performance, it is their masculinity that women saw. It is their access to power. It is their proximity to power that all these women screaming and yelling and wanting to be groupies to these men who are essentially dressed up in full drag. And these women were like, I want that. And I told y'all why. You know what I'm saying? And so these dynamics are not separate from each other. They are all feeding off of and into each other, right? And these are social phenomena that emerge in response to our social surroundings, political impact, all that stuff. But the thing that was consistent through all the cultural changes, all the cultural dynamics, all the things, all the noise, was this slow, consolidated, consistent, and strategic acquisition of power and grabbing of wealth by white women and white gay people. That was the thing that was consistent. And I say it was insidious because it was happening in plain sight, hidden in plain sight. So yeah, you might be able to point out a Hillary Clinton that was the stone-faced, unsexy presentation of masculine power embodied in a female. There was still this thing happening on the ground. White women start going to the gym. White women start tanning. This sounds like a stretch, but walk with me, because it was in the 80s that, quote, aerobics became popular. Now, every time you turn around, these skinny, stick figure-esque white women are lifting weights now. That's mark number one against the damsel image. They lifting weights. They going to the gym. Now, mark two is they done started tanning. They done started going and laying out in the sun. So that, all your fairy tales tell it. Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, whose skin was white as snow. Purity is what is implied in that. Because isn't that what your Bible say? That once you are bathed in the blood of the Lord, you become white as snow. Because white as snow is synonymous with goodness. in a patriarchal society, in a white male dominated patriarchal society, in a white male presentation of patriarchy in the world. So you too, Negro, once you wipe yourself away, wipe yourself clean from your sins, you too can be white as snow. That's what your Bible tell you. That's what your preacher teach you. Is that you too can be white as snow. And so this is not, listen, this is just me on a walk. I don't know what I'm on. This is me on a walk. If the damsel is defined in her desire, she is defined in her desire by her father as white as snow, as frail and defenseless, as ignorant, and as close to proximity as those who have absolutely no power, which is children. Then her starting to go to the gym and lift weights is mark number 1 against the damsel image. Mark number 2 is to go to the sun, go outside and lay in the sun on purpose to become darker. Mark number 2. Mark number 3 is to go to college, but not just to go to college, because college used to be for white women how to be good housewives. We see movies about it. College for a long time in this country was just enough college for you to be a better housewife. That's it. So now y'all start going to college to actually acquire degrees, to become doctors and lawyers. Mark number 3. Because for you to become doctors and lawyers, for you to become independent entrepreneurs means you cannot be a damsel because you are not hopeless and helpless. That's mark number 3. Okay. Mark number 4, white women. And this really started maybe in the 70s, got really popularized in the 70s with like Wonder Woman and Charlie's Angels and all of that shit. White women start owning guns, start going to firing ranges, start learning karate and self-defense. So now you are no longer defenseless, in need of a brawn dude to protect home and hearth. That's mark number 4. That's mark number 4. Feel me? And I will add another one. White women beginning to seek out, to deliberately seek out sexual or emotional romantic relationships with the others to whom they have been introduced is mark number 5. Is mark number 5. Why is that mark number 5? For them to seek out romantic or sexual relationships with others that they have been introduced to. Unlike what most of y'all think about, how the problem with white, as far as the white world is concerned, as far as white men are concerned, the problem with white women seeking out relationships with the proverbial others of the world is contrary to what you think, God rest her soul, but contrary to what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing taught us, that the reason that white men are afraid of interracial relationships is because of genetic, genetic annihilation. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's the primary motivation. It might be an attribute of it, because that's what a lot of these white boys talking about. We will not be annihilated, or whatever. That might be an attribute of it, but I don't think it's the leading thing. We're talking about the image of the damsel and how it has dominated the last 400 or 500 years. If white women start going out and pursuing sexual or emotional romantic relationships with the proverbial other, this is the power that has only been exclusive to white males. It is unladylike to approach a man for a one-night stand. It is unladylike to be in a sexual relationship with some brute, some Negro, some Mexican. It is unladylike. Isn't that what they say? It's unladylike for you to make the first move. It's unladylike for you to ask a man on a date if he does not catch the hints that you want to go out with him. It's unladylike. What does it mean to be unladylike? In their mind, it means only we have a right to do those things. Only we have a right to be the aggressor or the initiator in the relationship. Only we have a right to pursue those that we are attracted to. This is about that pursuit of sex, that pursuit of getting your needs met elsewhere, that pursuit of romantic relationships. That's about two things: her expression of power and domination. His response, the white man's response, is about his rage towards her having as much power as he does. And that's the final manifestation of it. Her having as much power as he does. Because she's no longer frail, she's no longer dependent, she's no longer uneducated, she's no longer childlike, she can be who she want to be. And all of these things that are marks against damselness that she's done since the second wave of feminism, all these marks in opposition to the damsel image, I have a theory that in her inherent and innate sense of entitlement to all that she lays her eyes on, also recognizing that she is still the most desired woman on earth, she starts to strategically make herself more attractive. She starts to strategically make herself more attractive to the proverbial other, because she is entitled to the proverbial other. All that she desires, she has a right to lay claim to. So recognizing that, especially in those periods, the 70s and the 60s, 70s, 80s, Black men was like, we like titties, we like big titties, we like big asses, you feel me? Like, we like our women. All these songs, men singing to their women and shit like that. This does not have to be a concerted effort. I am telling you what it is. I'm talking about how we subconsciously respond to cultural change and transformation. We adjust according to that which we are experiencing around us. But it was happening too much and too often at one time for it not to at least be an aspect. All of a sudden, because the Twiggies, somebody mentioned it earlier, the Twiggies were the most desirable. This is what people wanted to see in the form of models and actresses and so on. It's the Twiggies. Is the personification of the damsel. But now, because of the second wave of feminism, and women can get out here and earn their own money and be in bigger spaces and expand their horizons in terms of relationships with other people, because they can be out in the world. They ain't bound to the kitchen, they ain't bound to the house. And they seeing all these good looking niggas, these big niggas, these, you know what I'm saying? And they see that their presentation that has always been attractive to their males, not boobs, not too big, flat butt, right? Thin lips, right? Frailness, where you can see your little elbows and shit. That was attractive to their men. But when they get into these open spaces, now they going to college and they getting into corporate jobs and they expanding their horizons, because their only lot in life is not to find some male that will financially rescue them from their parents. And they see in these spaces that they are not desired by these others. They are not desired by Black men. They are not desired by Mexican men or Native men. And that the object of these men's desires is women with some ass and women with some titties and women with some juicy lips. You feel me? And so what happens? They start working out to develop some muscle. They start going to the beach to lay out for long periods of time so they too can activate the dormant melanin in their skin. It was in the 70s that white women started getting the first breast implants out of nowhere. Was it out of nowhere? Or was it a response to the widening of their particular sexual attraction, the object of their sexual attraction? The object of their sexual attraction. And like, damn, we need to become more sexually attractive to the object of our sexual attraction. It was in the 70s that women started getting these terrible, botched up, breast implants out of nowhere, where a decade earlier, that was not required. That was not required by their men. Big boobs was not required by their men. Juicy booties was not required by their men. Why? Not in them, not in white women. They may like those things, but guess what? We still lived in a society that allowed white men to have their way with any woman that they saw fit without consequence. So if they had an urge for a juicy booty or some big titties, they can just go literally rape somebody and know that there would be no consequence for that aggression. They needed their female to still be the epitome of wholesome desire, worthy of white masculinity. They still needed the damsel at home while they still got out there and got their rocks off oppressing somebody else. So that's why they didn't desire big titties and big ass in their white women and their wives. Because they still had full, unimpeded access to all the others who were in proximity to them and oppressed by them. So all of a sudden, the feminist movement, the second wave of the feminist movement jumps off, and white women start broadening their horizons through work and education and social, and social gatherings and shit that didn't have them imprisoned in the house all day long, right? And they're like, damn, these black men beautiful and shit. These Mexican men, they're beautiful. This shit, we've been missing out. And these men didn't have no play for them, didn't have no smoke for them, no play for them, nothing. And then all of a sudden, these frail damsels in distress, talking like little babies and shit, start working out, start going to the gym, start being like Charlie's Angels. We're still women, we're still feminine, but as our secret agent self, we'll kick some ass, we'll shoot a gun, but this is our double agent self. See, we'll still be the cheerleader-esque type desirable damsel in the world, but when it's time for us to be secret agents, we'll boss up, we'll kick some ass, we'll shoot a gun with a tube top on. You feel me? We'll do that. We can be everything, right? We can be the housewife and the assassin, right? And so what was not an issue just a decade earlier now becomes a part of the culture. It's in every movie. All of a sudden, in black movies that were typically just black people, now all of a sudden, white people, white women start becoming characters in the movies, love interests in the movies. Now, this girl, she's tan, she's dark, she's got a great rack, she's got a big old ass, she got a booty like a white girl, I mean, a booty like a black girl. Y'all heard that shit? She got a booty like a white girl, a black girl. Now, all of a sudden, they become the primary objects of desire among colonized men who just a decade earlier wouldn't give them no smoke, no attention. One, because they knew that there was violence attached to that. And two, because they weren't attractive. And they also, white women, not just in these relationships in the United States, en masse, started doing exactly what white men do. They started to become, based on their access to privilege, power, and wealth, started to become sexual tourists. Start to this day, going out in girl groups, going to poor countries, colonized countries where ain't nobody got no resources, ain't nobody got no power, strategically looking for colonized men to pay pennies on the dollar to entertain them and fuck them good. You feel me? Because this, whether it be, quote, just because they attracted to black bodies, that ain't it. White women going on sexual tourism is no different than white women sneaking into the slave quarters. It is their position of power. It is their position of privilege. It is their position of domination over another human being. That's what they're attracted to. That's what they're attracted to when they go into these relationships where their voice is more powerful than the person they call themselves attracted to. That any moment, that nigga color outside the lines just a little bit. He goes from boo to nigger, and he is a phone call away from being arrested and accused of some sexual aggression. And he is always aware of that in his relationship with this white woman. He's always aware of it. So he never colors outside the lines. He always tries to keep her happy. Because any day that woman can weaponize her whiteness, no matter how Kim Kardashian-esque she look. No matter how many surgeries to make her butt big and her boobies big and her lips big and darkens her skin, she looks, any day that nigga step out of line, she can weaponize that whiteness that she still has proximity to, demonstrating that I will always be more powerful than you. That is the allegiance that I have. That is the allegiance that I have pledged to white male patriarchy in the world as a white woman. Is even if I step out on white power with a Negro, I still pledge allegiance to white power. Even if I have a black ass baby by a Negro, I still pledge allegiance to white power. I'm trying to tell you. That's why their default is to weaponize their whiteness in relationships with men who get out of line or who don't do what they say or who irritate their nerves or whatever. That's how the instant default to know that just me opening my mouth can end this man's life. That's the power I have over you, because that is the pledge that I make to white power. That is the allegiance that I still have with white power, is my power over you. That's the allegiance. That's the pledge that I make. And I, white woman, like you, white man, I like some colored meat every now and again too. This is what I'm saying. White women have acquired power. White women have acquired power. And the acquisition of power, that's the last thing I'll say. The acquisition of power by white women, if you've noticed in mass, is not challenging white men. White men aren't upset. White men in mass are not intimidated. White men in mass are not beside themselves. White men in general are not threatened by. White men in general may even welcome the presentation and acquisition of power by white women. You know why? Because in the world they live in, power is still theirs. And no matter how much power that white woman get, she ain't no threat to me. I'm still white and male. So we can be friends. We can hang out. We can go to football games together, white girl. White men are not intimidated by the acquisition of power by white women. As a matter of fact, the acquisition of power by women, the acquisition of education, the acquisition of power, the acquisition of wealth, the acquisition of privilege, the acquisition of position by white women has suddenly become the antithesis of the damsel, the desirable antithesis of the damsel. The white, I'm telling you, like Laura Croft. Ooh, they love her. She got the perfect body. It's not too muscular like black women. You feel me? She just muscular enough. She got just enough booty. She got just enough boobies. Even though she athletic, she still got titties. She still got a booty. You feel me? She got the perfect hair. She wears just enough makeup to not look slutty. You feel me? This becomes a desirable trait. Even if, in my mind, it started as a way to attract the attention of men of color. I'm convinced. Even as this thing that they started doing became a way to attract men of color in a world they were just entering into in the 70s, mimicking the attributes of those men's female counterparts. The darkness of their skin, the fullness of their lips, the voluptuousness of their boobs and their butt. I am convinced that in mass, this was a response by white women who had been damselized, had been made weak, had been made defenseless, had been made, quote, pure, had been made childlike by the demands of white patriarchal masculinity in that period. That as soon as they start getting out into the world in the 60s with the hippie movement and in college and in all these spaces where they see and all these others, all these good looking, beautiful others, and they are not the center of attention, and they are not the focus of desire. They are not the center of desire. They started to respond quickly. Started going outside, sunbathing with no clothes on. You feel me? Doing their little squats to juicy up their booties a little bit, whatever. So even though I think culturally we have to do a whole historical breakdown of it, I'm thinking that the initial reason for them to change their image as human beings in the world from Twiggies to Laura Crofts, you feel me, was in response to their widened sexual desire in the bodies of these others that they were suddenly surrounded by because of, quote, integration and shit, the integration of society. That the way that it played out over time was that this change in their physical appearance was happening in concert with their acquisition and access to power and position, wealth, power, and position. And so this, I believe, is why the image of the white woman as the ass-kicking, all-powerful woman who was both vicious and sexy. Now, we know that the first real image of that woman that we've seen was like Pam Grier, right? Where Pam Grier was like ultra, ultra, ultra sexy, always showing a little skin, big ass afro, but you dare not try her or your ass will get cut or your ass will get got. You feel me? Like, she was the one. And she was desirable by all, but she was still black. And so while you may, as a white man, desire her in secret and in private, you could not do that shit in public, no matter how much power you had. You could not put her on your arm as your main squeeze, no matter how much power you had. Right? And so, even though Pam Grier becomes the archetype for the equally sexy, badass, assassin-like killer, a lot of those further on down the line, I feel were used her directly as an archetype for their characters. Laura Croft, what's them girls' names? Charlie's Angels, Wonder Woman, right? This is where you see that now power embodied in a female doesn't have to be androgynous, doesn't have to be unsexy in a pinstripe suit, doesn't have to be hair pulled back in a bun with glasses to make you less attractive. Now power can be superhero shit. Now power can be sexy and violent, sexy and vicious, right? And so over time, this becomes more desirable. Because white women are not in a competition with the power of white men. I don't care how much power, I don't care how much education, I don't care how much wealth white women acquire. They are never in competition with white men. They don't see themselves as in competition with white men. White men don't see them as in competition with them. Anything that white women do, anything that white women acquire, anything that white women execute in the world is always going to benefit white men. It's always going to benefit white men. It's always going to reflect well on the white world, on the white community. Always. 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 You feel me? Oh, that's a good idea, Shy Boy Shades. That's a good idea. Let me write that down. That's a good idea. Not only Harriet Tubman, but even Sojourner Truth and the inherent betrayal of Sojourner Truth by the white women that she allowed herself to be in proximity of. For her power as an orator, for her power as a woman, to give fire to give validity to. White women whose only ambition at the time, even as they was asking black women to speak on their behalf, their only ambition was to acquire voting rights for themselves. We can do this all day long. The consistent betrayal of others by white women because we see them as other. We see them as us. We see them as us. Not willing, enthusiastic cheerleading participators in the upholdment, in the uplifting, in the as the foundation stones of white male domination on earth. Yep. Let's see, screen time programs. All the influence comes from screen time. Yep. Yes, Sage Page, giving our fire away. You understand? wanting to be the proverbial perpetual mothers of the world. You know what I mean? Seeing the humanity in all others at our expense, not putting them through an educational process that would guarantee their loyalty, just relying on belief and hope and faith that if you treat a person right, they're gonna do right by you. They're gonna remain loyal. They're gonna be a good ally. And the only evidence we got of that is hope and belief and faith. Because we don't rely on history to inform us of that relationship. We rely on belief and hope and faith. Feel me? I just want y'all to take a moment to thank the goddess. For the first time since May, it is raining outside. It is raining out here. Like really raining, like full on raining. I might go outside and play in it. I'm so hyped. I'm so happy. It is full on raining out here. So grateful, so honored, so grateful. Yeah. And I got on that. It's y'all fault. Because y'all was the one that raised it. Damn Daenerys and her ass, her treacherous ass, that we was all rooting for and shit. That's gonna have to that might have to be a whole ass like symposium breakdown of the Game of Thrones and how treacherous that shit was. And then once I get into, because somebody mentioned it earlier, I'd already written it down. But the whole thing about like, is there something we missed about Cersei? You know what I'm saying? Because she was the woman that you love to hate, diabolical human that she was, but she's named after a primordial goddess. So I'm like, maybe I need to go back and watch her character with a different set of eyes, with a fresh set of eyes. You feel me? I feel an energy shift lately. A lot of Black women are saying we need to rest and stop running to the rescue of others. The moonlight is emanating from you tonight. Let me tell you something. There was something else I wanted to say, and I got sidetracked, but it was about Daenerys. I will, Tyra. I will. I'll make it a point to at least add it into something. You know what? I mentioned this to y'all too. The actress that played Cersei, the diabolical woman that we love to hate, honey, she just came out with a scathing, long presentation about her unwavering, unflinching solidarity with the Palestinian people, not only to end the genocide of the Palestinian people, but for them to have their land back. Cersei did that. The woman who played Cersei, yes, she did. I said, okay, Cersei. Okay, Cersei. She did that. She did that. She said, not only do we need to immediately end the genocide against Palestinian people, but they have a right to have their land back. They have a right to live. They have a right to their land back. They have a right to peace. I said, well, come on in the room, Cersei. Come on in the room, Cersei. She said that. All right. Anyway, don't interrupt no more. Y'all know I'm going to read these comments. Hold on the comments for a second. Hold on. I know I have to train myself to rest, though. That gives me grace towards all. Yes, it was in direct response to this statement that Sage, Paige, and QB just made. I feel an energy shift lately, and a lot of Black women are saying we need to rest and start running to the rescue of others. I'm going to say something about this, and I was going to mention, and I got sidetracked about this whole ass conversation, dissertation I just gave y'all about Daenerys. This impromptu, totally unintended dissertation about Daenerys, and about how the three dragons are in that movie what they always have been in every movie, what they always have been in every mythology, what they always have been in every story on earth. They are the embodiment of the entire boundless, timeless power of the Black primordial abyss known as she. That's what the serpent, that's what the dragon has always represented in every culture. Every culture is the boundless creative potential of the jet Black mother. known as the cosmos, known as the cosmos that embodies every creation, every star, every quasar, every black exists within the mother's body. That black that still exists everywhere. You feel me? And the reason I mention that is because this is the last thing I say. I'm gonna say, I promise. But I am perpetually, and it's based on something, it reminded me, these two things that these sisters said, reminded me that I wanted to mention this. Because I am perpetually annoyed, perpetually frustrated, extremely concerned about the position that Black women have taken en masse and continue to double down on today since November 5th, when Trump was elected president of the United States. This position that in one giant voice, the 92% have taken, have prided themselves, have adorned themselves with these badges of heroic honor because we did the right thing in voting for Kamala. And everybody who did not vote for Kamala is the proverbial bad guy, the proverbial enemy of justice, the proverbial enemy of freedom, the proverbial enemy of women's rights, and on and on and on. That these Black women, this 92%, enthusiastically and instantaneously, like in the blink of an eye, in less than a week, I meant to Google this, in less than a week, raised $81 million to support Kamala Harris's campaign bid to become the president of the United States. $81 million in less than a week, these women raised. And when the outcome of the election was not what they expected, which was for Kamala Harris to be the face of empire in this new day, to be the figurehead of empire in this new day, when the outcome was not what they put all of that energy and all of that money into should be, their position was to socially, collectively, and economically opt out, but not a complete economic opt out. What did they do? They, in turn, said, we're going to give our money to the organizations that we said we would take our money from to support the Palestinians in their rightful demand to end their annihilation. So we are going to get on this shit en masse, and drink from Starbucks cups, who are known contributors to the genocide against the indigenous people of Palestine. We are going to give our money in full support of McDonald's, who are known contributors. They say 25% of Starbucks profits go directly to Israel. 25%, a quarter of their profits go to Israel. I'm going to drink my Starbucks. And under a declaration of we are the 92%, that we, I don't say we because y'all know I didn't vote, under a declaration of 92%, and internalizing that those who did not vote for Kamala were the ultimate betrayers of destiny, the ultimate betrayers of freedom, the ultimate betrayals of democracy or something shit. This was the conclusion that y'all came to, the 92%. And if you voted for Kamala, I'm going to stop tiptoeing around your feelings. I understand why you did what you did, because the propaganda is rich. The propaganda is effective. The terror campaign levied upon your heads and the glimmer of hope that is equally presented in the form of a Kamala, in the form of an Obama, in a sea of terror. Here's a glimmer of hope. We might have the first Black woman president. I get it. I understand why you did what you did. But I'm not gonna be tempering my tongue around this shit anymore. Because the reason it was relevant to this discussion about Daenerys was it so enthusiastically reminded me in an instant of this ultimate, this untapped, this wild power potential as represented in the body of Black women. Right? This primordial energy represented by the three serpents. And this power, if under the right direction, could have done anything, could have literally changed the entire face of the globe. These three dragons, if led by the right person. And everybody assumed, everybody yielded, everybody had faith, hope, and belief that Daenerys was the right one. You feel me? This wild potential represented in the bodies of Black women. And our enemy knows that, by the way. That's why they pulled this power play that they did with Kamala. They pulled a power play on your ass. They gave you your pacifier. That's what they did. Kamala was your pacifier. Kamala was your pacifier. You Black women in the year of the dragon. Kamala was your pacifier. That's what she was. Outward, open, Zionist, exploitator of Black, brown, red, and brown human beings in Palestine. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. You feel me? But she was just close enough in her proximity to Blackness. Just close enough. In her proximity to Blackness, she had just enough goofy ass swag with her Converse wearing self. She had just enough corny little colloquialisms to pacify you, to pacify that potential that you represent. And when you were betrayed, when your expectations and your energy and your money was robbed from you, which is what the strategy was, what you do? You lash out against everybody. I'm not saying you should take I'm not saying that you should take their side. What I am saying is this same little position that y'all are unified in one voice as the 92%. We going on a rest. We going on a 4-year vacation. We gonna get our needs met, even if it means that we gotta go and drink our Starbucks and eat our McDonald's. That's the fucking conclusion that you come to? That we gonna rest, that we gonna vacation, that we gonna live our best life over these next 4 years? Why you couldn't have taken that position before you was given the pacifier of Kamala? Why you couldn't have taken that position in the interest and support of Black-led organizations already doing radical work in the world that has had more of an impact on the lives of Black people and poor people than Kamala could ever have? If you want to know the organizations, I can name about 20 of them right off the top of my head. People who've been rescued from prison, wrongful incarceration, people who are completely being supported as victimized by incarceration, people who are taking it upon themselves to school to give thorough, adequate, dynamic education to Black children from zero to graduation. A Mexican brother up in Santa Cruz who is taking the personal responsibility to give housing to indigenous Black and brown men and women who come out of prison and ain't got nowhere to go. He housed them without question, give them a job, and helps to detox them if they are addicted to alcohol and substance once they get out. I can tell you 1,500 organizations right off the top of my dome of people whose lives, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people whose lives have been completely transformed by people who do not have the funding that y'all just gave this rotten, filthy dog $81 million. For her to not even stage a contest, baby. She didn't even wage a contest. She didn't even wage a contest. She had goofy ass shit, like having rock concerts and doing the electric slide, because she think y'all a fool, just like white people think y'all foolish. Because that's her proximity to whiteness, her hatred of blackness and brownness. She think y'all stupid, just like every other president think y'all stupid. And all they got to do is make a tennis shoe, and all they got to do is play a saxophone, and all they got to do is every now and again do some black shit. And that's all you need to get you out to the polls and vote for that peculiar face of your oppression. She think you stupid like the rest of them. She played you dumb like the rest of them. She played you dumb like the rest of them. You feel me? And if you had me, tell it you just made her $81 million richer, because she ain't used that $81 million to stage no campaign. The donors don't get that money back. You black women that went and gave that woman $81 million, y'all don't get that back. And y'all ain't said one negative word about this woman since she lost the election, and she has not made a public declaration or statement since she lost. She's been literally out of the media. You ain't heard a peep, not a cricket peep. The first time you done seen her since she lost that election was when she was over there at Jimmy Carter's burial service. That's the first time you done seen her face anywhere, doing anything, saying anything. She ain't come out and make a public declaration. I want to thank all you wonderful radical people who supported my campaign and believed in this campaign. And I just want to tell you, I still got your side. I still got your back. And my position in the office, in the legislation, or whatever, this is still how I'm going to levy my power. She ain't did that. She ain't probably shot a motherfucking thing. She took her black ass when she lost. I was like, thank you for the $81 million. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. That's what she did. Meanwhile, y'all still beefing and lamenting and shit all over this goddamn internet. How about how we're the 91%? We're the 91%. We did the right thing. We're the heroes of America. We did the right thing. Meanwhile, you same ones who are, quote, condemning white women and got all these white women in their crocodile tears and fears and shit about whether they need to wear a blue blazer or not, and all that dumb ass, irrelevant, infantile, dumb ass shit. Y'all beefing back and forth about a bracelet. You feel me? Meanwhile, you would still, I've heard black women do it, condemn Arabs that refused to vote in the election. Condemn Arabs who refused to vote in the election, saying that they betrayed Kamala. They betrayed the future. They betrayed freedom because you refused to vote for Kamala. Arabs who took a definitive strategic position to not vote for genocidal supporters, for supporters of Israel. Both Trump and Kamala. Arabs, white people, black people, brown people, and Mexican people who staged an opposition said, I will not participate in this bullshitting ass process to cast a vote with one of either supporters of Israel and its domination over the entire region. I know some of you done talk shit about me and why I refuse to vote in presidential elections. First of all, I'm a grown goddamn woman. Second of all, I pay taxes regardless of who sits in the Oval House. And three, I'm smarter than you. I'm smarter than you. I'm more learned than you. My political responsibility, my social political responsibility isn't a demonstration with a little sticker to say I voted today every 4 years, and between them 4 years, I don't do a motherfucking thing that helps another motherfucking human being. And so this power potential, this strategy in the year of the dragon, with all the potential represented in the dragon, got diverted. Your energy got diverted. What just happened in this election was you 92% just got played. Not just you 92%. Let me just make this clear. Not just you 92%. Everybody that voted for Trump, you niggas just got played too. Whether you white, black, brown, red, don't matter. If you voted for Trump, your ass got played. If you voted for Kamala, your ass got played. Because what you both just did, whether you voted for Kamala or whether you voted for Trump, was you diverted your very powerful energy, your very powerful impact that you could have had in some other way. You diverted all those resources, all that power, all that energy, all that thought, all that discourse, all your breath into what was inevitable to happen, which was an organized, strategic, non-violent coup of the little bit of democracy that you could have hoped to eke out for yourself in the process called the United States of America. You just watched a coup unfold in real time, and y'all over here talking about Starbucks, goddamn McDonald's, and blue bracelets. That's what y'all talking about. That we going on a 4-year vacation so we can take a break. That's what y'all talking about. As you were just lulled in real time to the participation of a non-violent coup. A coup that is, listen, the coup was both facilitated by the Red Party and the Blue Party. They both participated in this coup. So don't get it twisted. They both participated in the coup. And y'all were the pawns that got played. Those of you who voted for Trump, those of you who voted for Kamala, those of you who are radical, rabid, racist, ass evangelical Christians, those of you who are good Southern Baptist, go to church every Sunday, blue all day, black people, you both got played. You both got played. So there you go. Now you got 7 billionaires in your president's cabinet, and you watching literally within a week them dismantle every single gain you and your ancestors made for yourself and all the others that exist here. That's what y'all did. Y'all on this shit talking about goddamn blue bracelets and motherfucking permanent vacations and goddamn McDonald's and fucking Starbucks. It's gross as fuck. It's gross. And it just reminds me, because Daenerys was white power. Daenerys was the face of white power. Daenerys was the full-on representative of the strides and the strategic changes white power will make, the strategic concessions that white power will make to secure its own interests. That's what she represented. That's what she represented. She represented the fact that white power will put a white woman in the seat of the White House if their objectives are met at the end of the day. That's all right. We'll do that. You need to have a black husband to facilitate this more quickly, to gain more relatability. Cool, do that. We'll let you have a Negro husband while you sit in the White House. Feel me? You need to have a little bit more edge. We'll do what you need to do. Our objectives are going to be met at the end of the day anyway. That's what Daenerys represented. Daenerys, in her, what do they call it? The strategic and weaponized incompetence. That was her damsel. The strategic and weaponized incompetence. That's how they lured you in. Be like, Daenerys, that's my girl. They lured you in through her as a strategy of strategic and weaponized incompetence. The damsel in distress. She who will take a hit. She who will take a hit. She who will endure her oppression. She represents a strategy of weaponized, strategic and weaponized incompetence, because they got a long view. You feel me? Her brother, yes, he was the rightful heir, but he was a douchebag. He was belligerent. There were certain things that just were not attractive and strategic in his behavior. And it made him weak. That represented a weakness in him. He a man, but he's not being very strategic. It's his weaknesses that make him a liability to us. So let us just go ahead and groom this girl to take power. And what does she do? Backed by all the power of these Black primordial goddess representatives and all of the world's others, all the others of the world represented and yielding their support to her, what does she do? Whether she did it consciously or whether she was just moving like a puppet through her conditioning, doesn't matter. What did she do? She eventually fulfilled the ambitions of a long dead father who still represented the unchallenged, unanchored, unbridled power of pure white male domination over the region, over the globe. She became the embodiment of her father personified. Yes, she did. She became the female presentation of the great white god of the sky, who is filled, fed, and thrives off of war, blood, and brigandage. That's what she did. And I'm trying to put you on game. Because if you represent she and the dragons represent the opposition. That's what they represent. The great primordial she, the great Black primordial she as the dragons, and the switching of the role. She, who is the youngest she, becomes the mother to the primordial, aged, timeless one. Able to exploit and use her power to her own benefit. And what's her benefit? To fill the ambitions, the unfulfilled ambitions of her raggedy ass father. That was, at the end of the day, that was her ambitions. Because everybody that supported her ended up getting ghosted. Ended up the sullied, the Dothraki, even two of the dragons. Everybody that relied on her presentation of power because they saw her as them ended up paying with their lives in the end. And even as they died, she didn't even shed a tear. She was like, okay, well, on to the next thing. Let me take this last dragon and fulfill my dead father's ambitions as the face of extreme and total power on earth. Let me use the power of the mother. Let me use the most dynamic power in the universe and then betray her with it by fulfilling my dead father's will. That's what she did. And if you do not know what you are watching, you Black women would do the same thing. You would be reduced to political goddamn opportunists and betrayers of the mother's will. Or some dumbass shit like raising $81 million for Kamala and getting mad at the globe because nobody did what you did, and you think it's some ultimate expression of your political progressiveness. That's what you think that was. It is gross. It is arrogant. It's irresponsible. It's irresponsible. What happened? To keep every time Trump do some this and this and this, the shit you knew he was gonna do. The shit you knew he was gonna do. We all knew he was gonna do. And instead of creating a groundswell of information that could have intervened in that way, what you did was fall right in line to the same old bullshit. Vote or die, vote or die. I like depend on it. Anything but Trump, anything but Trump. I done told y'all a million times. Reagan's chief advisor, William Brzezinski, in the Grand Chessboard said, Y'all can spin your wheels in this bullshit if you want to. I'm trying to put y'all on game. Everything that we do, we plan a minimum of 25 years in advance, and on average 75 years to 100 years in advance. So no, you didn't vote for a single president. No, your black ass, your red ass, your gay ass did not put nobody in fucking office. Them motherfuckers was groomed from birth. We bred them and groomed them to be exactly who they are in the moment. When we strategically needed them, we put them in office. And then give you the illusion of choice through this bullshit ass vote that we use to monitor your faith in the institution. All the vote is to monitor your belief in the state, your belief in support of the institution. So while y'all can be beefing with these white women about y'all betrayed us because y'all voted for Trump and y'all always gonna side with y'all whiteness, which is true. It did reveal this latent, that we all still feel, this latent racism that exists in the white population in general and white women in particular. But this becomes the focus of that, this bullshit and ass farce of a play that just got played in real time in your face. This is the thing. This is the point. Meanwhile, everybody up in them institutions, the House of Representatives, the goddamn senators, and everybody else associated with that shit in there having a good laugh about what the fuck they just executed. 7 billionaires have finally won a South African immigrant. A South African immigrant. As y'all clutching your pearls and biding your time to make sure you ain't one of the ones to get tossed the fuck up out of here. And a South African immigrant with 6 other billionaires just staged a coup. White people on here crying crocodile tears because they feel betrayed by Trump. Huh? Excuse me, what? That you so blind by the power that you perceive, that you possess over the rest of us, that you couldn't hear. You couldn't hear. Your whiteness acted like a plug in your ear. You couldn't hear when people were trying to tell you that we are not the problem. We are not your problem. We are not your problem. Black, brown, red, yellow people, others, not gender, non-conforming, gender fluid. None of us is your motherfucking problem. Y'all got the same problem we got. And it is an exploitative class. It is a bourgeoisie. It is a billionaire class. It's a plutocracy. It is governments that only and have only always done the bidding of the ruling class, of those who your existence relies on for it, so you can produce as much as you possibly can in your short little measly life that they can gain access to without you staging a fucking rebellion. It's the only reason you exist. Is how much will you allow us to bleed from you? How much can we get to right to the brink that you come to the conclusion that the only way forward is to toss us the fuck up out of here? It's the stage of revolution. It's the stage of rebellion. So I just really want to implore you, and I know it's a lot of young people who were really, lulled into this enthusiasm to vote for Kamala as the only hope. And so that's why the despair exists, because nobody is talking about how hope, faith, and belief is what got us in this mess. Hope that Kamala would do the right thing. Faith that because she black adjacent, she would do the right thing. Hope, faith, and belief that because she a woman, she would demonstrate some empathy. That's what's got us in this mess. It's what's perpetually had us in this mess. Is hope, faith, and belief instead of actionable discernment and evidence. The requirement of actionable discernment and evidence. Actual discernment and evidence. You feel me? And so I hope, and the other thing I will say is this: I'm not opposed to this narrative that exists from the 92% about the need to divest, about the need to rest, about the need to even vacation and live your best life. I'm not opposed to it at all. 0%. 0%. But the basis of this narrative that y'all have created being a support for Kamala and we did the right thing and fuck the rest of you guys, I reject that 1,000%. That shit I reject. Make something else the focus of your 4-year rest, rejuvenation, and restoration, and power up time, or whatever the fuck. But her, I reject that shit 1,000%. I reject it. For you, Black women, to put yourself in a position to be more socially isolated than we already have been because of your support for a genocidal supporter, a war criminal. That's what she is. Genocidal supporter. That's what she is. Funder of. That's what she is. Do not have these people plucking at your heartstrings because some person who is negress adjacent gave you some glimmer of hope. For what? What did you think was going to, even if she was in office right now, what do you think would happen? White power's goals, the state's goals, the bourgeoisie's goals and objectives would still get met even if that bitch was sitting in the office right now. I promise you that. I promise you that. Because that's what power in the hands of a woman requires of a woman with power. Is to be just as violent, is to be just as brutal, is to be just as calculating and manipulative as men. That's what's expected. That's what's expected. That's why everybody say Hillary Clinton is a war criminal. Is because that's what was required of her. Is if you want power like a man, then you got to act like a man. You got to be as violent and vicious, heartless, thoughtless, unempathetic. And she fell right in line. Okay, I can do that. Y'all gonna pay me good? Y'all gonna make me a millionaire? All right. Kamala would have been the same. And she already showed you actionable evidence of that tendency in herself. So stop doing that. Stop allowing these motherfuckers to manipulate you so that they would take your beautiful, grand, fiery power and funnel it into some bullshit. Somebody just said it. Who was it that said it? Who was it that said it? Damn, I meant to shout that out. It's the belief that they will one day be included. Most are just reacting to the possibility of that one day they will be considered civilized. Oh, there's a word. They got Megan to twerk with $81 million. Juicy booty brigade. Disappeared into the sunken place with $80 million. $81 million worth of blue rubber bangles. I didn't hear the voice of the Arabs who wouldn't vote. Oh, there was a whole bunch. What state was that? They were calling themselves, and it was a huge Arab population in a particular state. They represented like 43% of the voting power in the state. It was what were they calling themselves? Uncommitted voters. So that movement of the uncommitted was specifically in response to the fact that neither party was doing anything substantial to end the genocide in Palestine. Not only to end the genocide in Palestine, to declare a ceasefire, but that Biden's administration was still actively and regularly sending weapons and money to Israel as the whole goddamn world was calling for a ceasefire, for America to make a declaration of a ceasefire. And so there was a group of Arabs. There was one state that commentators would say it was going to be a huge problem because there was a huge Arab voting bloc. And in one of the preliminaries, this voting bloc represented like 43% of the vote. And they had done all this work in the area. And that 43% block of Arab voters all at the preliminary or whatever they call it, had voted uncommitted. That you ain't getting that vote until you declare a ceasefire. You ain't getting that vote if you keep giving money to this genocidal war machine decimating unarmed human beings. Uncommitted, right? And so, yes, that was a thing. It was still a thing. I was still hearing people talk about it this week after Trump started doing all this dumb shit. And it was like, you irresponsible people who didn't vote, all you Arabs that didn't vote. And every time we turn around, we supporting Arab movements and this and that. But you didn't even vote for Kamala. So, no, it was a thing. Let's see what else. Power Kismet is killing me right now. What is coup for the broligarchy plutocracy for 81 million? For 81 million, Alex. Oh my God. Let's see. Let's see. The left wing and right wing are the same bird. Hold on. Thank you for the donation, Java Watson. Let's see. Besides, let's see. Somebody says, can we talk about soft power and how to use it as Black women? I've been hearing this a lot. I don't know what the origin of this idea is. Soft power, a soft revolution. I don't know what the origin of this is. I don't know. I don't know where it came from, but I'm hearing it a lot. I'm hearing it a lot in spaces that I don't expect to hear that. I don't. It makes me uncomfortable, this language. It makes me uncomfortable. Without trying to like critique or pass judgment on the statement, my gut feeling, like I just spoke at this event last Saturday, and one of the panelists said the same thing, like how to embrace the soft revolution. I was like, oh. As soon as she said it, I was like, oh. I haven't developed like a thoughtful, analytical position on why I am so instantly annoyed when I hear it. I haven't sat with it, so I don't know the origin of this language, but I am hearing it more and more and more and more and more. And every time I hear it, I'm concerned. I'm working on a presentation that I have to give in 2 weeks. And in this presentation, the presentation is I've entitled it Embracing the Path of the Left. And I'm taking several different approaches. And one of the things that I am going to be addressing in this Embracing the Path of the Left is this one of the approaches I'm going to be taking is like this idea of the role that like the scientific, aka medical evidence and justification for a spiritual statement, scientific and medical information that lends scientific and medical validation for the spiritual call to embrace the left. You heard me? Not only the historical, scientific, and medical validation, evidence that validates the necessity for a call, of the necessity for a spiritual call to embrace the left. That's one of the approaches, right? And what I'm going to be using there is this idea that I've been working on based on my understanding of Chinese medicine and 5 elements theory and the 8 principles is like, and yin yang for that matter, is that our bodies, this organism, and pretty much every organism that exists on earth, is constantly involved in this dance all the time. And this dance all the time, checking in with its internal self and its external self, internal environment and external environment, this constant moving, ebbing and flowing, in and out, up and down, round and round. And that dance always happening is about the maintenance and the achievement of harmonious existence, what we call yin and yang. Every action, everything, every sound, every noise, everything is about this necessary dance in the attempt to maintain a harmonious balance within oneself and in relationship to oneself external environment. This is the yin and the yang, right? And in these ebbs and flows of excesses and deficiencies that require an action to bring back into harmony, to bring back into balance, this is both yin and yang, and this is also 8 principles that in a circumstance of an excess or an imbalance, you need, in order to reestablish harmony, you have to treat that excess or that deficiency with its opposition. You have to treat with its opposition in order to restore harmony. If you are hot, you need a cold or cool environment to address your uncomfortableness in heat. If you are on and on, the treatment of opposites. Remember I talked to you in the 8 principles about the harmony of opposites. If you have a hot presenting cold, a cold that's presenting with hot heat symptoms, red eyes, red tongue, extremely sore throat, fever, then you need cool and cold herbs to treat this hot cold. If you have a cold that's presenting with cold symptoms, you need hot, warm herbs to treat. Otherwise, you'll make the condition worse. That doesn't just apply to the treatment of our flesh or our body. It applies everywhere because the yin and the yang is a pictorial representation of all the energy that exists in the universe. In order to achieve balance that will sustain for a period of time, and then something happens in the matrix where things get off balance, and that's okay because the matrix knows how to resolve it within itself, that it'll do an action that'll bring it back into harmony, and so on and so on. This is the dance, in and out, round and round, up and down, black and white, all the things, right? And so I am hearing a lot this idea of a quote soft revolution. I get where it comes from, at least theoretically. A soft revolution. What she say? Soft power, right? And it's always some shit that's exclusively presented to women. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? It's always some shit that's presented to women. And those that are female adjacent. Let me clarify that. And those others that are female adjacent. And that's a soft revolution. Soft power. Huh? Okay, Sage Page say soft power is your ability to believe and receive, taking no outside self, not forcing an outcome, allowing the vibrational match to find you. That's what that means. That's the actual definition. No wonder my spirit was uneasy with that shit. no wonder my spirit was easy with that shit. Uneasy with that shit. Hold on. Tyra Holloway was the first one that said that. She said, "Oh my God, can you talk about soft power and how to use it as Black women?" And then y'all go on. The way watching them choose made me look at my own choice for the same, sipping Starbucks and resting softly for 81 million. Power Kismet is going off. Oh my God. T, please educate me. What is soft power? Power can't be soft. It's telling women to tame themselves. I haven't heard that yet, but the first thing that comes to mind is to not be the fool easily separated from what you hold dear. I'm not participating in marches and shit. Ritual is one thing. Let's see. Hear me is another. Let me show you better than I can tell you is another. Come on, QB. Hold on. Yeah. I see clear differences between left and liberal, where left knows change needs to change anew, and liberal wants changes within because they know it supports them. Ferrari unicorn. So that might be a discussion that is necessary for me to have on another day, because when I am talking about embracing the path of the left, I am not talking about the left the way you understand it. I'm not talking about right politics and left politics. I'm not talking about liberalism or anything like that. I think they're all weapons. I think they're all weapons orchestrated by the same ones. The same ones. I do. I really do. I really do. I really do. And the more I read and study like the mythology and the esoteric past and like the mysteries, the more that I know I'm not crazy in my assertion of that belief, that the question of the left and the liberal is not what I'm talking about when I talk about this presentation that I intend to make called Embracing the Path of the Left. I'll clarify in a minute what I mean by that. Soft power is your ability to believe and receive, taking no action outside of self, not forcing an outcome, allowing the vibrational match to find you. That's why I had an attitude with it. Thank you for the clarification. Yes, and using things like beauty and charm to advance your cause, at least in my understanding. No wonder I was irritated as fuck by this language that keeps coming up in spaces that I don't expect it. Exactly. No, not the actual definition. It is a persuasive approach to international relations, typically involving the use of economic or cultural influence. Okay, even that technical definition annoys me. When was revolution ever soft though? Okay, that's just a manifestation rebrand. Yes, it is the strategic and weaponized language. It's strategic and weaponized language. It's a pacification approach. It sounds like to me, soft revolution, soft power, and it is again targeting women because they don't have the people putting that shit out. They don't talk to soldiers who are quote fighting for freedom and democracy. They don't tell them to be soft in their revolution. They don't tell them to be soft in combat. As long as they fighting for American freedom and democracy, don't nobody say soft revolution. So they don't say that. They don't say that. I don't know who came up with this language. It would be interesting to know who coined the phrase soft revolution, who coined the phrase soft power, because that will tell you inherently what the true thing is. The language used has a subconscious effect. The words are hypnotizing. Stop saying the word to women. The use of words must be thought through carefully, I think. I agree. Copy that. I'll tune in. Power Kismet and at Power Kismet and Grace Jackson. True. Thank you for that mindset shift. So soft power is being the neck. He's the head and I'm the neck type deal. It's giving the revolution will be televised in the comfort of your living room. Come on, Aaron Pfeiffer. I really fuck with you. Just so you know, Aaron Pfeiffer from South Africa, I really fuck with you. In your little quiet and sometimes subtle interventions, I fuck with you. I fuck with y'all all. But Aaron, she be coming in with full blades and it be subtle. It be swift. You feel me? You don't even know you got cut. It sounds like Buddhist concepts. You feel, yes, soft revolution. So I knew that there was a reason that my spirit was irritated when I hear otherwise very radical women talking about embracing a soft revolution. This is one of the things and one of the reasons I'm always talking to you about the importance of understanding mythology, not as mythology, but just like we was talking about the serpent earlier. And I said, this story that I just told you, because y'all see everything literally in history, because y'all see everything literally in mythology, I can read this shit to you and you don't even know that I just read you a piece of pornographic mythology. This porn I just read y'all. Remember me telling y'all that? This porn I just read to y'all. But because it's beautiful, because you see this story literally, you see the sun god Ra on his solar boat riding through the underworld, and the goddess protecting his journey through the underworld and what is necessary for him to even descend into the underworld, right, is to be enveloped by the serpent goddess. And y'all like, damn, that's beautiful. What that mean? That's beautiful what they just said. And I'm telling you the story and you see in the literal sun god Ra on his solar boat traipsing through the underworld. And you're like, that's some beautiful shit. No, that's pornography I just read to you. That's pornography I just read to you right there. Remember me saying that? We have to be able to see through what these motherfuckers are telling us. You have to be able to do that. What purpose is served by what you are being forced to listen to, forced to hear, forced to read? You feel me? Because this is pornography. It was very beautiful pornography, but they rely on what you do not see. They rely on what you cannot see based on your limited position in the world. That's what I teach. That's what I teach. They rely on you hearing me talk about Egypt's serpent goddess governing and guiding the sun god Ra on the solar boat through the underworld to make sure he emerges once again anew. And you're like, damn, that's beautiful. I'm like, that's just comedic porn. That's just comedic pornography I just read to you. That's what it is. That's comedic pornography I just read. But because it's beautiful, you do not know that what is actually being said here is that the personification of the serpent goddess is his queen, who's the serpent in her body is her birthing canal. It is the canal that when her mouth open, her lips between her hips open to envelop, who is known as the great enveloper. She opens her serpent mouth, to receive the sun god Ra, which is his penis. He is not the serpent. She is the serpent. Her birth canal is the serpent that receives him into her. And then they say when he is received into her, right, that it stimulates his kundalini, preparing him for a safe journey, for a safe sojourn into the uterine underworld. And in that sojourn into the uterine underworld, which is his deep, deep, satisfied sleep, his deep, deep, satisfied sleep, because her serpent then opened her mouth and enveloped him, stimulating his kundalini, which made him have an orgasm. And once he had that orgasm, he was able to sleep deep in his sojourn to the uterine underworld. She says it. It's not even something that you have to guess if I'm being funny and telling the truth. The next sentence, she says, this was a mythic image or account of the king's sexual union with the goddess. They had sex. They had sex. He was enveloped by the mouth of the serpent, which is his queen. His queen, because he is a king. He, as the pharaoh, is what? The personification of God on earth. His queen is the personification of the goddess on earth. And so his queen What did they say? That every Egyptian queen was identified as what? The serpent of the Nile. During her reign, she is identified as the serpent of the Nile. And if he God, because that's what the Pharaoh was, the personification of God on earth. The queen was the personification of Goddess on earth. And if he God, you feel me? And she is the goddess, the serpent of the Nile, the personification of the goddess Mahen, the great enveloper. Then he's like, look, it's time to go to bed. Let me rub your booty a little and give me some so I can sleep good. Because I gotta run the empire. I gotta run the whole empire, and I need a good night's sleep, and I can't sleep good unless I get some booty before I go to sleep. That's what that story is. That's a little cute porn story right there. You feel me? Why did I get on that? Oh, because I was reading this stuff. Hold on. Oh, that's why. Because when I'm reading you things like about traditional Chinese medicine, five elements theory, 8 principles, yin yang theory, whether I'm reading you stuff about the goddess and mythology and all of that shit, the reason that I'm reading that to you, the reason I'm talking to you about it is not for you to see it in your mind's eye as a literal story that's being told. These stories are being told not only to explain a social phenomena and world experience that was unfolding at that period of time, but also to give you an idea in the future of how to use these metaphors in your own life and in your own society. This becomes important when you have somebody asking about a soft revolution or soft power. This becomes important. The mythology becomes important as a strategic tool. The mythology, just like this Bible, has been used as a strategic weapon and blueprint for the establishment and maintenance of empire. This mythology too can function in a way that currently informs us, even as the mythology might be 3, 4, 5,000 years old. It is people's belief that gives this bitch power. And it is the actionable execution of the masters that they use to manipulate people who just blindly believe it. And so when I read to you about the mythology, when I read to you about these little metaphors and I break it down, this is the basis for why I can say, even without knowing the history of where the statement came from, my spirit rejected it. Soft power, soft revolution. My teaching as one who owns several degrees in traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, Ayurveda, and the like. This scientific theory of the application of healing in the flesh is what makes me automatically reject the idea of soft power and soft revolution. This presentation that I am going to deliver, this presentation I'm going to deliver in a couple of weeks, embracing the path of the left, is what has me intuitively understand that shit, soft revolution, soft power, is some state orchestrated shit. I don't know where it came from. Don't care who it came from. That sound like a narrative of the state. That sound like a narrative of the state to further subdue, pacify, and what's the other word I'm looking for? Make women turn in on themselves when they start to demonstrate power that looks more like rage. No, what's her name? What's that woman's name? Mother Teresa. What did Mother Teresa say? If you go to a march, I forget what she said, but basically it was about how the answer to war and aggression is peace. It's peace. It's the same thing that Gandhi said, right? Philosophical non-violence. It's the same thing that Martin Luther King said, right? Philosophical non. Even if somebody cracking you over your skull, you just pray for them. You just pray for them. Pray for divine intervention. You feel me? You just pray for them. Don't no other creature on earth do that. No other creature on earth passively responds to an attempt or an aggression on their life. Their endocrine system, their sympathetic system alerts them immediately that your life is in danger, your safety is being challenged. Respond accordingly. Respond appropriately. The response appropriately is if something is threatening my existence, then my appropriate response is to defend and preserve my life at all costs, whether that is to run because I am faster than this thing presenting a threat against my life, or whether it is to brawl. So this idea that y'all got, this is what one of the things I'm talking about as the scientific, historical, and medical evidence of the necessity of embracing the path of the left, is this fucked up, very out of body, overly intellectual understanding that we have of so-called the fight or flight response. It is extremely, to me, detrimental and deliberate, fucked up understanding that we've been presented with of the fight or flight response, right? Because there's two responses. There is the fight or flight response, and then there is the rest and digest or the feed and breed response. It is the counter to fight or flight. But there is an action that is required in the transition between the two. In the transition between the two, fight or flight, to rest and digest or feed and breed, there is something, a liminal response that must occur for the transition from one to the other. And don't nobody talk to y'all about that. Don't nobody talk to y'all about that. That every creature on earth, when they are stimulated based on their perception of an outward stimuli to fight or flight, that informs them in an instant how to respond to preserve their life or to save their life, this flood of hormones and neurotransmitters go into overdrive and make the animal stronger and quicker and denser in every way. You become superhuman in your fight and flight response because you need superhuman power or super animal power to preserve your life in that moment. And that's the purpose of the flooding of all these hormones and all of these neurotransmitters, is to, in an instant, be able to preserve your existence. The flooding of these neurotransmitters and hormones are a life-saving response, a chemical life-saving response that requires definitive action in order, meaning definitive action to burn off, to use up those hormones and neurotransmitters, that after the perceived threat is done and over, and you've burnt off all that production of extra hormones and neurotransmitters, you burnt them up through action. Now you have gotten rid out of your blood of all of this stuff that was produced immediately to preserve your life. Now you can shift your body back into rest and digest or feed and breed. But without the action necessary to burn off the excess that you have produced to save your life in imminent danger, that excess that is still lingering in the blood because you've had no actionable response to the perceived threat on your life, now becomes a soup of poisonous, toxic waste in your blood. In your blood. In your blood. Excess cortisol, elevated homocysteine, you name it, cancer, this constant flood of hormones that you give no action to, this constant flood of life-saving hormones and neurotransmitters and shit that you don't burn and use, even as your perception has been that something is threatening your existence, something is threatening your life, something is threatening your ability to live. And you ain't had no response, no actionable material response that would allow you, after the threat is over, to easily transition into your rest and digest or feed and breed state. And in the absence of this action, this liminal space between fight or flight and rest and digest, feed and breathe, right? This is one of the things that the medical sciences are attributing to the decline in the birth. One of the reasons for the infertility, the decline in the birth rate via infertility. Why so many people all of a sudden can't have babies? Because they're in a constant state of fight or flight. Why all of a sudden people are having extreme digestive issues, extreme bowel issues, extreme issues that are inherently impacted organs that are constantly having energy, nutrients, blood, and lymph flowing to them, because you're in a constant state of fight or flight, and those are seen as non-essential organs in a state of fight or flight. You ain't trying to fuck while you fighting. You ain't trying to digest a meal while you in warfare. And so those organs that are seen as non-essential in the imminent threat of death, all of the energy is diverted from them to your blood, to your bigger muscles, to your lungs, so you can get enough oxygen while you're doing this hard running or fighting, right? And so these life-preserving protocols have not been met with action that would allow us to return to a state of rest and digest. So what does this have to do with soft power? If you were in, who asked me that first? I think it was Tyra Hallowell. If somebody broke into your house right this moment, right now, broke into your house, are you going to try to reason with them? Are you going to soften your voice in the hopes that they do the right thing? In an obvious, identifiable, imminent threat against your right to live, you may be scared, but your ass is going to start looking for something, a knife, a bat. You're going to open your gun drawer, whatever. Your instinct is going to tell you, find something to hurt this bitch. But because the threat, the terror campaign is big and ominous, and it comes through entertainment, and it comes through the news, and it comes through the media, and it comes through the social media, and it comes through TikTok, and it comes through all these ways, and you haven't had a response of any kind. As a matter of fact, you continue to retreat. You retreat. You already as soft as you can be. You already soft as you can. I don't know how much softer we can fucking be, because I don't remember the last time we staged a revolution in this bitch. I don't remember the last time I was in a fight with the police. Hell, I don't even do demonstrations anymore, which could have at least given me some temporary feeling like I had done something. But I don't even do demonstrations anymore because of some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And even in demonstrations, what you doing now? Singing Kumbaya songs, holding up placards, while you facing off with a military force that's armed with assault rifles, riot gear, and tear gas. Talking about a soft revolution. How much softer can we be? Talking about write your senator, write your representative. How much softer can we be? How much softer can we get? So I reject that shit. And it's the reason I'm continuing to read to you about these goddesses, because they reject it too. Nowhere in the scores of thousands of years of matriarchal societies that these goddesses that first of all were the governesses of divine justice, to defend your life, to violently defend your life was never a sin. To violently defend your life was never seen as an injustice. To violently defend your existence and that of your brothers and sisters, that of your village, that of those who was just minding their own business and doing their own thing, and somebody see what you got and want to come up in your space and steal what you got. It was never a question to the goddess. The aggressor was the wrongdoer, and the aggressed against becomes the executioner of the mother's judgment against the aggressor. The community becomes the embodiment of the mother's divine justice handed down towards the aggressor. You got somebody talking to you about a goddamn soft revolution. How much motherfucking softer can we be? So I reject that. When I'm talking about embracing the path of the left, I'm talking about the left-hand path. I'm talking about that shit y'all always been scared of. Y'all always been taught to be scared of. The dark, the creepy, the black, the magic, the evil, the serpent, the snake, the dragon. That's what I mean when I talk about the left. I'm not talking about the left party. I'm not talking about the right of the white, the red or the blue. I'm not talking about the left or the right, the radical left, the liberals, or any of that shit. That ain't what I'm talking about. That ain't what I'm talking about. That ain't even close to what I'm talking about. I'm talking about talking about the left-hand path. When I talk about embracing the path of the left, I'm talking about the left-hand path. And in doing this presentation about embracing the left-hand path, I'm going to be talking about the right-hand path and where it's gotten us. Because we've all historically capitulated to the right-hand path. We've all historically accepted without question that it is the only true way to achieve enlightenment, the right-hand path. And look at where it has gotten us, the right-hand path. And there's a lot to be said about the right-hand path. It's all in the Bible. Left-handedness and right-handedness is all up in the Bible. It's in the Vedas. You name it. So that's what it's going to be about. And it relates a lot to what all the shit we've talked about for 6.5 goddamn hours tonight. So I'm going to go to sleep. I'm tired, down, and I still got a plot and scheme. So if, if you need to consolidate a reading, consultation, to make a donation, I told you, get yourself ready. Even if it's $10 or $20, I'm going to start asking y'all for money because I have a week. They done gave me a notice in the middle of this bullshit with this fucking fire. I get a notice to 1 month rent. And they talking about, this is my notice to vacate the premises. If I don't pay them, they rent in full. And so that has to happen. So just keep your ears open, keep checking your email because I'm working on this party right now and this event on Wednesday and doing all these things. But yeah, so email me if you have any ideas that I'm just eluding me, just send me some insight. Also, I want to call on y'all too. We're going to do, we're just going to be a low key, impromptu ceremony up on, up on the mountain at a Griffith Observatory on the Chinese New Year, because it's also the new moon. It's the first new moon of the year. So we're going to do a bunch of people, men, women, everybody. We're going to be up on the mountain doing a ritual on up in front of Griffith Observatory. I won't be able to live stream just because there's no internet access up there. So I'm going to be doing that. And what I'm going to be calling on participants to do, what I'm going to be calling on you to do is to, and I want to say we should make this a regular part of the process too, is I'm going to be calling on you to speak my name and the fulfillment of not only my needs, but my desires. Because y'all know all my desires circle around the goddamn temple and building the temple and setting the shit off. I want y'all to, cast a collective conspiracy on the new moon, aka the Chinese New Year, aka our transition from the wood dragon to the wood serpent. Chinese New Year on this coming Wednesday. I want you to speak my name aloud and call on the mother to assist in every way known and unknown for the fulfillment of my immediate needs and also my immediate desires, whether that comes in the form of resources, money, or people. Fulfill my desires and my needs in rapid time or real time. In real time, mother. Support her, cover her, execute the presentation of all her needs met, all her desires filled in real time. Mommy and I are one. Feel me? I'm going to be calling on that. I'll do it a little bit more strategically, but I'm just giving y'all a heads up. This week, the same the same gravity of miracle that we executed on November 19th and saw the immediate 24-hour evidence that our conspiracy cast on that mountain was made real in evidence that she was presenting every day for a damn week. I need that kind of miracle in my own personal life. And I think sometimes we as women in general, we as Black women in particular, become really like embarrassed or prideful about asking for what we need, about calling on the community for what we need. And that is not what I can do right now. I cannot do that. I have tried everything that I can think of over the last week since I got that notice to, hell, even since these fires started. I woke up the day of the fires, and the first thing I'm thinking about is, oh, damn, it looked like apocalypse outside. How is it going to affect my money? What are other alternative ways I can make my money while this shit is happening in the city? That shit is crazy. So, literally been plotting and scheming actually for more than that, because I, again, was sick with goddamn walking pneumonia for the last 2 weeks of last year. So this is not something that I'm saying lightly. I've plotted and schemed. I've taken jobs I didn't want to take. I've done things I didn't want to do just to keep myself from being in this position that I find myself in anyway, which is these people putting this goddamn notice on my door over 1 month's rent. So yeah, if you think of anything, if you think of anything, come up with any ideas that are easily executable in a short period of time, whatever, send me an email. I can't think of all things, but I am going to be asking you for everybody, that on Wednesday, as we welcome in this new Chinese New Year on the first new moon of the year, that y'all open your mouths to speak my name aloud as the seed that we plant on this new moon. And it may even be that we do this, that this becomes a ritual practice of ours as the temple is to identify somebody that we do the same thing for on the next new moon, in the next new moon, in the next new moon. While we speaking destruction over our enemies, speaking life into those of us who bout this life. Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do. That's exactly what we're going to do. Use the power of the new moon to plant all the seeds for those whose names we speak in our new moon ceremony. Don't mean we can't speak shit for ourselves, but we focus our energy on specifically who we identify. You feel me? And then in other ways, I still say, because there's other ceremonies that we do where we chanting down our enemies. So that's an ongoing project we gonna be involved in. But definitely on new moons, using the power of the new moon to speak life into those that are about this life. Those that are not just supporters of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, people out in the world that we identify that are doing awesome, wonderful, amazing shit, speaking abundance and health and protection over their life as they execute as the peculiar expression of the mother, her will on earth. You feel me? So, but I want to make that a regular part of our process. And then I'll be the recipient of the first ceremony. Okay. And then the other things that I'm trying to execute to make sure that I can secure my home, secure my safety, as I try to figure out, because this is going to be a long standing thing. Like it's the source of a lot of stress for everybody, not just people like me who weren't directly impacted by the fire, but whose livelihoods were directly connected by people who were affected by the fire. Like a big discussion that's happening a lot lately is how many undocumented workers, how many people who do lawn care service, people who are nannies or housekeepers, poor working class people who are tied to a lot of these middle class and wealthy people for their livelihood, and how this is creating like a ripple effect of devastation. The target of the ripple being those who were directly impacted: poor, working class, middle class, black, brown, red people, white people who were just trying to live and don't have anything else out of that one thing that they own. That thing. The white people, the wealthy celebrity white class in the city who may not have to worry about finding another place to live or securing another home. All of those people, both from the directly impacted poor and working class, and the people who may not have directly had any kind of damage done to their property or what have you, but their whole livelihood, which is hanging on a thread anyway, is directly tied to this wealthy celebrity class who have just also experienced a great amount of like economic loss as a consequence of these fires. And I'm one of those people. The great majority of people that I put my hands on are that class. And so, and even today, the mayor talking about, we don't see shit returning back to normal in any way for about 18 months. I'm like, okay, so now I got to be rethinking my whole stilo. Do I need to go look for a job? Like, I haven't done that kind of shit in an age. Do I need to revamp my goddamn resume? I damn sure haven't done that in an age because I didn't work for nobody in an age. You feel so like just understand, because I didn't do that. Everybody kept saying I needed to, but I didn't. People kept reaching out to me. Do you need help? I don't know what your situation is with the fires, whatever. And I was like, no, I got it. Well, now it's crisis time for me. It's crisis time for me. You understand? Trying to be prideful, trying to say, okay, I can still work angles. I can still do this. I can still do that. And sometimes you just have to concede that it is going to take community to help you solve your problems, that you can't by yourself out here. And so that's the place that I'm at, right? So even a friend of mine just sent me a bunch of resources yesterday that I can, this morning actually, that I can take advantage of to see if I can at least, legally stay this action that they're trying to make against my housing, because there is a moratorium that is supposed to protect people from receiving eviction notices, but I guess everybody is not taking that personally or is not honoring it. And what do you do? So she sent me some resources yesterday, but in the meantime, I still have to move with an extreme sense of urgency so that I can, secure my place. And I'm confident that it's going to happen. I'm not tripping, but I'm still like having to like kind of urgently plot, scheme, and strategize. I'm confident, but I still, there's no shit there's not some shit you want to wake up to. So anyway, so y'all just keep your ears to the ground, your eyes to the YouTube. I'm going to reschedule this one that I intended to do tonight until like maybe tomorrow or Monday, probably tomorrow. And then, just really call on you to rewatch. I know it's long, to rewatch this and just rehear. And I'm going to change the name on this too. Rehear what was significant. There was a lot tonight. Y'all just witnessed the channeling, because that shit. My whole intention was just to read, but that whole thing that we got on, it was important, timely, and important, and revelatory for me. It was really revelatory, and I really love how our interactions with one another. I really love how the dimes y'all be dropping, how the feedback y'all be giving, be just taking me deeper into some shit I'm already in deep on. I love that. That's what it means for iron to sharpen iron. That's what it means. It's like the give and take. I'm not just teaching, like we in a relationship right here. You feel me? I love that, because y'all dropped a lot of dimes tonight. Hold on. Do y'all have any book recs? I'm new to this space and have been reading The Great Cosmic Mother. So Tyra Holloway, you know that you can also listen to me read The Great Cosmic Mother on my YouTube channel, and it's in a folder called The Great Cosmic Mother 1. Any of those, because I have several books in playlists on my YouTube channel. So any of those books are good places to start as book recommendations. That would be what I would recommend, because they're dope books. And a lot of those books that I've read, several of those books that I've read, were directly books that were reference material from The Great Cosmic Mother. So Pure Lust was a book recommendation while reading, or reference material for The Great Cosmic Mother. Beyond God the Father 2, which I've read on my channel, was reference material inside The Great Cosmic Mother. I read The Female Search for Love by Bell Hooks. I've read The Alchemist, which I'm tempted to read again. There's a lot coming up this week that keeps pointing to The Alchemist. And then I read a lot from the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. Everybody on Earth, I don't care who you are, where you're from, what genitalia you got, everybody should own the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets by Barbara Walker, and her other book, the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects. Those books are the jam. They change everything. They change everything. Everything you thought you understood, you don't. You don't. You don't. Barbara Walker did her thing. There are weaknesses in those books, but it's weaknesses based on the period that they were produced. Both these books were written in the 70s, I think. And so there's a lot of information that we have now that she didn't have access to then. So that's why I keep giving her a pass, because for what it was in the 1970s, this book is gangster. The Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. Those are all the recommendations that I can make now, but all of the books that I've read on my YouTube channel are in folders by the book's name. And I'll typically have in the title of the playlist the author's name after the book. So it'll be Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, Barbara Walker. Pure Lust, Mary Daly. That's how you'll know it's a book rather than just a basic playlist. Let's see. Take notes from the wildfires. The book this live is named after is a great one, especially to have on hand while you're reading The Great Cosmic Mother. Absolutely. It's time that the women of the world for a long time, I think I went backwards. So I'd be going into his own, so I'd be backed up and reading y'all comments. Power Kismet, you've been killing me all night. Okay, your interventions have been killing me all night. I say, how soft can we be? And Power Kismet said, like putty, practically putty at this point. You mentioned the last era. I want to drop female affirmation artist Tony Jones, Olin Joy, Beautiful, Chorus, Coax Marie, Lava Oshun, Moonlight Scorpio. Let me take a screenshot of this. Let me see if I can take a screenshot of this. I think I can do that without disrupting the feed. Yeah. Thanks for those recommendations. Ferrari Unicorn. Oh, wait. Did it save? Damn. Oh. Yeah, there it did. Okay. So let's see. I got to save this really quick or I'll forget. Okay. Let's see what else y'all talking about. Self-preservation 101. Yup. For a long time, I've told people I think I am karma. Okay, QB. Sorry to some of you going through here. Let's see. Sorry to some of you going through here exploiting and aggressing who run into me, and I have to teach them a lesson. Got you. It's about everything they've made wicked that was meant to disempower. There's a new goddess I found last night, I think from the Maya civilization. She's called Totoquachli. And I still need to do some research on her, but she reminds me of Kali Ma. I have a friend, maybe I'll have her on here, see if I can interview her. She is actually like, she's Mayan, and she does a lot with the goddess archetypes of Mayan and Aztec tradition, and using those archetypes in Mayan astrology. She a badass. So maybe I'll have her on here to talk to her about that. Let's see. All the words our mothers left unsaid have landed on our tongue, all their rage in our bones. We are rage, we are rebellion personified, and everybody's going to get a taste. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I got on that diatribe about your fight and flight and rest and digest, is because we are sick from unexpressed emotions, unexpressed rage. QB, no, it's not. My Zelle is not Release Heart Center anymore. My Zelle is attached to the email, EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. So those of you who would like to make a donation or contribution and you want to send it through Zelle, it is the email, EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. That is the new Zelle for the temple. Thank you for asking, sis. And while I'm at it, if you want to send a donation through Venmo, that is Cassandra with 2 S's, Cassandra dash Floyd, Floyd. If you want to send a Cashapp, that is $DaughterOfTheFates, FATES, DaughterOfTheFates. And if you want to send a PayPal, because I know some people who are in other countries cannot use any of the other apps but PayPal. So if you want to send PayPal, that is @ Iyapo Ngina, IYAPONGINA. Okay. Let's see. And I want to remind you that rage embodied in the goddess, rage embodied in the female, rage embodied in the oppressed, rage embodied in the others of the world, still emanates from the same place. What did I tell you? I read this thing. It was when I went to that Hare Krishna temple. Remember when I told y'all I went to that Hare Krishna temple and I was taking notes? And one of the things this monk said about the theory of this Hare, the tradition, was that the appropriate response to injustice is rage. That's what the monk said. That's what the monk said. The appropriate response to injustice is rage. This is the harmonizing emotional response to injustice. It's the harmonizer, rage. But the problem is we have been taught that rage is evil, rage is bad, that we should just calm our mind when we feel angry. Just take deep breaths when we're angry. Just meditate when we are angry. Not to do what rage inherently calls on us physically to do, which is to harmonize through retribution injustice. The appropriate response to injustice is rage, active rage, that would allow for our fight or flight hormones to be utilized energetically so that when the threat to our life, when the injustice occurs and that threat is over, we can ease back into rest, harmonious rest and digest. I'm going to tell y'all something, Black women who talking about your soft revolution, who talking about your soft life, who talking about your full-time, what you say, your full-time rest, your full-time self-care and all of that shit. Yes, you need to get some good, decent sleep. Yes, you need to eat some good food. But all of this becomes fuel to end your oppression, to disseminate an actionable display of rage that would overcome injustice. So if you need to be resting, if you need to be vacationing, if you need to be eating good food and consuming fresh juices, you feel me? If you need a week of rest and relaxation, all of that shit should be fuel in the power up sessions that you need to end your fucking oppression through actionable acts of rage that are the only true response to injustice, according to the Hare Krishna Buddhist monk that I saw over town the other day. that the ancients say that rage is the response to injustice. Now, I added the other shit. You understand? But if rage is the response to one's perception of injustice, then it means that the only cure for that response, the only cure for the rage, is to allow the rage to be fully embodied and go through its full course. And the object of that rage is the injustice. So the object of that rage needs to be harmoniously recalculated, responded to, adjusted, so that it no longer is a threat of injustice. It no longer produces a threat of injustice. So if you need moments of softness to restore, if you need moments of soft power to revitalize your power sources, if you need moments of rest and relaxation to make sure that you are your strongest and most optimal when you are engaged energetically, you feel me? Can y'all still hear me? Because it's saying, okay, it was saying my connection was unstable. If you need to divest energetically for spells before going out and engaging in active demonstrations of raged, of goddess embodied rage with institutions and demonstrations of injustice being your focal point, then okay. But all that other dumbass shit y'all talking about, I ain't got no parts in it. I ain't got no part to play in it. Can't make you feel better about it. We got a world to create. We got a world to generate. And we also have a world to destroy. And there ain't no past go. There ain't no past go. There ain't no way around it. There ain't no harmoniously existing in a world where goddamn 2,000 people own and control through exploitation, rape, and oppression and slavery. 2,000 people on the planet own and control 78% of the wealth produced by the rest of us. There ain't no harmonious coexistence with them. So you take from that whatever you want. There is no harmonious existence with the person who enslaved you, who has created a doctrine that says that your very existence only, that your very life, your very existence is only for here for my pleasure and my pleasure and in those things that produce wealth and long life for me at your expense. The only reason you exist is for your very life essence to serve me, to serve my happiness, to serve my wealth, to serve my privilege. That's the only reason you was born. Have the Father God tell it. This was the only reason you was born. Have the Father God's representative on earth tell it. Have the Plutarchy tell it. Have the oligarchy tell it. Have Trump tell it. The only reason you exist is to be exploited. That's it. You think you about to harmoniously coexist with them. You think you about to pray and meditate a harmonious future into existence while they still exist, while they still maintain a hegemony over everything that is. You think that's about to happen. It means you don't study political history, for one. Cuba is a glaring example of how those in power will never allow those who fight for freedom to peacefully coexist in this world. We will choke you. We will economically choke you out and globally isolate you just to forever punish you for thinking you could stage a contest with us. Haiti. Oh, you black ass slaves, the only black ass slaves to stage of a successful rebellion against the most notoriously successful militant general in modern age, Napoleon, and y'all got some pitchforks and an idea about gods of war, and y'all gonna beat us. We gonna make y'all pay forever. But y'all up in this bitch creating manifestations and affirmations and shit Like you literally are about to chant harmony into the world, when everything that exists is because of actionable demonstrations of your mother's power encased in your body. Everything that's changed, everything that's ever evolved, every fucking law, that cracker just sat in office and undid with the swift writing of a pen. Everything your fucking ancestors ever fought for since they've been in this rotten, filthy country, that motherfucker just did in a day, undid in a day. Undid in a day. He done did that in a day. And y'all think y'all about to kumbaya and meditate and sound bath y'all ass into a harmonious relationship with the world the way that it is. In 120, 200 years of progress undone in a day by a billionaire and his 6 supportive billionaire lackeys. I know it's hard to hear because it's been so long since we've lived in an era. It's been so long since we've lived in a period where it's becoming increasingly evident. It's becoming increasingly obvious in every space and every square inch of the entire planet that there is only one response. There is only one response. There is only one solution. There is only one way forward. And because we've been rocked to sleep by pop culture, music, movies, propaganda, cartoons for 100 years, it is the most uncomfortable thing for us to sit with. It's the most uncomfortable thing for us to sit with because we always see those things that need to be done as something that happened a long, long time ago. And see, we so progressive now, we so intellectual and educated. We don't have to do that stuff no more. We don't have to do that. That's why our ancestors did. We don't have to do that stuff no more. We don't have to do that stuff no more. We don't have to be Harriet Tubmans no more. You understand? We don't have to be Ella Bakers no more. We don't have to be Black Panther partiers no more. Not like the OGs. We don't have to do that no more. You know? We don't have to be Nat Turners no more and his crew. We don't have to be John Browns no more. They did all the heavy lifting. But here we are. Here we are. And the idea, even for me, I'll be honest, even for me, it's a terrifying idea. But we all know what must be done. And I think, I'll be honest, I think that is the reason. It's not just the act itself. It is what the act represented that invigorated so many across so many economic lines and so many cultural backgrounds and so many race lines. One of y'all mentioned them earlier. Little Luigi in New York. The reason people, I have a playlist in my YouTube channel called Deny, Depose, Defend, or whatever. I made a playlist one day because I was like, God damn, how many songs that y'all have made? There are like 52 songs that people have made with that title. 52 or something like that. Eminem made a song called, Deny, Depose, Defend, or some shit like that. And I was like, well, damn, how many people have made a song about Luigi? I'm not exaggerating. Go to the playlist. There's like 50-something songs. Folk songs, country songs, heavy metal songs, death metal songs, rap songs. Y'all was going in. Why? Because Luigi, even though he was upper middle class, Harvard graduate, well-educated, articulate, good-looking, charming, well-loved by community and family, typically I wouldn't relate to him because most of you are poor and working class or whatever. But this action that he took, even though he was not class adjacent to you, everybody saw he tapped into this seething, growing something in you all that got so much instant gratification for an underdog who takes matters into his own hands to square off with, in his world, was the face of ultimate injustice. And the problem is that the propaganda has been so prolific for so long. The state really didn't think that was going to be the collective response. That it might be a few, outcasts, socialists, or radicals. It might be a few little Black Power militants. It might be a few little, but everybody gonna take the right position. And the state did not rely on the response, the overwhelming response that came as a consequence of this singular action. And it was a dangerous singular action right on the helm of this election, because people are seething, people are stewing in a crock pot, long simmering of rage, waiting to spill the fuck over. Waiting to spill the fuck over. Sitting in this pressure cooker of their toxic ass hormones, begging for a release valve to use those toxic hormones, allow those toxic hormones to be life-saving, life-preserving hormones in the face of injustice. And in the absence of that release valve, Luigi gave it to them. You feel me? Luigi gave it to him. Now we know there is still an extraordinary presentation of racism, white nationalism in the general society, because the narrative was the same. Even though we was all like, okay, Luigi, you do your thing. You feel me? We all knew as Black people, we all knew as Mexican people, we all knew as red people, that if Luigi had been a little bit darker than his Italian self, that if he'd just been a hair darker, if he had just a little bit more melanin, he would not have been hero to the many. The many people heralding what Luigi did as a great patriotic thing. Many of those same people, if Luigi would just have been a hair darker, and he got his little cute curly hair, if his hair had been a little bit kinkier, he would have easily and instantly gone from hero, from Robin Hood-esque people's hero, to Negroid adjacent terrorist in an instant. In an instant. It wouldn't have mattered if he just still had the whole background. Well loved, well liked, Harvard graduate, magna cum laude, valedictorian, all that. If his ass would have been a nigga, and not, he wouldn't even have to be a dark-skinned nigga. He could be a high yellow nigga. If his hair just been a degree nappier, if his nose had been a half degree bigger, he would have been instantly transformed from Robin Hood-esque people's champ, facilitating for the first time class consciousness unity among all the races. He would have instantly become the great villain of our age. Terrorism alive on American soil. You feel me? So, yeah. So I'll rename this, and then I'll go back on another day and pick up on the reading of the Serpent. Maybe I'll read Serpent to you tomorrow and let that be it, so you can prepare yourself for how you want to enter in the year of the wood serpent, that in every way is promising us miracles. It's promising magic. It's promising great leaps forward. It's promising a lot. It's really auspicious. It's really exciting and invigorating. I spent a few hours up in here wormholing about this peculiar serpent year, the wood serpent year. So that's what I would say is spend a little time so that you can be very clear and deliberate and focused about what you want this year to yield to you as an individual, and to you as the peculiar personification of the mother's will made a material force in your relationship to the temple of evolutionary emergence. That's what I would call on you to do. I'll say good night. And this was fun. Of course, I am exhausted, and it's been 7 hours now. So this was actually like a full-time work day. So I would appreciate it if you feel so inclined to send donation contributions to this full-time work day of 7 hours that I just put down on y'all, this radical lecture that I just put down on y'all, giving you new, deep, insightful perspectives on how we got hoodwinked to root for patriarchy's new face in the form of Daenerys Targaryen. You feel me? About how we just got hoodwinked into rooting once again for our enemy. And how in the end, no matter how friendly she was in her proximity to us, she did in the end what every last one of them have the potential to do when they are unconscious and unwilling to. I don't know what they. Oh, hold on. That's weird. And when she is unwilling to go through the process of being a true ally, of being a true relative of the global many, that without that, they are all potential agents of the state, willing to betray the many to fulfill their dying father's dying wish. Their dying father is Yahweh. Their dying father is the Pope. Their dying father is the institutions of the war god personified in male domination of the globe. Their dying father, they, white women, will do whatever it takes to have black babies or colored babies, marry black or colored men, do whatever it takes to display in action their continued and unflinching allegiance to the ambitions of God the Father, Yahweh, the great white primordial in his great white heaven, in his great white castle, opened at the pearly gates to pledge allegiance at their own expense to the ambitions of their inevitably dying father. They will betray their primordial mother to enthusiastically carry out the wishes and the ambitions, to carry out the wishes and fulfill the aggressive ambitions of their inevitably doomed, they're inevitably dying, they're inevitably dead, and they don't even know it yet, dying ass father. That's what she represents. And in our unknowing, we rooted her on, we cheered her on, and was disappointed every time she did what we should expect that she is capable of doing. Every time she did something flawed, every time she did something fucked up, every time she did something stereotypically white, we was like, oh, damn, Daenerys, why she do that? Every time she did something stereotypically Karen is, damn, Daenerys, why you do that? What's his name? Morpheus told you. While they still got that shit in their head, and he said plugged in because he was demonizing the mother, but just taking what he said, while they are not, quote, conscious of their conditioning, not only will they defend the system, they will violently, not only do they depend on the system, they will violently defend the system. They will violently defend the system. Hopelessly dependent on God the Father. Hopelessly dependent through conditioning on patriarchal domination and oppression. Hopelessly dependent on receiving adoration and accolades from your oppressor. You did a good job. You did a good job. Forever in your conditioning, pledging allegiance to your oppressor, seeing your oppressor as the paternal great one. While simultaneously condemning your mother, while simultaneously condemning through rooting for the good guy, King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, who subdued a wicked evil dragon to save the lands, rooting for the mother's nemesis, rooting for the mother's murderers, her sons, rooting for the mother's murderers, her sons. Forever pledging allegiance to he who the only way he was able to acquire power, the way he saw power in his mind's eye, was to turn what was love into an aggression against his mother, first subduing, ridiculing, and belittling her. And when that was not enough, betraying and subsequently murdering his mother to absorb via the theft of the mythologies, absorb via the theft of secret rituals, absorb his mother's power, her garbs, and then put them on himself and don himself as even more powerful than she. And I'll be goddamn if Daenerys didn't do that shit. The worship of the son, victor over his mother. The worship of the son, murderer of his mother. And then we women, as the consumers of the toxic secret elixir of patriarchy, become some of the most effective disseminators and recreators of patriarchal condemnation and ritual matricide of the mother. We do that. In general, we do that. But in particular, them ones who have enthusiastically pledged allegiance to the peculiar personification of patriarchy as white and male. I mean, we have to start creating ceremonies, rituals, initiation processes before they can get close to us. So we'll be forever betrayed. All these black women singing lament songs about how all these white women betrayed us, but damn, what you expect? We got epitaph after epitaph, story after story, historical occurrence after historical occurrence. That as long as they see power through the lens of white males, they will all potentially betray us. As long as they see the acquisition of power and freedom for themselves as only having come within the introduction of them to these others that freed them. These others freed white women. These others freed them. As long as they see power in its presentation through the lens of their white male counterparts, they are forever a potential enemy. They are forever a potential agent. Doesn't mean they're outside of the mother's vision for the future. It just means while they are poisoned, while they are toxic, while they are still beholden in their allegiance to the Father God, to Yahweh, to Abraham, and all of his descendants, they are agents. And we must treat them accordingly. That don't mean they exclusively are agents, because I could do a whole nother diatribe about chocolate-colored female agents, about brown-colored female agents, red-colored female agents, yellow-colored female agents. But even then, we talking about something different than what we're talking about, this peculiar personification that is white and female in this age, and the fact that she has been able to skate perpetually from any responsibility and accountability. She has been forever safe from judgment. She has been forever safe from serious critique. She has been able, through our identification of her as other, the way we are others, has provided the perfect circle of protection for her. The perfect circle of protection. She is protected both in her white adjacency by her heroic man, and she is protected by those of us around the world, colored and oppressed others, who see her suffering at her man's expense in alignment with our suffering. She has been provided the perfect circle of protection. Yes, she has. And her, just like everybody else that wants to receive true forgiveness and redemption as disseminated by the mother in her divine wisdom and divine justice, means y'all got debts to pay. Y'all got acts of devotion to make. You have initiation processes that you must go through before you are afforded redemption of any kind. This is the work of the temple. I reject any philosophy that would tell us that we must again be soft in our presentation. What you're saying is really important, but you may want to reconsider how you deliver it, because it may be a little jarring and off-putting to some people who otherwise could really support you. That's what's wrong with y'all now, is y'all too comfortable. Even those of you who claim to be progressive, you're too comfortable. There hasn't been a fire lit up under you for you to take action in defense of the good, in defense of the oppressed, in the defense of the new world, in the defense of, quote, peace, in the defense of freedom. As long as all these colored others around the world and these others around the world are making you comfortable in your progressive, leftist, socialist, Marxist, communist presentation, as long as you feel heart-struck when we cry tears around you, there ain't no fire lit under you to do no more than talk progressive, than speak progressive, than give hugs and shit. QB said, I must study politics and war, that our sons may have the liberty to study mathematics and philosophy. In this period, we all got to be studying. I just made a note the other day that I need to not only reread, but I feel like I need to reread and rewrite The Art of War. You understand? The art of radical self-defense, community self-defense. This party that I'm talking about throwing, an ongoing throwing a party like a juju susu, so we can identify people who need support and don't know how to ask for the support and give them some modicum of relief. These 92%, somebody said it earlier, these 92% that raised $81 million for a Kamala who ain't gonna unleash your funds. You just enriched her, is what you did. She ain't gonna use that for the execution of progressive, what you call it, progressive policy, for the fighting and lobbying of progressive policy up in her position. She ain't gonna do that. She just took your 81 million to the bank. So now what I need y'all 92% to do now is to have that same energy. Have that same energy, and like whoever was on here, raise that same amount of money in that same period of time. Y'all did that in less than a week. Raise that same amount of money in that same period of time to support Black ass human beings who have lost everything. 43% of the people that lost their homes in Altadena were Black elderly people over the age of 65. Get your ass down. Get down. I'm not going to keep telling you about that table. You know better. Now you're doing too much. Get your ass down. 43% are Black people who are 65 and older whose homes had no mortgage. Their homes have been paid for. To me, that is a strategic attack on this most successful Black community in the whole country. So you 92% on here slurping your motherfucking Starbucks and eating your goddamn McDonald's breakfast like you actually making some kind of progressive statement about what you perceive as the evidence of your political power in opposition to everybody else. What I'm gonna need you to do is have that same kind of energy, that same kind of fire, that same kind of smoke that you had for this bitch who don't even claim to be Black, but still played you like a chump, wearing her Chuck Taylors and doing a little swerve in her neck only when she's talking to y'all. Have that same energy and raise that 81 million for the people, the aging population in this goddamn city, Altadena, who lost everything that they had earned and fought like hell for. They fought like hell for Altadena. They fought like hell for Altadena. And Altadena was not being gentrified to the speed that these white people would have liked, because they've been on these Black people in Altadena. They've been on them, trying to develop them out of their communities, trying to squeeze them out of their communities. And when that didn't work, look at what Mother Nature did for us. And if you had me tell it, especially as strategically and as insidiously as they say, the goddamn fire department was telling people to leave and literally telling them don't take nothing, you'll be able to come back. It just sound like conspiracy to me. It just sounds like what they always do is to use, quote, naturally occurring events. Altadena is 45 minutes away from Pacific Palisades. Y'all saying it's just some embers that just floated 45 minutes away, and Altadena was the primary target. There's a whole bunch of other cities. There's a whole bunch of little townships around Altadena. Pasadena was not greatly impacted. What's it called? San Gabriel. I think it's called Montague. A whole bunch of little township, Glendale, all right around Altadena, not impacted. But the little embers had to travel 45 minutes to get from Pacific Palisades. No, none of the other little cities. Why? All the other little townships encircling Altadena are all white, or predominantly white, predominantly upper middle class. All of them. Glendale, all of them. Pasadena is wealthy. And so the fire department go knocking on everybody's doors. Oh, don't worry. We just trying to get you out of here for the smoke, because the smoke is so bad. You ain't got to take nothing. Just leave everything. That's what people are telling me out of their mouth. Leave everything. My sitar teacher, he is white. His wife is Filipino. They was like, yeah, they told us not to take anything, that we'll be able to be back. But I was like, you know what? Let me not take those chances, and rallied some of his students to help him get some of his sitars and some of his studio equipment out of there. On the other hand, my white friend, Kevin, told him the same thing. Don't worry about it. You'll be able to be back here by the end of the day. So he's like, okay, well, I'll just come back a little later and grab some things out of my music studio. And he left at 5 o'clock in the morning, came back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and everything he owned, the house that he has been living in for 20 years, everything he owned, gone. 25 years of recordings on multiple hard drives, everything gone. The same day. He left at 5 o'clock. He evacuated at 5 o'clock in the morning. He came back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Everything gone. Everything. This is the ongoing story of everybody coming out of Altadena. The one place decimated among all these little townships that surround it on all sides. But the one thing these townships all got in common with each other that they don't have in common with Altadena is this very rich, well thought for history of Black home ownership, with a great majority of these Black people having done this and being able to retire with their mortgages paid off free and clear. So you, 92%, if that's your thing, keep slurping on your Starbucks. I still think you're dirty for that. Keep slurping on the Starbucks. Keep buying your McDonald's. Still think you're dirty for that. But have that same energy, have that same smoke, have that same fire, have that same gumption. And in a week, I want y'all same 92% to get y'all ass together, to pull y'all ass together like y'all did literally overnight. They announced Kamala as the Democratic candidate, and 48 hours later, y'all didn't even have to rally. Y'all didn't even have to create an event. Y'all, in one mind, got together and raised within a week of her announcement. Within a week, y'all raised $81 million for this woman. Now I'm gonna need y'all to take that same kind of energy and raise that same gravity of money, $81 million or more, and then find successful, reputable, honest avenues to rapidly infuse them 81 million into the lives built by these Black people that were robbed from them overnight. That's what I'm gonna need y'all to do. If y'all ain't willing to do that, I don't want to hear nothing y'all gotta fucking say. You 92% about how progressive you was because you went out to the polls one day out of 4 years. You took some progressive political action by going to the polls and voting for some Negro adjacent woman. If you ain't doing that, you ain't talking about shit. If you ain't doing that, you still just a political opportunist who really ain't about that life. That's what I'm talking about. There shit is a catastrophe out here, and nobody is talking about the gravity of this catastrophe and how it's impacting those people in Altadena. Trying to do everything they can do in the absence of their government, who they pay taxes to and pay their goddamn salaries to, not doing nothing. Organizers, nonprofits, churches have done more in the 2 weeks since these fires than any of these governmental bodies. This shit is glaring. It's not subtle. People are saying, damn, just regular everyday people getting together and raising this and doing that and executing miracles, while the local fucking government of the second largest economy in the state that is the fifth largest economy on earth, y'all up here bumbling about like y'all clueless. Meanwhile, people on the ground, people on the street, people, activists, you know what I'm saying, churches, regular everyday people saying, look, we gotta execute a miracle. We gotta pull a jack move to see what we can do, because our government literally in real time ain't doing shit. So that's the word, not only for me, every last one of y'all who sat here on this whole 7-hour live and watched every word I said. Y'all need to be invading all these other spaces. Everybody else's YouTubes, everybody else's TikToks. Y'all need to be invading these spaces, because my spaces ain't gonna get invaded. I'm not on the algorithm, but y'all need to be parrots to these dimes I be dropping. Be saying the same thing I just said. If you're dual TikTok, part of the 92%, question mark, raise that money again for these people, these people in Altadena. You part of the 92%? Raise this $81 million for these organizations that are doing radical work to secure the safety and sanity of young people who are, I'm talking about children, who not only are wrongfully incarcerated, but do you know that the quote volunteer fire force that helped squash this fire, the majority of them, why pay people to become firefighters when all you got to do is go into the prisons and pay them $5 a day and put them in what they call fire camps. You feel me? Pay them $5 a day to fight a fire, and you can work them as long as you want to. People were going around, regular everyday people going around, capturing video footage, talking to the firefighters. And it was like, damn, like we really believe what we do. We really believe in what we're doing, and it does give us an opportunity to get out of the prison. But like, damn, We got to beg for water breaks. They don't give us lunch breaks. I've been working 16 hours today. Some people have been working straight 24 hours, and we making $5 a day. Do you know it's not just grown-ups in the prisons that they're using to fight these fires? That they are going into the juvenile detention facilities and using babies as volunteer fire forces. And every so-called volunteer fire force person you meet is Black or brown. Every single solitary one is Black or brown. You feel me? You need to be supporting the organizations that saw that video, those videos of them men, grown men crying, really wanting to help California fight these fires. But like, goddamn, $5 a day and we can't even get a water break? And immediately responded. People was carrying trucks and crates and book bags full of snack bars, protein bars, Gatorade, water. That's not the people's job to do. That's what we pay a motherfucking government for. That's what we elect representatives for in our city. The mayor, the city council, so is to solve problems in a crisis. They didn't do that. So what the people do when they saw that these babies and these young men incarcerated was getting exploited to the extreme, fighting these fires, trying to save the city that they ain't even valued in. They were like, fuck it. The state ain't gonna do it. The city ain't gonna do it. We gonna do it. Let's buy crates of protein bars and snacks and shit to take to the people while they fighting the fires. They did that here. This shit has been the most outrageous thing I've ever. I thought COVID in California was outrageous. I thought, thank you, Zariah Wilson, for the donation, dear. I thought COVID was the wildest thing I could have ever imagined, and it was. Until this fire. And I'm gonna tell you, I am convinced now as much as I was the first day. The first day where that damn Pacific Palisades fire broke out, that might have been a freak of nature accident. But it became the opportunity for those in positions of power to seize. I am convinced that fire in Altadena was deliberately started. You can't convince me otherwise. And how it was just contained in Altadena. Pasadena, barely impacted. Glendale on the other side, barely impacted. Pasadena on the south side got a little bit, but nowhere near the damage. It was totally contained to decimate the entire city of Altadena. You can't make me believe as virulently as these people have been trying to gentrify Altadena, that fire was not started deliberately. And then they got the fire department got a word from the higher ups to convince people to evacuate without taking anything. To evacuate without taking nothing. So that they all this wealth that they have acquired and accumulated in the building of their homes, they wanted to make sure that they have nothing left to stand on. You can't convince me otherwise. To be here and see the vastness of this area and just believe that it was just some freak of nature accident that 45 minutes away, the only place that catch some wild flying embers to set a fire off that only decimates Altadena as it's literally connected on all sides to other townships. And of course, everybody talking about Octavia Butler and how she saw this in 1993 when she wrote The Parable of the Sower and talked about the fire that jumped off in their little protected community in the year 2025. And Altadena's only claim to fame is giving birth to Octavia Butler. You can't have me believe anything other, especially as quickly, especially as rapidly. The fires wasn't even out yet before these white people was dressing in plain clothes, acting like they was a part of the people impacted to be in these lines where people are trying to get resources, talking about you gonna sell your property, you gonna sell your land. Anyway, The millions couldn't feed the people saving their properties. The millionaires couldn't feed them people saving their properties. Okay. These boys, young men, all black and brown, and you don't see their faces fighting these fires, and got to beg a bitch for a water break, got to beg a bitch for a lunch break, as they make a $5 a day. This shit is, so when y'all be thinking California all super progressive, this shit is the most just below the surface, ugly, exploitative, racist, fucked up in every possible way thing I've ever experienced. And that's the dichotomy, is to love the land. That's why I fell in love with California. It's the land. It's like the land and the people. There's a lot of people that I love out here. There's a lot of people that I love out here. But the state will uglify anything. The state and their wealthy supporters will uglify anything. And that's what is out here. So keep your eyes and ears open. I'll do another live probably tomorrow. This thing that I want to do, I'm going to try to do on next Saturday is I'm going to go out. Next Saturday is going to be the temple service. So if I'm able to do the party where I want to at the Juju Social Club, and I'm on here talking to y'all for 7 hours, and that was my whole intention, was to go out to the social club tonight. If I can get the Juju Social Club, then again, I will be broadcasting the party live, the ritual live, and that'll function also as our temple service for next Saturday. If I can't get the Juju Social Club, I'll still find a location, but temple service is going to be this ritual to Oyad's feast day on next Saturday. So I'll keep y'all posted about that over the next 24, 48 hours. All right. So now I'm actually going to say goodnight. I appreciate you all. Love you all. This was a lot of fun. It had me hyped. It gave me 1,000 more ideas. And so I look forward to the next time I do a live, whenever that is. All right. Peace.